Kwani yote imeenda kuna record hapa?
Actually because I know show imeanza.
Si alisema
Show imeanza.
hii show inaanza aje leo?
Okay. Kuna makosa yamefanyika. Kuna logo ya riba hapa.
Unajua wakisema mimi nasema ndio maana mimi nakuanga msitari wa kwanza kuenda kwa msururu wa chakula. Wamesema watu waende wakunywe chai akakaa hapo. Unajua kitu inamsumbua ni njaa. Hayuko confused. Ni njaa.
Ushatoa logo ya riba. Tunapiga riba Pamela ako. By the way, if you didn't watch the riba for today, you're missing out, man. Pamela alirukwa na mtu wake live.
Live.
Yeah. So make it a point to catch up with that one. So much apologies if you're just catching up with this interview. We're supposed to do it live, but where we are, the internet is terrible. We've bought ilikuwa 100 Mbps. Yeah, we bought 100 Mbps times 2. Hey, maze imekataa. I'm just like, yes, now me I want that money back, maze. Tumejaribu, inakam, hang. So we've just had to, now we do the show and then now we post it, so at least mupate tu kitu kuolete, musipate kitu ina fluctuate sana.
Niko na idea kwa hiyo 100 Mbps. Situko watu studio mzima. Sasa watugawe kila mtu 20 Mbps.
Obinna, you need to be here.
I am.
Sorry, I can't excuse you.
Check it, guys.
This is Obinna Show Live. Coming to you live from Obinna TV Studios.
What's up, everybody? Oga Top is in the building. Welcome back. When you see us here, you know it's Monday. No, it is not. Yeah, however, it's still Monday when it happens to be Obinna Show live day, because when you sit down on this conversation, we sit down with who, we discuss with them the what and the why. And today, we have come all the way to Kikuyu. Why? There's a gentleman who has been kidogo on the controversy side pale kwenye political space for the last 1 month or so, and we need to sit down and pick his brain on a few things that are happening in the government and also towards for the Kenyans, and we get to understand. All right, he has gotten re-elected twice, so this is his third term. Let's see, is he going for a fourth term? Is he going for the governorship? What is happening? The one and only Mheshimiwa Kimani Ichung'wah. Makofi tafadhali. Haya, sasa si ulete mgeni. Sasa wewe umenini hapo.
Acha nimulete.
Wewe umengedhi tu hapa badala ukuje na mgeni. Ndio nauliza mgeni.
Karibu.
Welcome. How are you?
Very well, sir.
Uko fiti?
Niko fiti sana.
Karibu hapa kwako.
Asante. Vile ulifika mbele yangu.
Yeah.
Si sasa wewe ndiye mwenyeji unikaribisha.
Tumefika hapa. Huku ni mbali.
Mbali wapi?
Hey. Tumeenda kona, tumerudi nini?
Unajua kufika hapa is the easiest. Mtu anaishi Buru, hata mtu wako Thika Road. Wacha Buru. Hapo Jogoo Road hapo
Makongeni. Hamza.
Akitoka Tao na mimi nitoke nitafika hapa mbele yake.
Tao?
Yes.
Ukitoka Tao?
In actual fact nikitoka Bunge kuja hapa na kwenda to my house in Lavington, I take about the same time. Because from Bunge na Chapa Expressway, Southern Bypass, in about 17-20 minutes I'm here.
alafu pia unafuata wrong side.
Lavington hapana, sasa express utapita wrong side door.
Si kwa bypass. Southern bypass.
Nikishikana na ya town, nipite Serena, niingie Kilimani to Lavington, I take longer. Yeah.
Unafuata jam?
Sasa nitafanya nini?
Si venye mnafanyanga ile.
Siwezi fly.
Didi. Ule mse walkie-talkie. Dawa hujai waona si wanakuanga. Ama nimedanganya.
Sasa nimekupata hapa. Umesikia huyu.
By the umekuja chini ya maji. I didn't even know that you had arrived actually because I was waiting to see drama like.
Drama nini?
Watu wa pikipiki nini?
Maisha ni upole bana.
But uko fiti?
Niko fiti kabisa.
Sasa
uchovu tu.
Tuko kwake utamsaidia na nini? Hauwezi msaidia na kinywaji.
Mila na desturi. Nasema tufuate. Mheshimiwa.
Sema mkubwa.
Jambo. Awe ndio mkubwa.
Mkubwa ni wewe bana.
Nimefurahi sana. Mimi naitwa Dapaman.
Dapaman.
Huyu ni mdosi wangu. Aliniokota CBD nikivaa diaper. Sasa naweza vaa suti. Sasa
diaper ya ukweli.
Diaper ya ukweli Pampers.
Ukiwa mtoi ama ulikuwa na shida nyingine?
Hapana, nilikuwa tu hivi. Sio kitu. Kwa changa kucheza.
Ulikuwa tu hivyo ulikuwa na vada.
No, alikuwa na shida nyingine nayo shida bado iko.
Mimi bado anavaa diaper.
Asikuizi avai. Anavaa suti ama umevaa.
Imejaa. Changa kucheka.
Okay.
Tuko kwa.
Saidia mheshimiwa na kinywaji tuendelee.
Sasa mimi kasi yangu hapa mheshimiwa, bila kupoteza muda, kuna mila na desturi. Sasa napaswa nikusaidie na kinywaji. Lakini sasa tujatembea na setu, tutakuasima tu sako.
Utaniazima maji basi.
Maji fufutende ama ya sitini?
Fufutende ni gani sasa?
Ya fufutende ni imetokota kidogo.
Hapana, nataka ile medium warm.
Ni sawa. Karibu tena.
Asante.
Mdosi
na wewe karibu pia.
Nimekaribia.
Diapers tu ndio hatuna hapa. Kuna mtoto mdogo wa diapers.
The rest ziko. Even me just water. Room temperature is fine.
Okay, sawa.
Asante.
Karibu.
All right. So I've come to your area. I've been around this place, but see hapa Kikuyu. Been around Kikuyu. I've known the place, but sijaingia ndani. And when I came, because we came a bit earlier, and I was talking to a few people, so apparently the people around here, they actually like you, and they've elected you 3 times.
What was your expectation?
Mimi nimekuwa naona vitu online.
They actually like you. What were you expecting?
A lot of...
They are my neighbors and my brothers and sisters.
A lot of the leaders we have now, their constituents kidogo wanaangalia, wewe unaenda nyumbani wewe. Wewe wanaangalia one term. We've had, especially...
Hata mimi naambiwa hizo by the way.
Uko ama hapa? Uko ama hapa?
Uko, hata hapa huwezi kosa mmoja wawili watasema hivyo. Normal, hiyo ndio siasa.
Ni kawaida.
Unajua, inasemekana ukitaka kupendwa na kila mtu, uza ice cream. Sasa mimi siuzi ice cream. Mimi naongoza. Ukiongoza, kuna watu utafurahisha, kuna watu watafurahi. So it's a balance.
There's a balance between. Okay. But this is the area that you grew up?
Yes.
For real. Unajua waishi wana nini? I know MPs wenye ni ma MP kwa area yao kuzaliwa. Sitataja mtu lakini unapata mtu.
Sasa nimekuona. Unajua kuna mwingine nilisikia hapa juzi. Amebebana na watu anakuja anasema huyu mtu sijui hata si Mkikuyu. Tabia zake si za Mkikuyu. Hana ukabila kama mimi. So kama ni hao unasikiza. Nilizaliwa 800 meters from here. Kama umepitia hii barabara ya Thogota Kikambura, kwa hii junction ya kuingia hivi, the 1, 2, 3, like the 4th plot, behind the 4th plot. Plot yetu mahali tumezaliwa, quarter of an acre, zilikuwa quarter mbili ikakuwa half acre. That is where my parents settled wakati waliletwa hapa na wazungu. wakakuja wakapewa after independence wakapewa quarter acres. They had initially settled opposite here. Kijiji ilikuwa inaitwa Geshagi number 3 ama kijiji number 3. Okay. The colonial gulags. Then after independence wakapewa quarter acres. Then mzee akanunua another quarter sababu tulikuwa wengi.
Yeah, naona mko 13.
Tuko wengi kibao.
Mzee 13. Wao wengine wako wapi? Pia wako kwa politics?
No.
Okay.
Kila mtu maisha yake.
Ni wewe tu ndio kwa politics?
Mimi tu ndio niko kwa siasa.
Growing up, what type of child were you? Because nimeona ulikuwa mpaka prefect. Mpaka iko hapa. Ukiingia iko hapa class prefect 1990. Yaani mimi nazaliwa na wewe ni prefect. Kumbe wewe tu ni kamzae. Unatumia nini hizo? Because nilisikia ukitwa kijana.
Now you can imagine 1990 ukizaliwa nilikuwa class prefect.
Yes.
Class 8. Ukiona hiyo ni the Kikuyu Township Primary School year of 1990.
Yeah.
Those were my classmates who brought me that portrait. Ndio walinitengenezea hiyo. Okay. Nilikuwa class prefect wao in class 8.
Okay.
At Kikuyu Township Primary School hapa tuju. Na I grew up like every other normal child. Nilizaliwa hapa kijiji Kambura. Okay. Kwa naenda shule hapo Kikuyu Township. Nilianza nursery school hapo Kikuyu Model Nursery School ya council, then Kiambu County Council then. Okay. Nursery that time ni kama sasa zilikuwa ma ECD zilikuwa za Kanjo. Yeah. So nikaenda nursery school ya Kanjo. Katoka hapo nikaingia Kikuyu Township just across the fence. And I grew up like any other Kenyan of that time.
Okay.
Mgutupu?
Ulisoma na mgutupu kwa?
Hapana, mimi nilivaa kiatu. Mimi sidanganyi. Mimi nilivaa kiatu.
Kwa mtoto wa Kisumu.
I was fortunate because my dad was a bit well off. So si kutembea shule. Si kutembea mgutupu. Lakini sikuwa na largesse ya kuishi naye, lakini niliishi. I would not complain.
Okay.
Sababu mzee alikuwa amefanya bidii.
Ulikuwa sawa.
Alifanya bidii. Baba yangu alifanya bidii.
Watu walizaliwa kwa pesa wanasemanga hivyo. You know, we were okay.
Sikuzaliwa kwa pesa. Lakini nilizaliwa kwa familia ambaye nilikuwa na wazazi ambao ni wafanyikazi kwa bidii sana.
Okay.
Baba yangu na mama yangu, baba yangu alizaliwa Kipkelion. Tinga Farm. Huko Kipkelion. Mama yangu naye alizaliwa Kipchamoti Estate in Nandi Hills. Okay. Then during the state of emergency, si Wakikuyu wote wakaambiwa warudi kwao. Okay. Wakakusanywa, wakawekwa kwa magari, wakakuja wakatupa Kikuyuni sasa. Okay. Naulizwa mlikuwa mmetoka wapi? The ancestry was here. So wakarudishwa Kikuyuni kwao. And they tell us walikuwa nawekwa kwa colonial villages. So until after independence ndio wakapewa plots. Hawakubahatika kupata shamba. Okay. So wakapewa quarter acre plots kwa kijiji hapa. Then mzee akafanya bidii akaongezea quarter ingine, baadaye akakuja akanunua shamba hapa across tu hapa kwangu. Akona shamba yake hapo. Na akaanza biashara ya kuuza sigara na baiskeli. That's why he started his life in business. Okay. And he grew to be a very prominent business person. Hapa Kikuyu na Kenya. Nimetembea Kenya yote. Ulisikia story yake wakati wa mazishi, nilipeana story yake kidogo. Yeah. Lakini leo sio yake.
It's okay. All right. So you growing up ulikuwa mtoto mtukutu, ulikuwa sporty, ulikuwa sharp kwa masomo, ulikuwa wapi?
Average.
Okay.
Average kwa masomo. I can't say ati nilikuwa genius, sikuwa genius. Nilikuanga number 1. To be honest, sometimes. Ile tu
sometimes uko na giza.
Saa ingine uko number 2, saa ingine number 3, saa ingine number 8.
Okay.
But hapo then sikuwa mtukutu at all.
Okay.
Of course kuna ile tu naughtiness ya kawaida ya vijana.
Adole.
Yeah,
Adole
lakini
ilikudolo kidogo.
mama yangu ni fire. Mzee ange kupiga. Lakini madhe
ya kuvaa kama suti.
Neighbor amefanya kitu unachapwa. So utukutu sasa hapo ndio ilianza kukatwa pembe. Then umeona by the time I was in class 4, I was a class prefect.
Ulianza kwa class prefect class 4?
Class 4.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
yes.
All through.
Na kwenda Alliance pia nikakuwa from Form 3, I was a prefect.
Oh, okay. Okay. Very interesting.
That's the captain in Form 4.
So you basically
that tells you nimekuwa
leadership
mtu a discipline.
Hata sisi tulikuwa dining hall captain sometimes.
Well,
yeah. No, but it shows. It shows. There is a track record. Then somehow you also did economics. You have a degree in economics, but somehow you're in politics. What changed? Because I've seen also you've worked in some of few organizations, ulikuwa mpaka kina insurance, umeuza insurance, nini?
Niligraduate, tulimaliza campo August of 2000.
Okay.
Then we graduated at the end of that year, I think late November or early December. Unajua siku zetu kwanza ulikuwa unamaliza Form 4, una break for 2 years. Sio kama siku hizi naona watu wanamaliza shule December, the following year
Januari unapanga kazi.
Hakuna, sisi ulikuwa unakaa nyumbani 2 years. Lakini that time sasa badala kukaa nyumbani mimi nilienda kufanya CPAs. Ndio just to kill time then. Na nilikuwa nimefanya accounting in high school, so I thought it was a natural thing to do. Then when I joined campus, I continued and finished. By the time I was in first year, I'd finished my CPA. Na nikafanya diploma ya banking. Si nikategea ati nitapata job. Sasa niko hapa na ma CPA, diploma in banking and finance, a degree in economics, BA economics. Sasa nikajua nikimaliza employers will be fighting for me. My friend.
Surprise.
Surprise. Si nikutamak.
Wanataka mtu ako na experience sasa.
Exactly.
Papers ziko start after experience.
Papers ziko, experience watoa wapi?
Inakuwa hivyo.
So sinujitafutie. Maisha ni kujituma. So what I did, my bro, one of my brothers, eldest, alikuwa na kashop pale Nyamakima. The boys hapo, alikuwa anauza mali. Then alikuwa ameanza biashara nyingine na some 2 Ugandan friends ya safety gear.
Okay.
So nikamwambia badala nikae home bure, si niwasaidie kuuza hizi viatu za safety.
Okay.
So ndio mimi huyo na suitcase moja iko na viatu. Ni zile viatu ziko na steel toe cap
Yeah,
so kiatu moja ni kama kilo moja. So nabeba kiatu moja for each model. Kama ni Oxford style kama hii moja, boot moja, half boot moja, ya ladies moja, clogs ile ya theater na nini moja, nazipaka kwa suitcase. Alafu uko na ingine iko na samples ya gloves, helmet, nini, all safety gear, harness.
Okay.
Nikachapa, unajua Rode?
No.
Inda.
Oh, Inda nimejua but sijui Rode ni wapi.
Rode ni Mombasa Road, nyuma ya Samia Park.
Yeah.
Hapo.
Yeah, I know the place.
Nilianzia hapo. Okay. Napanda, kuna matatu zingine tulikuwa napanda hapo OTC za Face Me. Zilikuwa sijui ni Ford. Ingine iko na kibin kadogo. Yeah. Unaenda unadropiwa huko mwisho road A.
Okay.
I walk back. All the way to Addis Ababa Road.
Ukihawk.
Hawking. Well, ni kutafuta market.
Yeah.
But inakaa kama hawking sababu si lazima utembee na bidhaa zako kuonyesha samples.
Yeah.
Lakini nikafanya poa. I did that for about 6 months. 7 months actually, because nilipata job, a formal job sasa accounting with Diverse Liver in 2001 March. So all that time nilikuwa na hawk viatu zangu na nini, vitu zangu za safety. Fortunately, some of the people I had sold to Unilever, that was my biggest client. Niliwauzia viatu za 1.8 million then. Hizo ilikuwa pesa mingi.
That's a lot of money.
Na commission yenye nilipata? Yeah?
How much?
15K.
Was it a lot of money?
15K.
See this 2000.
Si nilikuwa napewa so mbili. Hiyo ndio fare. Ndio lunch. Na ndio kuzunguka. That's why I had to walk through in the industrial area because you can't afford ati uchukue matatu ikudrop pale Mombasa Road Samia Park. Alafu you hop. So unadropiwa the farthest corner, you walk back towards town.
Okay.
So una save na unapata maharagwe huko Inda na mandazi ama kachapo.
Yeah.
Ama kaugali ya lunch. Pata energy afternoon unasukuma. By 4 na walk back to town. But fortunately nilikuwa bado natafuta job. So nikapata job na Diverse Liver. Diverse Liver was then a fully owned subsidiary of Unilever. So by sheer coincidence, my biggest client, who ended up being my employer.
Yeah. Walikuwa na kusoma.
Lakini ilikuwa job, and I keep telling young people today, all the jobs nilipata mimi, employment, hakuna kazi hata moja, nilitafutiwa sijui na mheshimiwa, ama na baba yangu, ama na my kazi, na connection mahali. My first job Diverse Liver, nilinunua gazeti. Of course nilikuwa natafuta jobs kwa gazeti. Daily Nation. Nikapata cash and bank accountant. Nikajiambia hii cash and bank, hii ndio ile nilisoma.
Okay.
Accountant mimi ni CPA, hii cash and bank ni kama ile diploma ya banking and finance. So I applied and I got the job. I went for about 3 interviews, I got the job. My second job was with, when I moved from there, I did an interview with Con Products. They gave me a job in Eldoret. I found it too far, sikuenda. Eventually, after I quit my job in Diverse in 2002, end of 2002, Con Products had an opening. The day I resigned from Diverse, I got an offer from Con Products, hapo Ruaraka. Lakini nilikuwa nimeamua I will not be employed again. Kuwa na frustration na boss mwingine hapo, mama mwingine alinikalia sana. Zile tu
upendi kukontroliwa?
Sio ati sipendi kontroliwa, because I had worked. Lakini unajua kuna ile kukaliwa unaona I think I can do better.
Aje kwani alikuwa anadu nini?
Si ma stress tu zile za job.
But see, those ones come with the job.
They come with the job. So si ndio nikaamua hii maisha isi maisha yangu.
Okay.
So nikasema either get another job ama niende kwa biashara.
Okay.
So I started my first business then. I quit my first job to begin my first business in 2002.
Ulikuwa umejitrust.
Nikaambia mzee nisaidie mahali nijenge kabuchari, nikajenga kabuchari. Fortunately stage ya Kikuyu Town nikahamia right opposite my butchery. Nikaona pesa na macho. Pesa.
Umewakatia?
Nimewakatia nyama.
Sasa wewe story ya nyama umejua vizuri sana.
Butchery yenye ilikuwa moja. By the way, from experiences, life experiences.
Yeah.
As I told you, I had a very stressful job.
Yeah.
Ile job unaingia asubuhi 7, unatoka 11 midnight. Deadlines, because it's an international company and they had very strict deadlines. Okay. Then you are fresh from college, people tend to take advantage of you. Yeah. So kazi umewekelewa. By the time nafika Kikuyu jioni, wewe ni bachelor. Mabachelor siku hizo tulikuwa nakula nini? Either mincemeat na spaghetti ama nyama na ugali ama mchele ya kuchemsha. So mimi ni bachelor na household kujipikia hapo, huwezi pata mahali pa kununua nyama usiku Kikuyu. Ukifika saa 5 usiku butchery zote zimefungwa. So from that experience nikajiambia nikianzisha butchery na I target my
your audience.
My indeed master's language, my colleagues. My colleagues mabachelor.
Yeah.
Wenye tunataka kila kitu imetengenezwa. Nyama umekatakatiwa kama ni minced meat iko minced. There was only one butchery ilikuwa na machine ya minced meat. So nikaanza butchery targeting people like myself. And I got very good clientele kwa hiyo butchery. Mabachelor wenye wanakuja wamechelewa, butchery ilikuwa nafunga saa 5:30 midnight. So either ni walevi amechelewa, kienda zake tu anaona mataa, anaona butchery anaingia, nakumbuka amechelewa nanunua kilo 2. Okay. People like myself wenye unataka kakuota hauna fridge kwa nyumba, so unanunua kakuota ya kupika siku hiyo. Okay. You want it minced or unataka kukatakatiwa. Tukaanza all those services kukatakatia watu. I employed somebody wa kukatakata, mwingine wa kumince. Na ndio nakwambia pesa niliziona na macho. Sijaiona.
Made a lot of money.
Biashara ya nyama iko na pesa by the way. Mpaka wale unafanya. Sina butchery.
Sina butchery?
No, sina butchery but I am still in that business.
Una export nyama sasa.
Wewe usijali niko kwa biashara ya nyama.
We got him. Kwanza Middle East. Biashara ya nyama. Oh, okay. So you did this nyama
Straight of Hormuz.
Ndio hiyo. Nyinyi kwanza juzi biashara
Tumeumia kiasi.
Yeah, of course.
Inapita
hapo sasa but imefunguliwa.
Wapi? Si walifungua siku moja wakafunga the following day.
But they said it is open. See, you go try.
Trump alituambia kama tunataka mafuta tujiende.
Hiyo story ya mafuta kwanza tunakuja.
Hiyo
story ya mafuta tunakuja hapo kwa sababu kwanza nyinyi hapo kwa parliament mlitufanya vibaya.
Kwa nini tena?
Si once, si twice. Mezoea kutufanya vibaya. Si ni nyinyi mmekaa mkapitisha ikareduce by half. Si ni
last week.
Kwani nobody thought okay, it's fine. Tutafika hapo. Wacha kwanza tujue hii biashara ya nyama ilifungwa kwa nini? Butchery.
Hii butchery nilifanya hiyo kazi up to 2014.
So 2007 when you're running for the first time when Paul Mwite.
Yes.
Ulikuwa bado wewe ni butcher. Slogan yako ilikuwa nyama.
By the way, mimi sababu sijaifanya siasa za handouts. I made sure hata sikuwa nakaribia butcher. Msikuje kuniambia ni wakatie nyama ya campaign.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
The business would run on its own. Na iliendelea hivyo.
Okay.
Si kufanyia I don't mix, there are two things I don't mix biashara na siasa. I don't mix family na siasa.
Okay. That's why your family is very private.
Yeah.
Okay. Anywho.
You know, hii ni mambo yako sio ya kila mtu.
Okay.
Sasa ukiwacha watukanwa kama venye mimi natukanwa, si wengine wataumia sana.
That is true. That is true. So you also got into politics. In 2007 you tried kidogo mukanyoroshwa.
Ila mbaya. Lakini nilijaribu by the way. We were 23 candidates.
That's a lot.
I came in 4th.
And it is the first time you're trying?
The first time I was trying.
Okay.
And I had a very strategic campaign. Nilijua sababu that time nilikuwa nafanya kazi kwa media. Nilikuwa nishahama jobs, nitoka diversity, nikaingia biashara for 3 months, nikapata job, corn products, I declined it. Nikapata one that was paying less money.
Okay.
Because I got a job with corn products that was paying me 65,000 shillings a month, gross. Nikapata Madison Insurance walikuwa nilipa 55,000. Lakini wale walikuwa Ruaraka. Madison Insurance walikuwa community. Nikajiambia hii ya community ni karibu. Nitakuwa natumia 102 bus moja. Ya Ruaraka I had to connect.
Okay.
Alafu nikajiambia nitakuwa kwanza nanunua nyama ya Dagoretti. Na kisha imefika kwa butchery. Natoa gambut na kabuti, navaa viatu, naingia 102, nashuka community, naingia job. And I survived that way.
Until na business. I mean, I can't imagine my people doing that. Ati mimi nafanya insurance, naenda kwa slaughterhouse. Excuse you?
By the way, wacha nikwambie ilinisaidia. Ninakwambia niliona pesa na macho. That's how I bought my first car. Not on loan, cash purchase. Cash purchase.
Kwani ilikuwa gari ya 200?
Hiyo gari nilinunua aje? Sikumbuki, maybe about 560,000
Which car was
460. Toyota 100. Yeah, very nice car, very fast. Kwa na kanyanga nimeenda na road trip. 170, 160.
That time you're still single?
I was still single. I got married in 2005.
Okay.
So for some time I was single.
Okay.
Nikianza biashara. Then nikaoa, bibi akanituliza, akaambia sasa speed si ya 170 180. Iko mtu naweza acha ukienda zako. Then 2007 I got my first baby. Then that's the year, the 2008 is when I quit employment completely. I moved from Diversity Liver to Madison Insurance, from Madison Insurance to Standard Group. So 2007 when I was running, I was working with Standard Group. Okay. KTN Standard ya Porojo.
Wanaambianga ukweli, ni venye hamtaki kusikia ukweli.
Niliona juzi hata wameniweka kwa headline ya ushenzi.
Wapi hiyo simu tuangalie. Before hata tunaendelea. Wacha tu tuangalie 2 random headlines. Za Standard Group, si ndio? So Standard Group tunatafuta newspaper headlines. Newspaper headlines.
Imekuwa tabloid siku hizi. Then they were serious national newspaper. Siku hizi ni tabloid.
Kwa sababu our support nini? Aya. Unaona nimefungua tu. Nimeclick tu hapo nikakuja kwa images. So nisome any.
Soma any.
Lies getting bigger. Ndio hii. Kasema
If you go beyond the bolded part, there is never a story. That's what I'm telling you, is a tabloid.
aya, wacha nisome ingine. A random one. Ai, kamepotea tena. Headlines, Google it again. Exposed.
So what was exposed?
In
It is
chilling
usually
expose,
just a screaming headline with nothing.
The Standard uncovers messaging in WhatsApp groups run by government bloggers and officials.
Yeah.
UDA secretariat staff and parastatal chiefs where they have been planning on how to infiltrate peaceful protests in the city.
Sasa sikia. Porojo. Porojo.
Aya.
They collect all manner of gutter things.
Ndio nyewe Standard wanaonyoroshanga.
Siri kazi yao waendelee. Good thing. Sijui kama kuna watu bado ununua hiyo gazeti. Niliacha kusoma gazeti 2020 wakati wa COVID.
Basi siku hizi ni digital.
So niko na miaka 6 sijanunua gazeti, sijui. I don't read newspapers.
But the fact that you don't read does not mean other people don't read.
They can read. And if you want to believe lies, it's your choice.
Haya. Tutakuja. Niko.
Nasomanga tu Business Daily.
Aya. And also smart people read the Star. you should.
I don't know. To be honest, sisomangi gazeti. Since COVID.
So unataka kusema your former employer ako na beef na wewe?
Nani?
Si Standard, si kuna majazana.
Sijui kama ako na beef na mimi, but I know, we are not friends.
Okay.
With their owners, not with their owners.
So you worked there for how long?
I worked there from 2006 to 2008.
Okay.
About 2 years.
Then you are the one who quit?
Yes, I quit.
Because of?
Sinienda biashara zangu.
Ulifika tu point ukasema hii
I read we had a very good chairman, Paul Melly, and I don't know where Paul Melly is today, and I have a lot of respect for Paul Melly, who was a group chairman then. Okay. I remember when I wanted to run, the then CEO, Paul Wanyaga, was asking that I resign. I told him I'm not a journalist. There's no conflict of interest with what I'm doing. Okay. I'm in finance. I don't influence your editorial policy at all. And Paul Melly told me, young man, go run. If you win, well and good. If you don't, come back to your job.
Rudy.
I took 3 weeks leave from the first week of December.
When you're running for 3 weeks?
I did a campaign for 3 weeks, by the way. But I did a very targeted campaign to begin with. I knew they would split the constituency in 2007. We were expected there to be a split. Then we got late. It was never done. So I knew by 2012 they will split the constituency. Okay. So I did a targeted campaign targeting this side of the constituency, of the larger Kabete. Then because I knew I didn't have time, nilichapisha manifesto, palm size. That manifesto, I wish I had come earlier and get after a copy nikuonyeshe. Okay. Is the same manifesto I republished in 2013. Sasa nikaifanya A5 size and colored. Sasa nilikuwa na kamchuzi kidogo. Ile mbeleni ilikuwa ya black and white. Only the cover page was colored. Okay. And that manifesto, I'll share with you sometime, is what I have been working on. Okay. Na niliambia watu wa Kikuyu in 2007, mukinichagua, judge me against the things I have written here. 2013, I repeated the same. I told them, sikuchaguliwa 2007, kuna mambo niliwaambia kama mambo ya elimu, that education will be the cornerstone of our development. And my agenda number 1, number 2, number 3 will be education. Nikaambia sikuchaguliwa lakini nilianza kazi ya kuboresha elimu yetu. Which is, I was doing that for those 5 years between 2007 and 2013. 2013, I republished the same manifesto, almost word for word. And I told the people of Kikuyu, judge me against what I put in writing. No other candidate had that audacity ya kuandika yale mambo unataka kufanyia watu.
Okay.
But because I had told myself I was getting into a leadership position to be impactful, nikaambia watu munifanyie mtihani na hii manifesto yangu. Nikaambia every ward mtakuwa na dispensary. I made sure, even with the advent of devolution in 2013, wakati tuliingia tu hivi, I reallocated money ya CDF, I made sure I built a dispensary in every ward in this constituency.
Na ziko na madawa ama ni dispensary tu, nyumba tu?
Hapo hata ndio vita yangu ilianzia, by the way, na Kabogo, because some of them alikataa ku-operationalize until we put in a lot of political pressure. Eventually he did towards the elections. Then some wards, there were 2 dispensaries, kama pale Kari, kuna moja tulimalizia hapo. There was another hapo Zambezi. We did staff housing for them. So Kenol, they never used to have one. I did one, operationalized. Hapa tukajenga moja Karai Muslim, ingine hapa Kikambura in the same ward. And to date, they are serving the people of Kikuyu, and that makes me happy. I told them things about roads. That is an ongoing thing because you may not have the resources to do all the roads. But first, I made sure that we had motorable roads across the constituency. Then, as I was saying today in Parliament, around 2019, 2020, nikaona, sasa zimekuwa motorable, hakuna mahali huwezi ingia, lakini nafanya kazi mingi. Unaweka maram, unalima barabara, inawekwa maram, inakuwa compacted vizuri. One rainy season, inafagiliwa inaisha. Then I purposed, nimeachana na kazi ya maram. Coincidentally, around the same time, pesa ya RMLF ikaongezeka, ya Kera. Yeah. So I told myself, since we are getting about 50 or so million, if I put this 50 million this financial year, next financial year I have 100 million, I can do these low volume seal roads that government is doing, short distances, 1-2 kilometers, and I start that way. That is why sasa unaona barabara hapa ziko,
yeah, I've seen.
Hatujamaliza, lakini ziko relatively better than many places in the country.
Yeah.
Sisi tuko Singapore,
So
tunaelekea Singapore.
Okay, muko ama mnaelekea?
Tunaelekea.
Oh, okay.
Hatujafika. Ni kionjo. Ni kionjo, tunaonjesha Singapore vile watu wanakaa, wanapitia kwa tarmac, kuingia kwa shule, mnapitia kwa kabro. Internet, by the way, mimi hutumia data ya Safaricom, na hii internet hapa sijui ni ya Safaricom pia. So
umetusumbua hata, that's why we decided to record this.
Tuko Geshavi, by the way.
Yeah, but sasa Singapore, kwani Singapore haina? Yeah? Anyway, never mind.
Maybe nile kambo ya jana miti kaangukia wires.
Politicians. Okay, so roads, dispensary.
Kwani politicians wanaweka fiber? Siri Safaricom.
Nifundishe kunyamaza. Touche. So, elimu bora, what did you do about
elimu bora? Niliambia watu nitawafanyia mambo ya elimu, nitawafanyia mambo ya barabara.
Nitawafanyia mambo ya maji. What have you done there?
Si elimu bora. First was access to education and enhancing the facilities. You know, nimekwambia 2007 nilipata my firstborn.
Okay.
Na by the time I was getting to be elected in 2013, alikuwa ashaingia kindergarten, ameanza grade 1, and I could see the kind of school anasomea.
Okay.
The facilities there. Then ukiingia shule zetu, zilikuwa nakaa pigsties.
Okay.
Mashimo, no window panes, zingine zinanyesha, desks ni kama zile tulisomea.
Okay.
Then nikajiambia, I have to bring these schools to the standard of academies. And that is what we have consistently been doing over the last 3 or so terms.
All the schools in the constituency?
Not all of them 100% are yet to the level I want them to be. Okay. Because I want academy standard. We started with doing tiles, then we discovered because of the quality of tiles in the country and also the workmanship, zilikuwa tukawachenjia madesk zile za kukaliwa na watu watatu, tukaanza kuweka lockers juu ya mguu ya hii ya chuma, ikiwa mzito, ikidunga tile inapasuka. So we moved from that to terrazzo. We started refurbishing classrooms, building new ones, the ones that were dilapidated. Some schools I came, I found zilikuwa na madarasa ya mbao. Hakuna darasa hata moja ya mbao si Kikuyu. There's some of the things naonanga in other places. Kikuyu nikipata siwezi lala.
So yote hakuna. So hii mtu akitembea atapata class ya mbao. Ama ya matope, ama yenye inakaa vile inataka.
Watoto wa Kikuyu? How and why? Pesa ya CDF tukifanyia nini?
Si social media ndio hii, ungoje uone wataitafuta very fast.
Si waweke.
Utasikia tu pem.
Waambie walete.
Haya guys,
wapate shule ya mbao.
It's a dare. Tukipata what utadu.
In fact the challenge tuko naye saa hii, unaona mvua ya juzi. A lot of pit latrines za mashule zimeanguka.
Okay.
Our pit latrines in many of the schools were not even fit. Wacha watoto hata watu wazima kutumia. So we have had a program, walikuwa tunachimba pit latrine kwa shule. Inatumiwa miaka 3 hivi inajaa. Mnahama kutoka hapo mnachimba ingine hapa. I stopped that. Nikaanza kufanya exhaustible toilets. Ile hata kama haina maji ya kuflash bado ni kashimo, but imejengwa na mawe kutoka chini, plastered, you can exhaust it. Okay. So you avoid wastage of public resources doing a pit latrine here mwaka moja miaka 2. Like now some of the places where there are pit latrines and lose soil structure, hii mvua ya juzi kubwa ilikuwa na floods. There are a number of schools, I know at least about 7 schools that we are looking for emergency funding kuwatengenezea pit latrines that collapsed.
Okay. So tumesema tukitafuta shule tunafanya aje?
Tunachota maji huku na punda. Even na challenges zenye zilikuja na devolution, tukaambiwa tuachane na water projects. Watu wakiwa watakwambia I have gone out of my way. I have done not less than 15 boreholes. Na sio pesa ya serikali, including about 9 of them from private sector. Naenda na knock doors, nakuja kwa Obinna TV na waambia Obinna, kama naweza kuwa na milioni 2-3 nisaidie tuchimbe ka borehole. No, unaweza kuwa hauna, lakini uko na watu wenye wana advertise kwako.
Okay.
Corporates wenye wanatafuta kitu ya CSR ya kufanya.
Okay, no, I get it though. Yeah, okay. So and that way you manage to get people to help you.
Access to water.
Okay.
We improve. We are not yet there because of that challenge in kazi zingine ni za county government. Siwezi fanya na pesa ya CDF. But I still go out of my way. Even now I am still pursuing a number of projects za maji from private sector.
Okay.
Mambo education, not just infrastructure, also access to education. Kikuyu constituency is the only constituency that we have a scholarship program. Not public funded, privately funded, that offers full scholarships from what was then Form 1 all the way through to university. Tukikuchukua, we have a cohort of about 100 students. We've been picking about 25 students. Now we are improving that. Next year we pick 45 because now the classes are only 3 classes in senior high school. When we were 4, we were picking every year 25. We have maintained a number of 100 on full scholarship. Sio pesa ya CDF is money we would fundraise through golf tournaments, walks, kuombaomba. Mimi kuombaomba naomba sana. Pesa lakini. So, but thank God when this administration came to power, I asked the president then anisaidia tufanye fundraiser. We raised money and we were able to raise about 120 million shillings in about 40 minutes.
Oh, wow.
That 120, we've grown it now to almost about 150 million.
100 ni president alitoa?
Hapana, alitoa 10. Nakumbuka alitoa 10.
Alitoa 10? Wewe ukatoa ngapi?
Nikatoa 5.
Oh, okay. Then marafiki wakashikana.
Marafiki mwingine 10, mwingine 5. A group of friends came with 30.
I like your friends. Can they be my friends too?
Yes, why not?
Okay. So, is this the reason why in 2017 you got re-elected unopposed? This is very rare to happen. Like, how did that happen? Hakukuwa na mtu mwingine kwa ballot?
Walikuwa. You remember that time we were on Jubilee. We had then amalgamated TNA and URP to form Jubilee.
Yeah.
So, ilifanyika tu vile tulienda nomination. I got 98.9% of the vote nomination. So all the others shared 1.1%. of the vote. Then wote wakasalimu amri wakasema vile mambo inakaa. And also the appreciation that work had been done.
Okay.
Mimi ni mtu wa kukaa na watu. I focus, then my slogan was transforming Kikuyu, changing people's lives.
Okay.
Then 2017, I told them we are now focusing on development. Because we had begun the transformation, we now focus on developing Kikuyu. And that's where we are. We are still focusing on developing Kikuyu, even as we change and transform lives.
Okay. Now, you've been a member of parliament for 3 terms. Are you going for the 4th term?
Yes.
Because a little bird is telling us you might be eyeing the governor position.
Ati kiti gani?
Si governor?
Governor,
Yes.
wacha eyeing.
Yeah.
Ikuwe ndio hii kiti ya governor. Uniambie hii kiti, chukua. Na usifanya campaign, na usifanye chochote, nimekupea bure. Takwambia asante sana, nimeshukuru Mungu. Naweza fanya kazi ingine kwa maisha.
For real?
I would never run for the position of governor. I will never run. And I tell the people of Kikuyu and the people of Kiambu, ile siku mtasikia Kimani Ichung'wah amesimama kiti cha governor. Mjue kichwa imeruka, mufanye harambee haraka haraka, munishike munipeleke Mathare. Ama Chiromo.
Why? What's up with the governor's position?
I have my own views of how that position from...
Look at it this way.
I will look judgmental if
Yeah.
I judge governors, but siwezi taka.
Sema hivi, what you're doing in your constituency, what if you replicate that in all the constituencies in Kiambu County? It's a possibility. You've seen what Nani is doing. No, not the governor. I'm talking about the MP. Mwenye alituambia mambo ya SHA na akatuambia mambo ya Safaricom. I've forgotten his name. Ndini Nyoro, yes. What Ndini Nyoro is doing?
Anasimama governor?
Hajasema bado ama mimi sijasikia. Lakini we've seen what he's doing, and what Ndini Nyoro is doing is beautiful. Now, if that can be replicated in his whole county, if that is replicated in the whole country...
What you do, influence change.
Okay.
Yeah? By doing what I am doing in Kikuyu, and I was giving the example of Kiamba constituency, for instance.
Okay.
When I shared my experiences with newly elected members of parliament, last parliament, those that we were elected together with in Kiambu, the member of parliament for Kiamba, Kawanjiku, took note of what I was doing with roads and began doing it in his constituency. It is working. Kiamba is in Kiambu.
Okay.
Wamashukuru has copied a number of things also that we shared experiences with.
Okay.
The same way I've also copied 1 or 2 things from Wamashukuru or from Kengara in Ruiru.
Okay.
By sharing experiences and influencing each other, you can change a village after village, constituency after constituency, county by county, and we change the country together.
Yeah.
All you need is focused leaders.
Okay. And you don't feel like you need to be governor to do that?
I don't need to be a governor to do that.
Basi mbona unavurutana na Wamatangi?
Mimi sivurutani na yeye. Ushaisikia tukivurutana?
In your dad's funeral, kidogo amuka mnataka ujamaa hata aongee. And we know the person who is in control in your dad's funeral was you.
In fact,
yes.
Members of parliament kadhaa nikitoka kwa MOG.
Okay.
Kumbuka siku hapa nilikuwa kwa MOG. The deputy president akanivuta kando pale nje akaniambia, tafadhali na kuomba huyu mtu akaya asifukuzwe. Nikamuuliza mtu gani tena? Gavana wenyu. Nani anamfukuza? Huyo MPs wamesema hatakikani hapa. I told them no, huwezi fukuza mtu kwa mazishi. Of course kuna mambo alikuwa amesema very nasty about my dad when he was unwell and after he died, which I don't want to get into. So na tukamuita na deputy president. Nikamwambia number 1, hakuna mtu anakufukuza hapa.
On the funeral day?
Yes.
Oh, so you guys had a side talk
as we were waiting
before
for the
everything.
president. I told him, governor, na DP ameniambia tunaambiwa utakani hapa. This is a funeral. If you have come to mourn my father, you are welcome. Hakuna mtu anakufukuza.
Okay.
The only thing I will not allow you to do is to come use my father's funeral to advance your stupid politics. In those particular words.
Stupid politics?
Yes.
That's a strong word. Why
I am saying it to you as I said it to him. Don't use my father's funeral to advance your stupid politics. What politics was I talking about? That morning, the person in charge of NIS and the DCC had told me governor had mobilized people to come and take up seats in the tents to heckle other leaders, especially Alice Ng'ang'a na MPs wakiongea na wamshangilie. And that is the way he operates. Everywhere kisikia president akuja, he will mobilize liaison officers, sijui na nani, wanaambiwangwa in groups of 30. He has liaison officers all over. Kila mtu anakuja na 30 people. They come and heckle other leaders. I told him that is the only thing that we will not do. And I will not allow you to speak at this funeral to advance politics. We have mourned my father for the last almost 2 weeks. Nobody has come to this home and done politics. We have had people in government and out of government.
Okay.
We have had people who support us and others who don't support us politically. But they are our friends. And they have come in honor of my father. My family is politicians. Mimi ndiye politician. Mazishi yangu nikikufa, kuja ujaribu kufanya siasa if my children allow. But as my father's son, I will not allow you to do politics kwa mazishi yake. And you will not speak. And there will be no political speeches. And if you remember, there were no political speeches.
Okay.
From any of the speakers.
Okay.
But you remember what he did? All those goons he had brought. When he left, because he didn't even finish with us the funeral, many of them were left robbing people here on the road.
Okay. So this is what you're calling stupid politics, the art of bringing people in the crowd to cheer you or heckle other
Useless
people.
politics.
But that is what most of you politicians do. When you go for a sitting, you always have your two people, they cheer you, they boo other people. It's been an activity that's...
Except me. And you have seen it. Yani Obinna, wewe hujakuwa ukiona?
Wapi?
Mimi, you know, everywhere, just look at events,
okay,
except here in Kikuyu.
Okay.
Because even here, Wamatangi knows I don't entertain that nonsense. So he never bothers to mobilize people. In fact, the last time the president was here, he refused to show up. He gave excuses. But everywhere else, the president will go, Kiambu, atamobilize watu, wakuja wapige kelele. Lakini unajua, hiyo ni siasa ile ya 1930.
So you believe
Mimi hata mpige kelele the whole day. I will say what I have to say.
Like in Juja only
have
a very bad day in the office.
Yes. No, it's a normal day in the office for me.
Oh.
That is very normal in politics. Sasa,
okay,
nikuulize umebeba watu wakuja wapige kelele. Mwishowe mimi ndiye niko na microphone.
Yeah.
In fact, nilimwambia tukiwa Thika Stadium, next time my brother, walete microphone zingine, nikiongea, wapige kelele wakiwa na microphone, nisisikike, because I will still have to say what I have to say. Kelele, bila kelele, you know, you are not only addressing the people there, the mobilized crowd, you are also addressing other people who are not there.
Okay.
So you have to put it in your mind that you have a message to many people.
Okay.
Some who want to listen, and these mobilized ones who don't want to listen. Yeah. So me, it never bothers me, and I will never fail to go anywhere because ati umekusanya. Kwani unafikiria tukifika hatukuange tunajua? Si tunaishi hapa. Tunajua ameleta watu, ni wangapi, wanalipiwa wapi.
Okay. But also Wamatangi claimed at some point that there's some Kiambu MPs, to be specific, who are being used by the government to sabotage his governorship. And you're one of the people that have come out rightly. We know you guys don't have, like, you've just said, I'm gonna beef, I'm gonna beef. But are you being used by the government kufanya? Because we know PIA na number one, pia kuna venye, they are not...
You know,
that
mimi
tight
sitaki
anymore.
to discuss mtu mwenye hayuko hapa.
Okay.
But I will, and I don't know what he meant when he said that. So hiyo ni kitu naweza muuliza. Lakini beef nilikuwa nayo na Wamatangi when we were elected in 2022. We wanted to do markets because we promised the people of Kiambu markets. We wanted to do affordable housing. So tukafanya mkutano tukaambiana, we identify sites. Yeah? Housing, when we identified all the sites for housing, na tukakubaliana na tukapeana kwa Ministry of Housing and Markets, the day the Ministry of Housing advertised for housing, the following day Wamatangi went and advertised the same sites that is doing affordable housing. You advertise markets, the following day he goes to the newspaper, advertises the same sites, markets, being done by the county government. And for a moment, we stalled. Soko, ilibidi tutumie kifua. Affordable housing, we said, wacha tujingize kwa upuzi, let us find alternative sites. And you will see all the constituencies in Kiambu, 90% of affordable housing inafanywa on national government land, alternative sites. Because we say
sites original.
no, because Wamatangi advertise that he's doing housing, and those adverts are there. You can go and check. It's not things I'm making up.
So ndo ukajam.
Mpaka wa leo ningeuliza ni wapi amejenga. So it looked like outright sabotage of development. He has since come around and realized ilikuwa ni ujinga. Because hata zile that we did, hakuna kama sasa hapa Kikuyu, sio mimi nimejenga. Wamatangi alifanya alizunguka akisema MPs want to steal land. Me, first of all, Kikuyu, we don't have much land. So for me, initially I knew we have no land other than ile tunajenga pale. We started pursuing ile Akari agri-city. A concept that began in 2013 to have an agri-city in Mogoga hapa. And when is Nyoro who came up with that concept. And wakajaribu siku za Uhuru ikakwama. So in fact, I called Governor Nyoro. I told him, I want us to retrace where we were on the Mogoga agri-city. Okay. And we pitched the idea, the president bought it, and ametusaidia, so sisi hatukuwa na hizo mashida. But a place like Kiamba mpaka wa leo hakuna site ya affordable housing. Soko sijui kama wamejenga walipigana.
And all of this you're saying is because of the governor?
So unashindwa. National government imesema tunajenga soko hapa. If I was the governor, I would be very happy. Because I will use the money that I would have built a market there to provide water or provide drugs in hospital, ama nifanya kazi ingine, ama nitengeneza kabarabara. Okay. Ile shida ingine, me, I have nothing personal with anybody. Anybody, by the way. Even na hiyo siasa zake za upuzi. Okay. Namwambia, this constituency, tukitembea na hapa, utasikia kila mtu anauliza, mheshimiwa tusaidie kabarabara kakwetu. I tell them, some of these county roads, sina pesa, siwezi weka pesa kwa budget. Sababu, they are classified county government roads. So, unakatizia watu maendeleo na haufanyi. Si kama hutengenezi barabara, basi you hand it over to the national government, tutafute namna, tutengeneze.
Okay. So, the county by itself, how do you see it, the state of it? Is it doing okay? Is Wamatangi doing anything good?
We could do better. We could do much better. The potential for Kiambu County is immense.
Between him and the previous governors, who's doing a good job?
Kabogo did the best.
So Kabogo did better than Wamatangi. Okay. Do you
Wamatangi has a lot of PR.
Oh, wow.
Lots of PR.
Okay.
But the work is probably 30% of what Governor Kabogo did. Nyoro, if he had more time, he had also done very well.
Okay.
But you remember he was coming to finish off term Baba Yao when he was impeached.
Okay. Do you see him getting re-elected?
Nani?
Governor Wamatangi.
Hiyo sio kazi yangu, hiyo ni kazi ya wenye kupiga kura.
Okay, but you from where you sit, you might see you like, oh, huyo akiendelea kwenda na
Sasa
barabara.
nataka nitangaze kwa TV kama napigia mtu kura. Si uniuliza kama najipigia, nitakwambia najipigia. Yangu nitajipigia, ya William Ruto nitampigia na nimtafutie.
Sasa hiyo na una announce ndio? Ya kupigia Ruto nayo una announce, lakini
hiyo sio siri.
Governor, so ya governor ni siri.
Hiyo ni siri. Hata sijui nani wengine watasimama.
Okay.
Mimi nimekwambia sisimami.
Okay.
Na siwezi simama. Na hata nikipewa bure sitaki.
Okay. Okay. So umesema hauna beef na yeye, but also the other person that we also seen that you have beef with is Rigiji. Even on your father's burial as well, you had said at some point he had sent goons to come and harm your 105.
That was in June last year.
Yeah.
Yes.
So ni kama ilianza then. Hiyo story ilikuwa kweli ama ilikuwa ni politics tu mlikuwa mnatupanga?
That was a true story.
So Rigiji akae chini, ambie watu, ndugu yangu nataka mwende pale, mupate baba yake ni mzee, munyoroje.
Na mchome kwake.
Ulijuaje hiyo story?
The same way you get information from people of goodwill. Na wakati niliambiwa the plans that were there, kwanza kuna watu walishikwa kiasi, about 3 people. And they gave the information they gave, but they helped us to foil the plot of what was yale walikuwa napanga. And ilikuja kufika, unakumbuka June 25th last year, I think. Remember hiyo ndio siku wali mobilize very many goons. Wakaja, they burnt almost all government offices in Kikuyu town. Maandamano ya 2024 June, my NGCDF office was a target. Huyo mtu tunajuana vizuri. Nilikuwa nimesema the people, the goons, na sio mimi peke yangu, I remember even Boniface Mwangi saying it. The goons that infiltrated the peaceful demonstrations were the same people walienda kuiba kondoo shamba ya Uhuru na Mama Ngina pale Thika Road. Kamakis. The same people are the ones who were used to infiltrate the demonstrations at 2024 June. And the mobilizers were the same. Na hiyo mimi sisemangi sababu ni mambo sijui. And probably hiyo ndio hasira mingi unaona Rigathi nayo na mimi. Sababu anajua na mjua na anajua yale najua.
So unajuana kwa vilemba.
2023 wakati alienda kuiba kondoo za Uhuru na za Mama Ngina, I have said I was in that meeting in his office. In his office.
So walikuwa napanga kuiba kondoo za wenyewe na ukakuwa tu kwa na hukusema anything.
Harambee House Annex. Mimi ameniita. Nikapata the then IG wa polisi hapo. And one of the DIGs. Yeah.
So DIG alikuwa kwa meeting ya kuiba kondoo.
One of the former DIGs. Sikia. One of the former DIGs. Na 2 members of parliament from Eastlands. Now walikuwa kwa waiting room. So I was ushered into the room. Into his office. Unajua ile ofisi ya deputy president ile ilikuanga ya tinga, siku na ile glass partition. So I got in from this door, they were seated kwa sofas. So kuingia akaambia the watu wa polisi, asanteni, endeni tuongee na viongozi. So akaita wale wabunge. 2 of them are Embakasi. And I have said nikidanganyana na nimewaambia. Na nikasema nikidanganyana wanipeleke kotini.
Hao Embakasi ni akina nani hao?
Major Dong na Gakuya.
Huyu mwenye akuwa governor huyu?
Yes. Tumekaa hapo akaniambia sasa iko kazi nataka hawa heshimiwa apange. So he laid out the plan. Nimeambia polisi wasikuwe na polisi karibu pale. Hawa wataleta vijana waingie wakatakate miti waende wachinje hizo mbuzi na wabomoe hizo manyumba za mbuzi. Niambia first, nimekusikia lakini si watu wataumia, because hata huko kuna polisi wanagada. Nasema no, tumeangalia pale sijui kuna askari sijui 4 or 5 na wako ngambo ile, mbuzi ziko pande hii. Alikuwa amefanya research yake vizuri. So wakasema watakatia fence pande hii ya Kamakis. Mimi nikakaa hapo nikamsikiza. Tukaachwa wangapi? Akatoa pesa akapea wale endeni.
Pesa ngapi?
Kazi. Sijui aliwaambia wapewe na Wamombi. Kwa mtu alikuwa anaitwa Wamombi alikuwa pia hapo wake. Ndiye alisema endeni, Wamombi atawapea pesa ya kazi. When we left the two of us, I told him what you are doing is wrong. So if you do this to Uhuru, you are deputy president today, kesho ni wewe utafanywa hivyo.
But let me ask you, isn't it very much appropriate that when you held him accountable, it was just the two of you with no witness? So it's you against him. Like there's no, like...
No, but there are also other living witnesses.
But umesema mlibaki watu wawili.
I have told you there's a former DIG.
Au alishatoka.
Na sikuwa wakiambiwa, yeye ndiye alisema, aliwaambia. So anyone who would be interested, any complainant would be interested, you can call the former DIG and the former IG and ask them, mliambiwa nini kama hiyo nasema, aliwaambia, they can confirm. Those two MPs are still alive. Remember, when we gave that information to DCI, after Boniface Mwangi said the same people who mobilized people to go and steal Uhuru Kenyatta's goats are the same people who have infiltrated, mobilized the same goons to infiltrate the demonstrations. We gave that information to the police.
Yeah.
Those two MPs rushed to court to get inaitwa nini ile kitu, anticipatory bail.
So question,
siwaita hapa waulize anticipatory bail ni ya nini?
Ndawauliza tu. So wameenda kuiba kondoo, umejua hii story. Then ukanyamazia tu, ukacheza chini.
Sikunyamazia?
Si ulikuwa kwa hiki?
Sikunyamazia. Si nimekuambia when in 2024 they did the same thing.
No, but that is how many
we relayed the same information to the police.
But when
and even then
it works for you.
Yeah.
You relate when it works for you.
Even that working. Time, I told him, don't take that route. Do you know what he told me? No, ni sawa. Wacha basi I demobilize. Until now, hiyo siku, naona kwa social media, watu wananunua mbuzi kwa barabara.
Did you say anything about it
then? Nikapigia the former IG. Ambia, no, we have mobilized police to go. Then I went to Rigathi. Nikamwambia, my brother, uliniambia you demobilized. Ile kazi ulikuwa napanga. No, yes we did, lakini sijui iliendaje. Ambia, but I'm told hakukuwa na polisi. Nimepigia IG akaniambia ndio wamemobilize police. There's a place across where there is a police station. Sikumbuki inaitwa nini. Because I followed up to check. There is no other police in that neighborhood. There is a village across sijui inaitwa nini, and there was a police post.
Hapo nyuma wa Karuse.
Sijui that area. Ukiniuliza kama ni hapa Maihea ama Kambura nitakwambia.
Okay.
But that time when I was asked, I was told there is a police post. So they say they have mobilized officers from there and they are sending backup. Sijui from Ruiru.
Okay.
Those are some of the issues we started parting ways na Rigathi on. Why then? Because when that weekend, the weekend before, on Saturday, we had gone to his former school, Kagumo High School. Inaitwa Kianyaga High School.
Okay.
Yenye alikuwa anasomea. Tulienda na yeye ndege moja. Tukiwa kwa ndege akaniambia, by the way, unajua sasa mimi ni deputy president, kuna mambo ambayo siwezi sema. Huyu Uhuru ndiye anasponsor hii mambo ya maandamano. Ile maandamano ya sufuria. Na we need to tell him off. So lazima mwambie asipoacha kuweka maandamano atajipata watu wamevamia kwao. So I asked him, and that is why I relayed that information to the police then. Ikifanyika na nilikuwa nimeongea Kianyaga, sitasemekana ni mimi. Sema no, but uko na alibi. Wewe hata haukuwa huko, hata wewe hata unajua hiyo shamba. Niambia mimi hata sijaingia huko. So anyway, long story short, 2024 came, they did what they did. The good mobilizers got anticipatory bails, wasishikwe, wasiulizwe anything na polisi. We are there. That criminality continued. Last year walikuja tena wakachoma ofisi ya DCC yenye ilikuwa imebaki. Coincidentally yangu ya NGCDF, watu wa CDF walikuwa wananiambia tujenge, nikaambia hapana. Acha tusijenge kwanza, tuone what will happen. Number 2, if nikishika pesa ya CDF kujenga hii ofisi, it will mean I spend another 10-20 million shillings kutengeneza ofisi. Itabidi another project ikufe. We will have satisfied the derailers wenye walitaka kuchoma ili waturudishe nyuma. Sisi wacha tukae kwa hema. Mutafute tu ofisi huko, zingine mkae kwa hema. Bora mko na mahali ya kuweka documents, muhamishie kwa DC. Zingine mweke kwa ile ofisi tunatumia saa hii ya DDO. So that we don't get derailed on our development agenda. Because me, I'm very keen on rolling out the projects I have promised the people.
Okay.
And I said I'll be derailed.
Okay.
Last year ndio wamekujia hiyo ya DCC ikachomwa, ofisi ya IDs ile yangu ilichomwa pamoja na ofisi ya NHIF ama SHA hii. nilikuwa nimewajengea ofisi nikawapea bure, free of charge, no rent, nothing. Okay. And I even did it with my personal money.
Okay. Because
ilikuwa garage ya gari ilikuwa imejengewa mheshimiwa by the former MP.
Okay.
When I came in, I said I'll convert it into an office. Me, I don't need a garage. I gave it to NHIF. Ilikuwa nasaidia watu wa Kikuyu. So last year wakati wamekuja wakachoma koti, wakachoma ofisi za county, they came to this home.
Hapa ni kwako.
Kwani ni kwa nani?
Kile umetupeleka.
Ama ulifikiria sababu nimepata kumekuwa kwako?
I don't know. You were here to tell me welcome to my home. Mimi nimeassume because okay niko na
picha. Ni venye ulifika kama niko bunge sasa. Nikasema ukaribishwe ujisikie nyumbani, sikusema kumekuwa kwako. Na
kamzae akatufungulia gate nikasema rada huku ni
sasa hako kamzae nikakufungua gate usiku. Mchana hakunanga kamzae. Ukifika pale unajifungulia gate. But now that hiyo siku ya maandamano, because we had prior information ya their plans.
Salamu ilikuwa inakuja.
Si salamu najua ilikuwa ile upuzi tu ya simu.
No, kuna salamu ingine.
Salamu ilikuwa ile tulikuwa tunatumiwa ma messages, unapigiwa simu mpaka inajizima. But we found teknolojia ni mzuri bana. Lakini waliumiza watu by the way. Mimi tangu siku nilichaguliwa, my phone is open to everybody. I don't have 2 numbers, niko na namba moja ya simu. My constituents walikuwa wananipatanga kwa simu whether or not I have saved your number. Sasa tangu hiyo mambo ya kusalimiwa, you had to block all unknown numbers. So ukinipigia simu na sija save namba yako, haingi. So
lakini message unapata.
Ukituma message nitapata, but also from unknown numbers. Also from unknown numbers. They are diverted to a folder. So unless WhatsApp zitakuja, but I don't read. Mimi sisomangi.
I'm just checking.
Acha nikwambie usijichoshe. WhatsApp pia nikuonyesha simu yangu sijui iko wapi. Nimecategorize groups. Yeah. So I have favorites. Yeah. So messages from my favorites I will be able to see when they come in. All the others I don't read. Unless I am extremely idle.
Kuna MP umesave kama favorite?
Wengi.
Okay.
In fact, there is a group for work. I have a group for work where many MPs, but also have a number of my personal friends who are also some who are members of parliament, others cabinet secretaries who are under my favorites.
President ako wapi? Ako kwa favorite?
Ako kwa favorites.
Just check.
Na pia ako kwa work.
Kwa family?
Sina family wako favorites. Family wako favorites.
Kwa nafikiri huko na.
So that's how you sieve the negativity, your mambo ya matusi nini.
So you had information they are coming here.
So we had information, so we had prepared ourselves. There was adequate security cover hapa na kwa mzee.
Okay.
That is how when they came in, they could not access the gate. They had to break down part of the fence. But now because of the firepower that was coming from inside, they could not get in.
Then nyumba ingechomwa. Nyumba ingechomwa.
Well, sijui hata kama angechoma ni zile nguo mzee zilikuwa hapa angechoma, hakuna kitu ilikuwa hapa.
Okay.
Unajua naishi hapa, naishi Lavington.
So nguruwe.
Sasa nguruwe na ndio hustle yangu. Sasa mkichoma mnaumiza nguruwe ya nini? Nitalipia watoto shule na nini?
Sio ndio ilikuwa plan yao labda.
Sasa
watoto wasisome.
Sasa watoto wasiposoma umejinufai na nini?
Usipitishe finance bill nyingine.
Hebu tuende kwa hiyo finance bill.
Tutakuja hapo. So wakatoka
finance bill itapita.
Tunakuja hapo. Kwa finance bill niko. Anyway, so now, so that we wrap up on that one, so we come to this other one. So all of that has been happening and you feel like he's the one who's been sending these people to do it. And then I'm starting to see certain trends among politicians. Is it safe to say that now we are putting funerals to be battlegrounds? Because anytime kuna war, ni kwa matanga. Juzi, mumepatana pale, Olkalau. Kidogo, umeitwa mtoto mdogo. Kwanza, mheshimiwa, unapoteza president.
Na hiyo mtoto mdogo.
Not my words. Rigiji alisema wewe, akaambia president kwa macho yake, huyu mtoto... Jina yako ilitajwa mara ngapi ilipita? It was 21 times.
Huyo mtu aliniandikia ni 21 times, mwingine akaniambia hapana ilikuwa 27.
Yes.
Nasikia juzi amekuwa kameme imekuwa sijui 100 and what times.
Alikukanyaga.
Ni kama huyo mzee ananipenda sana.
Kakufua. I don't know, but alisema wewe president si mubaya, ni watu wanamusurround sana wewe. Unadanganya president, unampeleka kwa Murima, unamdanganya huko na when he heavyweight kwa Murima, nini unampangia kazi. Do you agree with this sentiment that unapoteza president?
Kwanza kuambia president hivyo ni kumwambia yeye hana akili. Yeah. Nikikwambia unapotezwa na huyu cameraman ni kusema wewe huna akili zako. Unatumia zangu ama unatumia zake. So matusi haikuwa kwangu, ilikuwa kwa president. Hana akili, anatumia akili zangu, which is not true. Rigathi anajua 2022 May of 2022 when tulianza mambo ya kuchagua running mate, mimi from 2018 niliambia William Ruto enda directly kwa watu, usingoje sisi wanasiasa tuje kuwa mabroka kwako. Tukikwambia mimi ndiye nimebeba hizi kura za mlima. Na nikamwambia, by the way, ilikuwa after by election ya Kabete. Nikamwambia by 2022 mimi nitakuwa broker. Moses Kuria atakuwa broker. Huyu Waitito amekuja atakuwa broker. Broker mkubwa kabisa atakuwa Uhuru Kenyatta, president. Sisi wote tukikwambia mimi ndio niko na usemi kwa mlima, to negotiate na Blackmail. Niambia my brother, vile nilikwambia 2015, enda kwa watu, usitutegemee sisi wanasiasa. That has always been my position. And thank God alisikiza, alienda kwa watu. Kuja kufika running mate, nakumbuka having a discussion with him, nikamwambia lazima uanze kufikiria mambo ya running mate na utupee kwa mlima. Akaniambia simuko. Nikamwambia tuko wengi lakini mimi usinihesabu. Mimi sitaki. And I had my reasons. Nikamwambia kwanza Uhuru Kenyatta amekuwa president. Baba yake alikuwa president, ni watu wa Kiambu. wewe na Uhuru mmekuwa president, deputy president, Mkikuyu Mkale, Mkikuyu wa Kiambu. Ikisemekana sasa president tena Mkale na Mkikuyu mwingine wa Kiambu, it will not sit well with the rest of the Mount Kenya people and the rest of the country. Number 2, mimi kidogo ni kichwa ngumu.
Si kidogo.
Mimi nataka nikuwe mahali tunaweza angaliana kwa macho, tunaambiana ukweli. Lakini ukiwa mdosi wangu sitaweza kuambia ukweli. Anza kufikiria and we start working towards marketing the candidate as we market you. Fast forward 2022, around February, we began that discussion again. As we also began the discussion of engaging Musalia and Weta and the others akina Mutua. And when they agreed and we did the earthquake, President akaniambia, nikamuuliza, I hope umeambia watu Deputy President ni yetu. Sema tumekubaliana na tumekubaliana how we'll settle them within the broader coalition. So tukaanza shortlist ya candidates. Culminating in May 14th, 15th hapo, I was adamant. You can ask Rigathi, you can ask any member of parliament who was in the last parliament. In fact, the president alinita siku moja akaniambia, nimechunguza, nimeona wewe, you are the rebel leader, hii rebellion iko Mount Kenya.
Oh.
Ya huyu Rigathi. Nikamwambia ni kweli. Lakini ziko peke yangu. Nataka ufanye mambo mawili. Fanya opinion poll. If Rigathi is a favorite, I will be the first one to endorse him, based on a scientific opinion poll.
Okay.
Number 2, ita wabunge wa hawa Mount Kenya. Listen to them individually, then maybe you can call us as a group and listen to us. That is all culminated in the long night, or the night of long knives. Before the Sunday, we had a meeting that Thursday, tukakuja Saturday. Thursday hatukusikizana, tukakuja Saturday. Mpaka midnight hatukusikizana. Mwishowe tukakubaliana vile tumefungia Kindiki na Rigathi because we were left with 2 candidates. Me, I was supporting Kindiki.
So Kindiki alikuwa kwa squad ya kwanza.
Kindiki, when we voted on Saturday morning, Kindiki had, I think, about 28 votes. Rigathi had 5 votes. Alikuwa na vote ya Theuri, yule alikuwa MP wa Embakasi West. Alikuwa na Adindi Nyoro. Kimani Ngunjiri abstained. Alikuwa na Jen Kihara. I think Jagwa. Who else? Sio kama nikakuya mani nani, one other person. 5 votes. Then 28 Kindiki, 1 abstention hiyo ya Ngunjiri. There was a spoiled one. Na kulikuwa na ingine ya Musalia, sijui ilitoka wapi because it was
Oh wow, Musalia atoki Mlima lakini ana
alipata moja pale na Waigoro moja, JB 2, JB Muturi.
Okay.
I had shared my thoughts with the president and told me, in my view, Kindiki is the best person or JB Muturi. I don't know, for some reason, I was more inclined towards the
But
East.
you didn't know more about Rigiji then?
I knew him because I had worked with him in parliament.
Oh.
I had worked with him, remember, for about 4 years.
Okay, so you already
I had seen the kind of character he is. Very vengeful, mtu who harbors a lot of bitterness in him. Na saa yote anaongea mambo chafu chafu and bad things, very bad things by the way. Because some of the things unasikia tukisema, zingine yeye mwenyewe alisema. And I don't want to mention them here, but they are there. Okay. Some of them, the things that made him not even want to be cross-examined wakati wa impeachment. Zisisemwa sababu zilikuwa kwa affidavits, zingesemwa. Ndio uliona akijifanya mgonjwa, asifanyiwe cross-examination. Hayo mambo yasitoke, watu wajue yeye ni mtu aina gani. But anyway, based on what members of parliament felt, and voted. When the opinion poll results, the president eventually showed us the opinion, public opinion, the scientific one. Kindiki was leading with 3 percentage points. But he said he's within the margin of error, the vote. So eventually tuliwaambia muingie pale kwa ofisi ya deputy president. Muongee msikizane.
Rigiji and Kindiki.
Rigiji and Kindiki. Saa hiyo by lunchtime when Rigiji aliona results ya kura vile imepigwa, akaitwa kuambiwa, he walked out, kaita bibi yake na watoto walikuwa wamekuja naye. Sisi tulikuwa na ma-t-shirts. Yeye alikuwa amekuja na suti amenyonga. Anakuwa announced deputy president that Saturday. Threatening would naenda kwa Uhuru amekuwa akinitafuta. Dindi na Sudi ndio hao mbio wakamfikia kwa gari wakamrudisha. Yeah, was adamant. Ikasema this is blackmail.
Hii meeting mlikuwa nayo wapi?
Sasa hiyo amelia machozi kama mtoto.
Ai, wewe sasa una copy paste script hapa.
Wacha no.
Rigiji alie.
Wacha nikwambie.
The lion of the mountain.
Sasa mimi nadanganyana. Wacha nikwambie. Si Dindi alikuwa mtu wake. Dindi Nyoro. Wameingia kwa room kwa ofisi Deputy President William Ruto, Dindi, Kimani Ngunjiri, I think Rigiji na Kindiki. At some point Dindi walked out na mimi nilikuwa naenda kwa Alu hapo tukapatana kwa corridor nikamuuliza mmesema nini? Ambia akia Mungu. This guy, imagine he's crying. Nikafikiria nikasema huyu Dindi na yeye sasa anajifanya ambia tafadhali tuende na Kindiki. Hii ni blackmail. Dindi. Nikajiambia this is hypocrisy. You are the one who has been pushing. Rigiji sasa unaniambia a different thing after all this hypocrisy. I brushed it off. I went to the loo. I came out. When we finished at night, tumewapea 3 hours wameongea na Kindiki, imeshindikana kusikizana. Wakakuja wakatuambia tumekubali about 10 p.m. Tumekubaliana tuachie the deputy president to decide who will be his running mate. The president only did one thing. He called all of us into the boardroom. Tulishona tukajazana hivi. Mimi nakumbuka nilikuwa nimekaa kwa kakona pale. Deputy president akasimama akasema sasa mmesikia vile Kindiki na Rigiji wamesema. I want your assurance, all of you individually, that whatever decision I make, we shall all abide by it. Moja. Kila mtu we shall
swear
abide.
Oath.
Tukaswear oath. Mimi ikanifikia nikainua mkono nikasema yes sir. Nikaweka mkono chini. Nikaambiwa voice it. Nikasema your excellency, yes, we will agree with your choice.
Niwe ni kichwa ngumu. Unasema in front of
I was being honest. And I told the president later that night, Your Excellency, mimi nimekubali, it's your choice. I know the decision you will make. Why? Because I had engaged
with room.
No.
Alisema tu mutaagree. Then akawacha muka.
Tumpe time aende afikirie, so turudi Sunday saa 5 he will make the announcement. And the announcement he will make, we will all agree with
Saa 5 mchana?
Saa 5 mchana.
Kwenda church
that Sunday. Hakuenda church, aliombea kwa nyumba. Mimi ndiye nilienda church.
But saa 5 you made it?
Nilichelewa. Kwanza akanipigia simu, nilikuwa niko church hapa Kikuyu. My wife ndio alirudi akaona message ya first lady. Akimwambia your husband akimbia anatafutwa. So my wife akanionyesha, nikatoka nikakimbia about 11:30. Nikapata wamesettle, nikasimama kule nyuma. Then nikaitwa pale mbele baadaye, Rigiji akiongea hapo. Anyway, I told the president, he ni blackmail that we are succumbing to. Be prepared to live for 5 years with blackmail from this man. And the president told me, wewe, kama unaogopa huyu mtu sana, kuja cabinet. Hii finance ukitaka ni yako, ukitaka transport ama interior ni yako. To Your Excellency, asante sana, lakini wacha nikae bunge.
Ulikataa CS position?
You can ask the president the day you meet him. He's my only witness, and he's a living witness.
Okay. Why did you refuse?
Because I didn't want. I have a calling to do what I am doing today. And I'm very clear in my mind on that.
Okay.
And I never wanted to abandon the people of Kikuyu because I had set out an agenda that I need to fulfill.
Okay.
And it is that serious for me, by the way. So nikamwambia, na utakuja kunihitaji kwa hii bunge, because I know a number of our colleagues want to get to cabinet. You still need strong voices in parliament. That is how I ended up being the leader of majority, to cut the long story short. Okay. Fast forward, the blackmail came.
Which blackmail?
Ya Rigathi. Na nimesema na wacha nirudie. Blackmail ilianza na pesa. Nakumbuka kitu ilikuwa inaitwa confidential.
Confidential expenditure?
Ilianzia hapo. Na chakula ya school feeding. Kwanza hebu ita Aaron Cheruiyot tumuulize. Tumetumiwa mimi na Aaron.
Umesaini mapesa? Kwa budget?
Tumeitwa kwa ofisi ya deputy president. Tumekaa hapo, CS wa education Mashogu wako hapo, PS Belio, some guy called Yusuf mwenye alikuwa in charge of Nakonek. Tumeambiwa hawa watu. These people wananunua ngunia maharagwe for 9,500 shillings. Na hii pesa yote wanakula kwa ministry. Hawa viongozi wako na kazi ngumu sana ya kumanage bunge. Ambiwa, sasa nataka mjue vile hiyo budget either itakatwa ama hawa waseme watafanya nini. Yule Yusuf akajaribu kujitetea, akaambiwa nyamaza. Kumbe tulikuja kugundua ilikuwa extortion ring. Hiyo pesa ilikuliwa na Rigathi na Mashogu ya school feeding.
Pesa ngapi?
When the president realized, akafunga.
How much was it?
Mimi sijui ni pesa ngapi, enda uwaulize. Lakini haikuwa pesa kidogo. So president akajua kuna wizi inafanyika ya school feeding. Akafunga. Kakuja confidential, pesa sijui ofisi ilikuwa confidential, office of the deputy president ilikuwa 300 million. Imetumiwa 700 by force. Ile PS, Treasury, CS, Ndungu wanapigiwa masimu, lazima u approve, release. So until they complained, kasemekana hii pesa ikuje under 223 approve bunge. So Treasury wakasema bunge ilikataanga such recurrent expenditure being done under 223. Nikaitwa na Rigathi. Ukiona na beef na mimi ni sababu tunajuana. Okay. Kaambia, hii pesa natumianga ya kumanage mambo. Yangu imeisha, nataka unisaidie, iko pesa tumechukua hapo, nataka ikuje na 223. Nikamwambia pesa gani? Hii ya confidential. Nikamwambia 223. Haiwezekani. Nikamwambia I was the author of a recommendation was the chairman budget and appropriations committee way back in 2018 that we cannot use confidential. We cannot use Article 223 on such expenditure. How do I now, as leader of majority, ask the chairman budget to approve such things or ask the house? Hiyo wachana naye, si ungoje mwaka karibu ishe. No, we have the numbers in parliament. Hey, but Your Excellency, we have numbers, but they are not to abuse, to do illegal things. That one, hata kama ni vile, my conscience will not allow me to do it, and I'm sorry, I will not do it. So, you can talk to the president. Akaenda kwa president. I was in that meeting. Akiambia president, tulikuwa tumeongea na leader ameniambia bunge iko na shida. Taka uni approve, treasury wa approve, nipewe pesa under 223. President akauliza kwani pesa imeisha? Sema I'll talk to Treasury. Treasury wakasema imetumika and he has committed up to 700 million. President said no. And that budget must never be beyond 200 million. And he called me and told me, make sure that budget never goes beyond 200 million. Even State House, we don't have that kind of money. So, ikasemekana, makataliwa na akaambiwa. And I'm going to tell Rigiji. Akaambiwa. Rigiji called me. Ambiwa sasa, amekataa, lakini hiyo pesa anakataa naye, atakuja kama ameshika bilioni 10 na meno hivi. I asked him, the president.
Bilioni 10?
10 billion. If you talk to MPs, they will tell you because a number of MPs aliita, he was trying to recruit MPs to his corner to use them now for blackmail. That is where now the MP started parting ways. Then wakaanza vita, sijui Dindi, anafanya functions, anaenda anatoa pesa, sijui ameenda na chopa, ametoa pesa mingi kuliko ya deputy president, ni kama anataka kuwa deputy president, ikakuwa vita. Ukionekana na Dindi, unatukanwa. Ikakuwa vita kubwa. I was the only person. And if Rigathi would be honest, he would tell you, and you can ask any member of parliament from the Mount Kenya region. When they were all now like this, diametrically facing opposite sides, I was the only one trying to bring them together. And I went to Rigathi nikamwambia, please make friends with these MPs. Wacha hii mambo ya vita na matusi juu ya Dindi. Huyu Dindi ni kijana. He probably has excitement na hii mambo mingi mpya. Understand him. Even me, I work with him that way. Because I am his leader of majority, he's my chairman budget. I push things in parliament, some of which I don't know what they are, because he just comradeship and teamwork. But you need not fight. Number 2, unajiharibia ukipiga wabunge sababu ya huyu kijana. Because now you are actually forcing them to coalesce around him. Anaenda wanapewa tu barabara ya mara mkuu wa budget, so they have something to go to. Stop fighting. Na wache kupigana na wao. Make friends with them. And if you even want to go anywhere, my brother, learn to work with other people. Sasa you are putting me in a very difficult situation because me, I have to work with these MPs.
Yeah.
I have to work with you as the deputy president. Anyway, I was wasting my time. Vita ikaendelea mpaka tukaenda tukaitwa Tukonia, Kudago tume nini. Hiyo ikaleta shida.
Ati mkaitwa?
Tukonia, Kudago tume takataka nyingi tukatukanwa.
Mukaitwa.
Tukaitwa. I remember he left us.
I thought that's a place.
Aliniacha Bungoma. In fact, I was trying to hike a lift with him to come back to Nairobi because he was living us in Bungoma. We had Madaraka Day, I think, in Bungoma then. Okay. Then he said, no, me, I'm going to Nanyuki. Kumbe hiyo Nanyuki ndio alienda some Kikuyu songs Mogithi thing. Akaenda tukatukanwa. The following week tukapatana State House. Nikauliza wewe atulienda kuniita Kakonia mimi. Mimi ni Kakonia yako.
Hiyo inamaanisha nini?
Kakonia ni kangunia. Na kuda gotomeni wale watu wanakuunda hivi. Alafu unawatuma. So anyway, ile matusi yake si unaona hii matusi anaendelea naye hata saa hii. So tukakorofishana, president akaingia tukaacha, na yeye akatoroka akaenda kuongea na simu kwa nyasi. In fact, ile mtu alikataza hiyo vita ni Aaron na Faruk. Hiyo siku.
Vita gani?
Hiyo.
Yako na Rigiji?
Ilikuwa kelele mingi sana hapo.
Wewe ulikuwa unataka kulimana na Rigiji?
Si kulimana, mimi siwezi pigana. I'm a very peaceful person, but I will ask you.
Oh, so it was a verbal fight.
Exchange. Yes. A verbal exchange.
But all of this money that you're saying, oh, he was doing this, he was getting money from here, nini, hakuna pesa mulikula naye? Unakusema you were just innocent.
Hapana, iko siku sasa nidanganyana kwa nini? Si tuliambiana tu sema ukweli. Si ndio uliniambia?
Yeah.
Iko siku. Wakati tuligundua wamekula na machogu pesa ya chakula. Ya watoto. Nikaza wewe.
Nakula peke yako kwa
Ulituita hapa tunasomea watu in our presence. Tunasikia hiyo pesa ililipwa. Na umegawiwa. Hapana, hiyo ni propaganda ya wakora. Kwanza huyo Msomali yako hapo ataona. Ngoja kwanza nimuite, akachukua simu. Ngoja achukue, I'll get hold of him. We will fire him. That day, kutoka kwa ofisi hapo, nikapewa chai, sawa mkubwa. Lakini hiyo mambo nilikuwa nimesikia tu fununu kama ni hivyo ni sawa tu. Nikatoka nikaenda nyumbani Lavington. Kitu 9:30 hivi. Jamaa wake alikuwa anafanya kwa ofisi yake anaitwa Ngodho.
Anaitwa?
Ngodho. Si Ngodha. Dirty mind. Naitwa Ngodho. Ni jina ya Kikuyu.
Useme hivyo.
Ngodho.
Sema hivyo.
Sasa unajua tuongee Kikuyu.
Okay.
So Ngodho akanipigia simu akaniambia uko wapi? Nikamwambia niko nyumbani. Wapi? Lavington. Tukutane hapa Shell. Iko nini? Iko kitu nimeambiwa ni kudropia na mkubwa. Sawa? How many minutes? Natoka kwa ofisi maybe about 20 minutes. So kachukua gari kaenda hapo Shell. Kakuja na backpack ya black. Nimeambiwa nikuletee hii. Ni nini? Kafungua zip.
Kwa nini naweza beba kwa backpack ya black?
Si hata vitabu.
Okay. So uletewe vitabu kutoka kwa Rigiji. Kwa nini si yesu education?
Nikapata. Iko milioni ngapi?
5 million.
Tano.
Kenya shillings.
Yes, in Kenya shillings.
Cash.
Crisp clean notes.
CBK.
Ile kwanza iko na karatasi ya white.
Ile ya white.
Na iko na polythene juu. So nikamuuliza ni ya nini? Ambia no, boss ameniambia nikuletee, atakupigia. Okay, sawa. Kachukua. Kaenda kuna ofisi nyingine hapo. Kaenda nikaweka kwa ofisi, kaweka kwa safe hapo Kilimani. Karudi nyumbani. About 10:30 akanipigia simu. Sasa unajua ile maneno tuliongea, najua kazi yako ni ngumu. Ambia kwanza sana. Unajua kwanza hii ofisi yangu every now and then wabunge wanataka support ya weekend harambee nini, naitwa harambee, saa nyingine nimekwama kabisa. Ndio nimesema nikusaidie kidogo ili uweze kujisukuma weekend. It was a Thursday evening. Najua kwanza siku hiyo nilikuwa na harambee sijui wapi. Nilienda nikachomoa mita pap.
Big boys.
Yes, nilikuwa na do. Lakini hiyo tu sikuwa iona nyingine. Sasa sijui kama ni iliibiwa ya chakula ama ni ile ya confidential niligawiwa. So
wait, 5 million peke yake ndo maikula na Rigiji hii.
Alinipea 5 million. Kwa nini?
No, in his entire
his entire
because you know I'll sit down with him na pia atakuja na zake aseme kwanza huyo Kimani ndio.
Akisema kama alinipea si aseme. Si mimi nimekuambia hata ni nani alipewa.
Okay.
Ngodho is a living witness.
Okay.
Mimi sikuambia watu wamekufa ama watu wenye hawako.
Okay.
Nakuambia watu, nikwambia wenye wakupanga gunzi, nikakuya na Mejadong, enda uwaulize.
Okay.
Ama uende DCI uulize DCI hawa watu mlikuwa na investigatea nini? Ama uulize DCI ile ripoti mlipata ya mbuzi za Mama Ngina na Uhuru mlipata ya nani?
Okay. So this is what has been the beef between you and Rigiji all along. These two small things that were happening.
Of course, now the fact that I never supported him initially, then of course wakati mambo ya impeachment ilikuja, it became untenable. The blackmail became too much. The government almost became dysfunctional.
Hizi vitu mnasemanga tu kuwekelea Rigiji haki.
Si awekelewe kwani ni mtoto si ajiseme. Si tunasema naye aseme yake.
Okay.
Shida yake ni uongo mingi. Look at the consistency of what I will tell you, what anybody else will tell you. Yeah? Okay. And you heard what the president said. True account of events. The president stopped MPs twice from collecting signatures until it became untenable. And MPs decided, in fact, waliambia, I remember, I was traveling to the US and the president asked me to call members for breakfast. Niambia hao watu wako na shida, be careful how you engage them on that subject, because what they are now saying hawa hapa wanasema wewe you want to send them all home in favor of Rigathi sababu anawapiga na umewaachilia, you are not protecting them, so if they can't impeach him they should impeach you.
Oh.
And when he met MPs they told him that either we go ahead with our work, we do not need your signature, hata sio bill hautaletewa for a cent, we don't need your signature to sign anywhere, just leave us to do our oversight work.
So the idea for impeaching Rigathi didn't come from the president? Na haikutoka kwako?
He protected him and defended him twice. So mimi kutoka US nikakuja, pressure bado iko. So tukaulizana, wabunge wamesema sasa signatures na karatasi ya signatures zimetengenezwa. Motion bado. So ikauliza, so signatures zina collectiwa alafu ambia now what you do, sikizeni, wacheni tuanze in an orderly manner. Tutafute grounds na motion. People brought almost 30 grounds. Got a team of lawyers.
Kina Mutuse?
Go through, no, Mutuse was, we had 4 volunteers as the movers of a motion. By the way, if you even look at the list of signatures signed, number 1 to number 5, you will see was signed much later because it was left for the mover seconder, because we knew who we were dealing with. So we said, you may unawezeka Obinna hata auawe ama disappear. So we must have a number like 4, 5 people, mover seconder. Waachue the first lots because motion itakuwa hapo, then the names. So tukaunda, lawyers helped kutengeneza the grounds, kasema hizi haziwezi enda hizi, we can.
Okay.
And went through the law meticulously, the process. When those signatures were being collected, I called Rigathi. I told him, I told you to make peace and make friends with MPs. Wewe uski. Sasa hata mimi umeniingiza kwa matusi. I was your last bastion of hope. Mimi nimefika mwisho. I will not defend you and I will not support you. And I will be the first to sign. Unfortunately now when it was said number 1 to 5, he actually for the mover and seconder in the meeting that we eventually had when we were collecting the signatures, I signed, I think, either number 6 or number 5, I can't remember. So Rigathi still believes that, of course, if I had not joined the impeachment bandwagon as majority leader, he would not have been impeached. But it was untenable to have that kind of deputy president. The kind of things you see him do today are the dangerous things he was doing in government.
What you find nini dangerous? Because
Unaona hiyo incitement, even ethnic incitement.
But see, nakuanga
He
tu.
was doing it now.
Hi
now,
cousins.
Now he does it openly. Then he was doing it huku chini chini. I remember there is a PS called Josephine who was fired. Nakumbuka? The first PS the president fired. That PS, when the president offered us an opportunity to give names for people to be nominated as PSs, we gave names. Rigathi called me akaniambia huyu PS tumefanya kazi naye sana wakati nilikuwa nafanya biashara kwa Ministry ya Health. na ni wa Kiambu, would you mind giving her name? Tupanane na jina yake akue you own her kama mtu wa Kiambu. Ambia I didn't even have someone else. It's okay. Ni tukapeana jina yake. That PS was fired because Rigathi took his son to supply mosquito nets. Nakumbuka ile scandal ya mosquito nets. Ikazungushwa hivi kwa magazeti nini, ilikuwa Rigathi na watoto wake. That is what made that PS get fired. Because it was a donor funded project, paka donors, pesa ya donors ikapotea. So ilianza hapo, I have not done any business in this government. Nikamuuliza mkubwa, kwani serikali ilikuwa ya biashara? Si angalau this first term we first deliver ile mambo tuliambia watu wetu. Kumbuka tuliambia watu wetu mambo ya majani chai, mambo ya kahawa, mambo ya maziwa. Tukaambia mama mboga tutajenga masoko. Hata hii masoko hatujaanza kujenga. Tulisema tutafanya affordable housing. Tulisema tutabadilisha hii NHIF. Bado hatujafanya. So we first focus on work. No. Hey, mimi unakumbuka wakati wa Uhuru hakuna pesa nilitengeneza. Uhuru kwanza alifungia pesa yangu yote. Anyway, mambo chafu that we are wasting time. Let us discuss more important things.
Okay. At the funeral also it appeared like Rigiji was asking the president for a handshake. Indirectly. Like he was like, talk to me. Stop talking to these small boys around here. Talk to me. If today the president is to work again with Rigiji, where would you be?
Who? Where would I be? Where I am?
Like would I support your movement? Let's say, for example, while they have an
Obinna,
argument.
I am a very pragmatic person. Me, I can work with anybody, anywhere. I never supported Rigiji to be deputy president. Rigiji is on record. Him, not me. Akiongea in not less than 3 occasions or 4 occasions. Akisema huyu Kimani Ichung'wah ni kiongozi sijui shupavu, huyu ndiye jamii yetu inaweza tegemea, ni kiongozi ako na maono makubwa. A lot of praise and worship then, because I was supporting him 150%. Because I said, and I sat with Kindiki, we made a conscious and deliberate decision and said, you are my candidate, wewe Kindiki, for deputy president. You never made it. We got what we wanted. We got government. Now is focus on delivery. This man, we never supported him. Let us go to him and offer an olive branch. We will work with you. That is what we did. Go back to all your clips. Look for clips. Rigiji is talking, praising Kindiki, praising Kimani Ichung'wah, because the two of us were working very closely with him. Very, very closely. So closely, Obinna, that ile wakati akianza ile blackmail yake. Unakumbuka kuna time alidisappear sijui for almost 2 weeks. Just before the state visit ya president to the US. He disappeared. Then akarudi kusema ati alikuwa kwa mlima akiomba. Akazima simu for like 2 weeks. You are the deputy president of Kenya. Umezima simu, askari wameambiwa asiseme yako happy, na ameenda amejifungia kwa nyumba huko kwa kijiji. When we met at the airport, because me and Duale were departing with the president for the state visit, we told Murkomen and Kindiki, please endeni muongee na huyo mzee. Na mimi na Duale tukirudi, tutakuja pia tuongee na yeye. You have heard Murkomen and Kindiki say walienda hapo Karen na wakafukuzwa. Wakaambiwa aseme hayuko, lakini alikuwa hapo akinyolewa. Mimi, when we came back, I sought to see him with Duale. Nikazungushwa hivi, mwishowe, he told me niende peke yangu. Of course, he had gotten hold of Kindiki alone after a cabinet subcommittee meeting. Akaanza ile baile yake ya ukabila. These Kalenjins, these people, sisi, jamii, tushikane. You know, trying to recruit people to his corner. On the basis of ethnicity alone, nothing else. So Kindiki shared that with us. And I told myself, Mimi, siendi poisoning. I want us to focus on the issues at hand. You are the deputy president, you can't do what you are doing. Nikasema sitaenda peke yangu. And I still have those SMSs on my phone. We are still looking for you with Duale. He told me, no, come on Friday alone. Sikuenda. Then we were to meet with him and Musalia and Aaron Cheruiyot, mambo ya amalgamation ya ANC into a new DA. So he told me that day, kuja an hour before tuongee ile maneno ulikuwa nataka tuongee. Nikajua, okay. I made sure that is the day Karoli Omondi, not Karoli Kipchumba had his wedding hapo Karen Blixen. Musalia was in that wedding. I called Musalia, boss, niambie ukitoka kwa wedding na mimi nitoke. Wakati Musalia niambia natoka kwa wedding na mimi nikachomoka kwa nyumba. We arrived almost at the same time with Musalia. So we never had that one-on-one. Hiyo ya mambo ya fitina. And I told him that evening, Your Excellency, sikutaka kuja peke yangu, nataka tuongee mimi na wewe na Waziri Duale because kuna mambo tulikuwa tumeongea tutaongea pamoja. Okay. I look for time. After that was downhill. Okay. Downhill.
Would if he looks for you now, would you work with him again?
I have spoken to Rigiji even after impeachment.
Oh.
The time he had a problem, he reached out through a friend.
Which problem?
Don't worry.
Oh, okay.
He had a problem.
Okay.
And he wanted to send somebody to the president. The mutual friend said, I'll not go to the president. Let me look for Ichung'wa. He agreed. He came. We called him. We spoke. The thing he wanted, I told him, I don't need to go to the president on that. That's a no. Because what he was asking...
president decision.
Because it's not a decision for the president to make.
Block blessings za mtu.
Hapana.
When he gets
alikuwa nauliza eti asaidiwe hii mambo ya kesi. Hii alifile ya impeachment. That was early 2025, I think, or late 2024, I can't remember. So, I can't remember exactly. But I have all those records on my phone. I can check and tell you.
Okay.
Because I took screenshots of those calls and the length of time.
Okay.
So, I like to keep records as an accountant. So, ulisikia akisema mimi ni accountant. Anajua. So, tunajuana. So, the issue we wanted is that he be helped to clear the court matters. So, I told him, first, it is you who has gone to court, not the president. And you have not even taken the president to court. You have taken parliament as an institution. And I explained to him, parliament can never impeach a constitutional process. What you're asking us is to change the constitution, which we can't. Because the process of impeachment is provided for in the constitution. What you're asking me that we do is to impeach that process and impeach our own processes in parliament. That, as leader of majority, ndugu yangu, I can tell you will not happen. But anyway, I will mention it to the president. Okay. But I can tell you outright, it's not even a call for the president because the president is not in court. It is parliament as an institution and Senate, the National Assembly and Senate, and parliament, and you who are in court, not anybody else. The president is not there, and the president will not dictate to parliament on court matters.
Okay.
The same way parliament cannot dictate to the courts or the courts cannot dictate to parliament. So allow due process to follow. Lakini tulia ndugu yangu. Na uache hasira mingi, na uache bitterness mingi. Heal.
But
there is more to life.
Yenye wanasema inasemekana pia unakuanga na hasira mingi.
Nani?
Haraka wewe.
Mimi? Naweza kasirika kwani si mimi ni binadamu.
So basi umesema Rigiji ndiye aache hasira mingi.
You know, kuna hasira. Unajua naweza mfanya kitu sahihi uniudhi nikasirike. Uzuri mimi hasira zangu ni za dakika hiyo tunamalizana inaisha.
Okay. Kama
ni ngumi tulimane tumalize. Ukiniita ng'ombe nikuita kuku tumalizane, we are even.
Hasira kama
that's why Obinna me you will never find me smiling. I have no stress in my life that hasira na nini.
Okay.
Mimi si baby vitu siweki kwa roho. Ndio maana unaona mimi sina black heart.
Mtu hawezi jua roho ya mtu kwa kuangalia.
Unajua na vitendo my friend.
But juzi pia
ukiwa mtu wa kuweka hasira na machungu ndani yako, you become a very dangerous human being. There is nothing you cannot do.
Okay. Speaking of kuweka hasira kwa roho, si wewe ndio ulidraw line on the sand ukaambia Rigiji asikanyage Kikuyu?
Yeah.
Na ukasema ati kama mtu ametahiriwa akanyage Kikuyu,
Sasa,
kama usijaribu, alafu
hapana, sikusema asikanyage Kikuyu, by the way. That is a corruption of what you were saying. And you can play the clip. Okay. Nilisema na niliongea na Kikuyu. Hiyo matusi alienda kunitusi Wangige. Sijui bibi ya Ruto, sijui nani. Kama yeye ni mwanaume ametahiri, akuja nitukane hiyo matusi hapa Kikuyu.
Na akakuja.
Ulisikia akisema hiyo? Ulisikia akiniita bibi ya Ruto?
Mimi nilisikia tu kuna ngoma imeimbwa na msanii mwingine wa nini anakuita hivyo.
Hiyo ni sawa. They can do anything. I tell you, me, those things don't bother me. Yeah. Lakini, the thing is, na nilisema, typical of Rigiji.
Okay.
Na ndio naona akona hasira mingi sababu anajua na mimi namjua. The week he said he was coming here, prior to that he started mobilization ya goons. You know, we know his networks ya goons. Wakati tulienda mazishi pale Olkalau, si ulisikia akisema leo, hata alisema leo yule mtu hangeongea kwa hii mkutano, hata akasahau ni mazishi sio mkutano. Ni huyu Ichung'wa, huyu hangeongea. Unakumbuka? Because he had mobilized goons to come and heckle, and you saw there were mobilized crowds for heckling. Na ndio walikuwa wanajifanya mimi hata ndiye naombea watu ruhusa kuongea hapa. So na uliuliza kitu muhimu, nitakumbuka ni kujibu mambo ya siasa kwa mazishi.
Okay.
That day one of his MPs aliniambia, tulienda hapo nyuma, akaniambia na wewe leo tumekupangia. Nikamuuliza nini? Ambia hapa kila mtu ameletwa hapa, brief yao ni usiongee. Ni hiyo. Nikamwambia poleni. Hata program mimi hatuongei.
Okay.
Because nataka the chairs of the committee ya mazishi waongee on behalf of MPs. Speaker introduce MPs, governor, deputy president, Rigiji, president waongee. Kama wanakuja. So the week prior to his coming to Kikuyu, and the intelligence, and I must thank the NIS, they have very good and credible intelligence. Cells ziko hapa Dagoretti, wengine Githurai, had started being activated. Na ndio uliona majority of the people walikuja Kikuyu were outsiders. Uliona hata watu wako na Wanyandarua wamekuja na t-shirts za Senator Medho. And you know, we are colleagues. Many of these people are my friends. Many of the MPs who hang around him want favors from me once in a while. So they come and volunteer information. So Rigathi on Thursday writes a letter to the IG saying Kimani Ichung'wah is planning goons, and you must make sure the police do not interfere with our meeting, withdraw police. I saw that letter when I was somewhere, and I wrote to the IG. I told the IG, don't fall into the trap ya Rigathi. Because he says one thing, pointing fingers in this direction, but that is exactly what he's planning to do. So I knew he's actually mobilizing and planning to mobilize goons. You remember alianza kwa mazishi, akaanza kusema, huyu kijana anataka kuchoma manyumba ya watu, kuua watu, kupora maduka ya watu, ili aseme ni mimi. That is exactly, it is reverse psychology. So I told the IG, don't fall into the trap and provide adequate security. That week, and we shared all those clips with the police, the video clips that we were saying, the DCP aspirants, some of them were mobilizing groups of gangs of young men. I told all my people in my office, hata kama uko na biashara gani Kikuyu that day, musikanyanga Kikuyu. Isisemekane ni nyinyi mnakuja kumobilize watu. Mimi, that day I went to my in-laws in Mathera. By the way, nimeoa kutoka kwa kina Rigiji hapo, karibu kwa hapo, Mathera.
So ni shemeji?
Mimi ni shemeji. Even when we in good books alikuwa anasemanga hivyo, mimi ni shemeji yake. Ati alinipea msichana hata kama hakujua nikioa. Siku hizo ndizo alikuwa naiba relief food.
Oh, wow. We.
Sasa si alikuwa ndio mwizi wa relief food, sasa kwa kitu ya kuficha in the public domain.
So sema allegedly.
Si allegedly.
The opinions are of the speaker.
Obinna mimi husema, nikisema uongo nipeleke kotini.
Aya, Rigiji
Mwambie ni mimi myself and I. So anyway, mi nilienda my memorial of my mother-in-law in Mathera. I told my people, none of you. But I asked the district security committee, make sure there is no breakdown of law and order. Because all they wanted was something to instigate violence, then loot shops and actualize what Rigiji was saying. When it backfired, when the police repulsed them, walifika hapa naambiwa kwa interchange sijui ya Dagoretti, wakasimamisha magari. He told the people, nyinyi sasa murudi hapo, muingie kwa hiyo station, police station, muulize kwa nini mkutano wetu imetawanywa. Ukiambia vijana you have mobilized ati waende kwa police station wakaulize, what are you telling them? You are inciting them to go and cause violence kwa town. You know, a police station is right at the center of town. The information we had was that at the police station kuna tunyumba za mbao na mabati. That is the first thing they wanted to target, to ban. And that is why they wanted their meeting at the bus park. I said that week thrice in parliament. And I have repeated it severally. I said, Justice Maraga, a presidential candidate, legit presidential candidate, wacha huyu Bonoko mwenye hawezi simama anadanganya watu watasimama. Maraga, nothing stops him because he has never been impeached. He's only a retired, old tired man. Was in Kikuyu, I think on the 12th of March. Alikuja, akaweka magari yake ya sound, kando kwa stage ya kufungia mtu barabara, hakufunga biashara ya mtu. He addressed his supporters, hata kama walikuwa wachache, and he left. I said, Rigathi is welcome in Kikuyu anytime. What I said I detest and we shall not allow is ukuje ulete goons kuharibu mali so that you actualize what you wanted to blame me on. Because Rigathi has discovered one thing. The same thing you discovered, Obinna, when you told me when you came here, you realized that the people here have no beef with me, the people of Kikuyu. Of course, even him, he does his research and he knows the people of Kikuyu know me. I focus on my work and I deliver to them what they have elected me to deliver to them. Na hata wakinitukana huko watu wakiwa naambia wewe vumilia matusi, wewe tufanyie ile unatufanyia. And I tell them, mimi nitavumilia matusi yote, nitavumilia vita yote ya siasa, but you will get where I promised you we will get to. So what he was looking for is to create disharmony in Kikuyu. Isemekane town ya Kikuyu imeharibika, watu wamepigwa, wameuawa, duka zimechomwa. Hii kazi yote ni Ichung'wa amefanya. Thank God, watu wa Kikuyu, I was born here. Nimekuambia 800 meters from here. I went to school in that town ya Kikuyu. My own family has a lot of interest, let me just say, a lot of interest in that town. We are major stakeholders as a family in Kikuyu town. When that town started, the second storied building in that town is my father's building. From the 1950s, late 50s, when Mzee built his first shop hapo in Kikuyu. So I would be the last person to degrade my town or my neighborhood. But Rigathi knows that can cause disharmony and friction, so he wanted an instigation of that. I had, by all means, using legit ways, using the police to stop him from doing that. But tomorrow Rigathi akitaka kuja, nimesikia akisema naenda Kinoo, sijui anaenda Lusegeti, mwambie hata hapa Kikambu, hata hapa Maihe, there's a shopping center here called Maihe.
Mayaihe.
Maihe. I know what you're thinking.
They don't sell eggs?
Mai, si mayai.
Oh.
Mai aihe.
I was like, hey.
Maine maihe.
Okay.
Iko hapa. So ukitoka anaweza tembea hata akuje kwa kila nyumba. Akuje atukane Kimani Ichung'wah, aseme ni bibi ya Ruto, aseme hakuna kazi anafanya. Kazi yake ni ulisikia ile anasema ati Kindiki sijui anafanya nini. Dirty language. Wacha base. Iko wengine alisema sijui analamba. Jesus. Mambo mzee rika hiyo hafai kuongea mbele ya watoto, anaongea mbele ya watoto.
Do you feel like nowadays you leaders have lost political decorum because the language you guys use, you included, and every other leader, we sit down, I'm like, I can't even watch news with my kids. I'm like, utasikia tu mtu amesema kitu, especially because nowadays we find them on the digital platform. At least the old media houses would sieve out a few words. Siku hizi munasema tu,
kwa social media everywhere.
Kama hii yenyu ya kuitana hapa, mmeitana makehe. That word is a very bad word.
Makehe si.
Mumeitana makehe hapa. Hii yenyu hii when you are drawing the line that has kanyagi Kikuyu.
No. I said, let me say it in English, uelewe vizuri. Ama Kiswahili. Okay. Hiyo matusi ulitukanana hapo Angie. Kama we ni mwanaume matairi kamili, kuja utukanane hapa.
Same thing.
So, I am telling you, is symbolism, is symbolic language to tell you, if you are man enough, wacha kwenda kwa jirani hapo kuniita bibi ya Ruto. Kuja usemee mimi ni bibi ya Ruto hapa.
And he came, but you are not there.
Kwani I was to be there?
Si ulimwambia kama
No, you know, my people have a lot of decorum, and the people of Kikuyu are very respectful. Hii constituency, siasa ya vita, siasa ya matusi, unajichanganya. In fact, I was very happy when they started fighting. Sinasikia Saturday walikuwa hapa Dagoretti Market. They still fought. Sijui supporters wa huyu candidate na huyu wanapigana, naona hata kwa mitandao wanatukanana. Sijui mwingine anasema amelipa pesa mingi kwa Rigiji kuliko yule mwingine hata asiongee.
So what do we do now that you guys have lacked?
And let me combine that with the question.
And you are the majority leader.
The question,
most of them are your MPs.
The question ulikuwa umeuliza pia ya mazishi.
Yes.
Na nilisema kwa mazishi
megeuza ni campaign.
Mazishi ya Mheshimiwa Kiaraho.
Yes.
Go through my public record. I have only spoken politics in one funeral. Mazishi ya mother to the speaker. And I said it during Kiaraho's funeral. I do not, as a matter of principle, speak politics in two places. Kwa mazishi or private functions. Kama warusi. Even church, I restrain myself from speaking politics. I speak, when I'm attending church in my constituency, I speak, if I'm given an opportunity, unaambia mheshimiwa amekuja tusalimie. Nasalimiana, and I'll speak local development issues there. Go back to the public records, you will see. And I said, unless provoked, Governor Natembeya provoked me. Wetangula, just like Wamatangi would have provoked me had he done the shenanigans he was doing here. Wetangula has lost a parent. Natembeya comes to the funeral of Wetangula's parent, kuja kumtukana hapo, akijifanya ati Fred the brother is my friend. Ati hata wakati mama na mzee walikuwa saa ingine wasikii vizuri, nilikuwa nawatumia pesa. You know, complete lies.
How do you know it is lies? Are you Wetangula?
No, I was seated 5 seats from Wetangula. I walked to Wetangula, look at the clips. Because me, si uko na hiyo mazishi?
Yeah.
Check if there is not a time I moved to Wetangula.
Umuuliza?
Because nilimuuliza speaker. Unajua tuko mazishi. The things this man has said are very bad things.
Okay.
And the speaker told me he needs to be answered. I told him the next speaker who is speaking is after the governor who was speaking was Kingi, then to invite Musalia to invite Weta to invite the president. I told him now I don't know who will answer him. Wacha nione. He said, no, find a way. You answer him yourself, please.
So Weta told you?
Yes. Because I had gone there to mourn with my speaker.
Okay.
It is my speaker and Mheshimiwa Anyonyi that I know in person in that family. As in we are close because we work together.
Okay.
I know Fred, I know some of the other siblings, but we are not as close as Wanyonyi and the speaker. And I asked the speaker for guidance. And he told me, please answer him and spare nothing.
Lipua?
Na nikafanya hivyo. With precision.
No wonder unapatanga chance mingi ya kuongea kwa parliament. Na ma-MP wengine hawapati hata chance ya kuweko kwa inaitwa order, ile kitu yenye inaitwa ile ya ku
Gani?
Ndio mtu apate kuongea
Order
kwa chance.
Presidents.
Si ndio hiyo sasa. Wewe unaongeanga zote. Nikiingia tu hivi. Kimani Ichung'wah kwa bali Mr. Speaker.
Unajua
like, wapi wase wengine?
Unajua I am the leader of government business. And parliament transacts a lot of government business.
Oh, okay.
So nitaongea, then also parliament has its traditions.
Okay.
First, if you are in leadership, the leader of majority gets first priority. Okay. Then the leader of minority, then the whips in that order. Then from there, seniority in terms of ranking members who, someone like Honorable Aden Kenani in this parliament. Or before Buddy left, he was a ranking member, having been a former leader of minority. Aden Duale, when he was in the House, remember, even after he left the office he was holding, he was a ranking member. You will get priority.
No wonder Salasia ongeangi.
And longevity. Sasa Salasia kuangi bunge. Hata akiuja bunge ni kupitia.
Wacha wewe. Salasia mmoja?
Si Salasia.
But anachapa kazi kwa ground.
Kazi unajua kazi ya mbunge si ya bunge tu, by the way.
But legislation is
nothing against nothing against Honorable Salasia or even someone like Oscar Sudi.
But that is
Ata
the
Oscar
main
Sudi
job.
will hardly see him in parliament. Lakini wako na kazi zingine wanafanya.
No, Sudi na anapiga job vizuri kwa ground. However, as a member of parliament, what's the key job for you?
Hiyo kazi ya ground anafanya, it's part of his work.
But
because wewe kazi yako ni representation, ile iko kwa katiba, legislation, ndio unakuja kufanyia bunge, na sio bunge tu. For instance, Sudi, Salasia utakosa kwa chamber, lakini ukienda kwa committee utapata they attend committee meetings. And the actual work
iko kwa committee
by the way.
Lakini legislation that is protecting us inafanyika wapi? Kwa floor. But haifanyiki kwa floor?
Na hapo ndio tulikosea wakati tulidanganya wa Kenya in 2024 na finance bill. Sio tuliwadanganya, those who are misinforming Kenyans. Na nilisema juzi in another station, wa Kenya hawakuelewa the process ya legislation. Finance bill for instance ya 2024, wakati ilichapishwa na ikaanza kuenezwa uvumi, mambo mingi, iko na tax ya diaper, sanitary towels, iko na tax ya mkate, iko na tax ya gari, iko na tax ya avocado, ya kondoo, ya punda, ya ng'ombe, ya mbuzi, all those things that were said, negative things. Nothing positive that was being said yenye iko kwa hiyo bill. Wakenya wali consume the information that was relayed to them, mostly on social media, and a few mainstream media stations where there were lazy journalists who were not going to the bill to confirm other things being said about the bill, true or false. True, for instance, there was a proposal to tax motor vehicle circulation tax. There was a proposal to put VAT on bread. True facts. In the bill as published. But a bill, when it is published, is a legislative proposal that comes to the House principally for three things. One, the House to do public participation. Na Committee ya Finance ikafanya hivyo. Very detailed public participation. Public participation ni ya kufanya nini? Wakenya waseme hii tax ya mkate hatutaki, hii tax ya gari hatutaki, hii tax ya nini hatutaki, hii tax waiver ni mzuri ibaki. Kenyans did all that. Kenyans who follow the process. After public participation, the committee brings a report to the House. Ile report ndio inasema tumeenda kwa Wakenya, wametuambia tutaki hii tax ya mkate, tutaki ya magari. Lakini hii tax waiver ya wenye wako na pending bills ni mzuri ikae. Hii kazi ya kufungulia biashara zifanyike ni mzuri ikae. Wakiweka kwa report, tunaingia second reading of the bill. Second reading ni debate. Niyo sasa talk shop. Tunakuja tunaongea, mimi nasimama nasema naunga mkono huu mswada sababu uko na hii waiver ya income tax ya wale ambao wako na pending bills hawajalipwa, itatufungulia biashara, nafasi za biashara yenye italeta viwanda zaidi na ajira kwa Wakenya, itatusaidia kukusanya ushuru zaidi, lakini pia iko na ushuru wa mkate ambao sikubaliani nao ama nakubaliana nao. Iko pia na ushuru wa magari ambao sikubaliani nao. That is the debate that was going on during second reading. That second reading stage, you are debating the bill as it was published. Ukipublish bill, uandike Kimani, uweke Kimani, uweke K-E-Y as Kimani, na jina yangu ni K-I, hiyo bill itakaa hivyo mpaka ifike third reading, committee of the whole house. Ili useme amend the name Kimani by deleting EY and replacing with I. So, second reading wakati ilifanyika, bill inapitishwa vile ilivyo, sababu tumesema bill ipite sasa ili iende committee of the whole house, tuweze kufanya amendments ama kurekebisha. Wakati ilipita second reading, nakumbuka tulifanya PG in State House, Kimani Kuria chairman wa committee akajulisha Wakenya yale mabadiliko yote, close to 60 amendments ambazo wanapendekeza, ikiwemo kutoa ushuru ya mkate, kutoa ushuru ya magari. In fact, when we published the bill, tulisema hii ushuru ya magari cannot go on a technicality because it had pegged the motor vehicle circulation tax on the Income Tax Act, the act that taxes incomes. Your motor vehicle is not an income, it's an asset. So you can't put it as an income tax.
Is a liability.
Yeah?
Well,
hata ikiwa liability, sio income kwako, so haiwezi kuwekewa income tax.
Okay.
So hiyo hata even as the bill was published, we say this one will die a natural death on that technicality alone, even before you go to public participation. So those things were to be done in the committee of the whole house. On the 25th of June, that very unfortunate day, unfortunately, that is what your elected representatives were doing. Kitu walikuwa nafanya ni kurekebisha ile bill ifuatilie matakwa yenyu. Lakini tulikuwa tumewekwa hisia za uchochezi, tuna mambo machafu, mambo ya uongo, tukayaamini, and we believed lies were the truth. I remember a week after that finance bill, many MPs were not able to face their constituents because of the negativity that was there. I remember I did a meeting at a place called Kerwa. Then they even circulated on social media ati nimefukuzwa Kikuyu. Wakaweka picha za sijui wapi Nyandarua, na hata sio za Kikuyu. So I was asking, is it the same function I was in? And I told people that day, najua mmekasirika sana. Nikiwaangalia uso hata naona vile mnaniangalia. Lakini give yourselves time, mkipona mtapona. Mtakuja kujua mimi ndiye nilikuwa nawaambia ukweli, wale wengine walikuwa na wadanganya. This finance bill yenye tumekataa last week, hii ilikuwa natusaidia tukusanye ushuru tuweze kumalizia hizi barabara zenyu zenye zimekwama sana. Today we have indicated those roads are ongoing. Many of the roads that stalled back in 2016, 10 years ago when Uhuru Kenyatta was president and William Ruto was deputy president. And I was chairman of budget and appropriations, and there was no money to build those roads.
Nyuma kidogo tu. Nyuma tunakuja kwa hapo. Nyuma kidogo tu. Umesema when you went to the committee first before it came to the floor. Okay? So who came up with this idea for this?
For what?
For the finance bill. Mdo ikaenda kwa committee. Who came up with those, your tax on motor vehicle circulation?
Finance bill.
Who came up with those?
Finance bill is a bill that is done every year. You know, many Kenyans had finance bill for the first time in 2024.
Yeah.
But finance bills
before the financial year,
the advent of democracy in Kenya and parliament.
But who came up with
the proposals? Will usually have come from the National Treasury, following again public engagement, what they call sector hearings. Yeah.
Okay.
Zingine ni ideas to the Treasury in an endeavor to collect more tax.
Okay.
So hata wakati walileta ya mkate tukasema hii mkate hata 2018 tulijaribu, bread is very sensitive.
Okay.
Yeah?
Okay.
So hii wacha tupeleke public participation. So the 25th of June when parliament was stormed, yeah? What parliament had just done was passed the amended bill that had removed all the bad elements. Sasa this is a fallacy. Ile ukweli. Tukasema, na nimepigwa sana na Wakenya wengi sababu ya kusema ukweli, lakini ni vizuri nikae nikiwaambia ukweli, because I will be vindicated even in heaven and by God for saying and speaking the truth always. I told the people of Kenya, this bill yenye tumekosa kufanya on the 4th and 5th of December 2024
mulipitisha,
tulipitisha
chini ya maji.
97, sio chini ya maji. That is the other fallacy.
Hatukujua.
Sikia, hamkujua kwa nini? Sababu mlingojea finance bill. Sababu pia hamjui bunge ikipitisha a bill na isiende sainiwe ikue an act of parliament, huwezi leta the same bill until after 6 months. Procedurally you can't. So haungeleta another finance bill until after January of 2025. The danger of doing that, Obinna, ingemaanisha government would have ground to a halt, because you are not collecting taxes. Finance bill is what gives power to government.
You couldn't use the previous
taxes.
one?
You can't.
So amungeendelea venye mlikuwa mnafanya, lazima tu mupitishe hii ndio mucollect sasa pesa za na ingine inatunyorosha.
Sasa unatumia gani ingine na huna sheria ya kuokota pesa?
But see, that has happened before when they extended it.
Unless you do what we initially did.
Yeah.
Urudi kwa budget. Useme tulikuwa tujenge barabara ya kwenda kwa kina Obinna, toa hii kwa budget. Tulikuwa tulipie watoto chakula ya shule, toa hii. Tulikuwa tulipe kitu ya hospitali mahali, toa hiyo. Tulikuwa tununue mafuta ya magari, watu wakae. Tulikuwa watu waende trip ya benchmarking ya bunge ya county assemblies, ya pesa ya county governments, ya shareable revenue, tupunguze. You reduce the budget. Why? Because you can still collect taxes based on previous finance bills, the existing laws, yeah?
Okay.
But the additional revenue that you are to raise, you will not raise that additional revenue. That is why that finance bill emanates from the statement the minister in the revenue raising measures. They are revenue raising measures. So the additional revenue you miss out. 4th and 5th of December, tulifanya nini? Tulishika ile finance bill. We went back in September of the same year, back to Kenyans, through public.
Wapi yuko?
Gazeti ya Daily Nation, Standard, Star, zote. Hata advert kwa ma-TV mliokewa. Sikia, ikiwaambia nini? After collapse of the finance bill, tunataka maoni ya Wakenya on what you'd want to see kwa taxes zenyu. See, the same groups, KEPSA, KEM, Nani, who had brought some of the business ideas, came, please, like this tax waiver we had, please, turudishieni. Wengine, hii mambo ya excise duty ya manufacturing, please, endeleeni mtufanyie ile amendment mkiwa mnafanya ya kupunguza from 10 to 7.5% to help grow manufacturing. The same manufacturers were diapers, sanitary towels. Because what had we poisoned Kenyans on, and when I say we, I mean those who are doing it, not me and you. we had told Kenyans, wasichana walikuwa wananitumia messages wananiambia, wewe kwani hauna bibi ama wasichana hutaki tunyeshe? Ama huna watoto wanatumia diaper, hutaki tununue diaper when you are mothers? I called one girl called Koi from Kariobangi and I told her, by the way, Koi, she sent me that kind of text. Ambia, by the way, I have 4 daughters. 2 of them were teenagers. I have a wife and I have a young child who was then about 4 years old. Sijui kama bado alikuwa anatumia diaper. Ambia, ile sanitary towels tunaweka ushuru ni yenye wadosi wanatumia, sio yako. And I remember asking her, let me not name the brand, nisisemekane nimepiga brand ya, I named a brand ya sanitary towel that is imported, that was then retailing at 165 shillings. Nikamuliza, wewe nikuulize, for example, natumia hiyo? Is an American or UK brand? Hapana. Natumia gani? Akaniambia. I looked through, it was retailing at 85 shillings. Ambia sasa, hii ya 165 ndio tunaweka ushuru because it is imported. Why we want it imported to put higher tax is because ni watu kama mimi na wadosi wengine wanazitumia, watoto wao na mabibi zao ndio wanazitumia, and they can afford to pay that extra tax. Ili we protect the local manufacturer, ako hapa Mlolongo, mwingine ako Juja, mwingine ako Ruiru, anatengeneza diapers and sanitary towels locally. Ili wewe Koi upate job. Uko job, siko job. So the way to create jobs for you is to protect our local industries from brands that are coming into our market, flooding our market, and making it difficult for our businesses to thrive. That girl understood, akaniuliza, na mbona hamtuambii hivi? Nikamwambia, my dear, tumejaribu kusema hamtusikizi. Lakini wacha sasa hii iende venye itaenda, hapo mbeleni when pressure comes down, maybe watu watasikiza. That is what we did in December. We went back, the same proposals, I tell you, and I keep challenging anybody who cares. Wale walikuwa wachambuzi wa finance bill, wachukue business laws 1, amendment bill number 1 of 2024, business laws amendment bill 2 of 2024, tax procedures amendment bill of 2024, tax amendment bill of 2024, tax procedures and tax amendment of 2024. If you put those 4 bills together, it is 97% of what was contained in the finance bill of June 2024. What does that say? Tulichochea Wakenya na mambo ya uongo. We lost 6 months of our national development agenda. We lost lives, unfortunately, lost property, took our country back purely on the basis of negativity, disinformation, misinformation, lies, political propaganda, allowing criminals to infiltrate what was otherwise something I was saying, this is very good because we now have a generation of middle-class Kenyans who ideally and originally were disinterested in politics. They are now taking keen interest in the workings of parliament and what is happening in their country, which is a good thing when everybody in the country is involved in the running of their country. But now the negativity and misinformation that permeated into the process allowed those who had criminality and those who had treasonous thoughts to imagine that it is an opportunity now to come and execute their other plans.
But even some faction of the government, people sent goons and we saw them.
Where?
In Nairobi.
Those are allegations I do not know.
No, iko.
I hear it from you people in the media.
Hapana. Walikam wakasema ati tumehire goons, and goons were being supported by the police. We even saw it. And we had a lot of young people who were killed and abducted. And that one owner feels so that was okay.
Let me say this, Obinna.
Yes.
And again, me, I like saying things as they are.
Sema.
People are being abducted.
By?
But there are also very many fake abductions.
Forget the fake ones.
Listen,
let's talk about the legitimate ones.
Let me step by step.
Okay.
Yeah? If a person disappears And I still see that to date. People get arrested, they say, Obinna has been abducted. Police wamekushika, wamekupeleka police station. Some end up in court, but what is sent out? Abduction. Number 2, do you remember cases of people who were said to have been abducted, then showed up in Airbnbs?
Yeah, those like 2-3 people. I'm
No,
not talking
were
about the 2-3 people.
No. Were they there, yes or no?
No, those ones were there.
They
I'm
were
talking
there.
about the
Fine, thank
20,
you.
30, 50 people.
Do you remember Mheshimiwa Koimburi was abducted and poisoned using dangerous gases? He could not even lost his voice. Do you remember? Do you remember, Obinna?
I'm hearing you. Do you remember?
I will
Rex
remember.
Masai was killed.
Yes, unfortunately, something that should, and that is why I've told you, Obinna, the loss of life, maiming of Kenyans, destruction of property that happened in 2024 and 2025 can never be justified under any circumstances. And you'd have to be out of your mind to justify that. It is wrong, it should never happen, and it should never have happened. Including the abductions that you are talking about, the 40 or 50 that you say.
Yes.
And those are numbers you say. I do not have that information of such numbers. But I also know people are being arrested. They say we have been abducted. I remember, and why I have no two ways about this, Obinna. In 2022, 2 weeks before the elections, we had 2 young people, Indians, who a friend of ours had helped us because of their activities on social media and their tech savviness. You know, India, they're very tech savvy. And they were helping us in pushing numbers on social media and other social media work. Harmless, 27, I think, and 26-year-old young Indians. They were abducted, I think, around Ole Sereni, together with their taxi driver. They were murdered at the regional police headquarters in Nairobi, inside a container that had been put there solely for that purpose, slaughtering Kenyans and others who were perceived to be supporting William Ruto. The number of our friends who disappeared and have never been seen to date, and a mouthful not. Anyway, a good friend of yours, who is now the State House spokesperson, Hussein Mohammed, survived an abduction. He was the next person who was supposed to be abducted after those Indians. Why? Because when these people got hold of them, they saw they were in a lot of communication with Hussein Mohammed. He had to go into hiding somewhere. I will not say where. The deputy president today, Kithure Kindiki, after election results had been announced, before they were announced, when tallying was ongoing in Bomas. Remember, they tried first to abduct Davis Chirchir, who was Kindiki's deputy as chief agent at Bomas. When they were unable to do that, they tried to abduct Kindiki that Saturday, pale outside Hustler Plaza on Gong Road, and survived by a whisker. The president said and committed to Kenyans that era of people being abducted and being killed must be a thing of the past.
But it isn't, is it?
Let me tell you.
It isn't. Still happening.
Today, I would challenge you, Obinna.
Still happening.
I would challenge you, Obinna.
Even had a CS ordering
listen.
police to shoot people in the leg, and that's what killed Rex Masai. So it's still happening.
Listen. I would challenge you who is saying it here, not anybody else.
Okay.
Name for me the people you know who have disappeared, and you have fished their bodies either from, like those Indians from Abadeas or wherever, or River Tana or Yala River.
Some have not been found.
Understand? That is the point I'm saying. Criminality exists in this country. Yeah? But government-sanctioned criminality like was happening, that I can tell you without flinching an eyelid. If it happened and you knew it is this Obinna who is a policeman or a security person who has done it, you will go to the gallows. You will go to the gallows. Because there is no government-sanctioned either abduction and killings like happened in the past, in the last regime. And it will not happen. If by mistake some overzealous person does it, and it is known it is this one, you will pay for it.
What if the government does it?
Including police officers who have unfortunately shot, injured and killed Kenyans.
That one we've seen and nothing has happened to them.
Court.
That one we've seen, nothing has happened
I see an inquest
public
ongoing.
domain.
No, I see an inquest ongoing. Haven't you seen it?
This inquest
The
will
one
be
for
formed.
ex-Masai that you mentioned?
Yes.
The
but not
gentleman,
only Rex
the
Masai,
other
even
police
the
officer
teacher.
who shot somebody with a rubber bullet and unfortunately lost his life on, was it Moi Avenue?
It wasn't a rubber bullet,
He was-
but he shot him straight on the face.
Well, let me not get into that argument because I am saying what was reported then by the authorities. They said the gun was a rubber bullet, but because of the close range, he succumbed. I am not an expert in ballistics, but that is what was reported to me and you. You seem to know better than me.
I'm in the media space, I see. We see things, we report
Maybe
things.
you know better. But the question is not whether it was a rubber bullet or whatever.
The question is, he died.
He died.
And he didn't have to die.
And that's exactly, now you're repeating
And the
my
person
words.
who killed him?
He never needed to die. And the person who killed him,
Where
is
is
he
he?
not in court?
He's in court.
He's actually
Till
in
now,
jail.
justice delayed.
He is in jail. Thank you. Justice delayed, justice denied. Could you interview the Chief
police-
Justice? Could you please help us as a country?
Okay.
Call the Chief Justice to this show and ask the Chief Justice cases of delayed justice
Okay.
within the judiciary. And not just touching on police killings or anything or injuries, also touching on access to justice for ordinary Kenyans. People who are being dispossessed of their land, orphans who are being dispossessed of their inheritance, like including those who are disinherited by that Wamanyoro man.
Oh, wow, you're going back there.
But I say things as they are. That is why that man can never like me. He knows I procured the affidavit. In person, I procured that affidavit.
Which affidavit?
The one that he never wanted to be cross-examined on. Because the person who had bought that hotel is a mutual friend. So when Wamanyoro exposed him in Parliament, and I spoke about it in Parliament, and he saw it, he called me in panic. I told him, but my friend, you are a contractor, you're not a hotelier. So he came looking for me, and I told him, all you can do is tell us the truth. He said, I am willing to speak the truth and nothing but the truth. We gave him the advocates that were dealing with the matter, and akasema yote. Vile pesa iliibiwa, akapewa in cash, ikanunua mahoteli ya ndugu yake, without the family knowing that he was a buyer. He even stole money that was supposed to be commissioned for an agent because he was the agent in quotes. That is why the hotel, I'm told, was sold for 412 million. But the 12 million was supposed to be commissioned, 3% commission for the agent. But hiyo pesa ikapewa mtu wa hapa Gong, akarudisha, akapewa 1.5, mzee akaweka 10.5 kwa mfuko.
So all of this...
tunaendelea tu, nasema nyenye.
Allegations. Ama hearsay. You have evidence.
Affidavit. Go to the papers in Parliament, filed in Parliament.
Okay.
That is why Rigathi never wanted to be interviewed or to be cross-examined on what is on sworn affidavits.
Breathe. Usa.
Siniwe unaleta pressure.
Let's go back to accountability of police brutality, abductions, and killings.
Everybody
When
must
are
be
we getting
accountable.
accountability of all this? Because even until now, June 25th is coming back again. It's like a month
And
from
we
now.
must not lose a life.
Yes. And we are going to go back on the street because we still want accountability on the pending. We have pending bills with you guys, especially our representatives. We're like, okay, guys, what's happening? We know of even the teacher from Mama Bay who was murdered in police custody, and until now, nobody has paid for that. We're just being told, okay.
I thought there are some people who are also charged.
Well,
Let us, again, Obinna, let's be responsible when we're on platforms like this. We can't say nothing has been done when somebody is in court.
Okay.
Unless you expect,
Let me paraphrase.
If I shoot you, then I be shot.
let me paraphrase.
Is that the country you want?
Let me paraphrase. So things appear to having been done, but you and I both know.
Not appear, because what happens in civilized nations
Okay.
is if you commit a crime, you get arrested, you get charged before a court of law, and due justice, legal process is followed. Unless you're telling me, Obinna, if I shoot you here or you shoot me, then this cameraman should also shoot you.
We're not in a banana republic. We have laws.
Precisely. So if we are a country of law and order, let us follow due processes.
The laws are selective.
When a policeman injures you or shoots you unfairly, he must answer. When you, as Obinna, come and stone my shop or my car or loot my shop, you should also be arrested and charged.
Okay. So,
That's how you
Wakenya
build a nation.
wamewatch. Now Kenyans, you know what to do. Muingie pale X, mfanye mambo yenu. Leteni sasa receipts are all the pending issues that have not been handled correctly or have been bado zimeachoropo, tumepigwa PR ikasonga hivi. And that is the bile that most Kenyans have with you and the ruling party. Okay.
By the way, let me say this, what you're calling pending bills. Yeah? For me as a leader and anybody in leadership, yeah? I said you'd have to be out of your mind to support the killing of another Kenyan for whatever reason, even terrorists. Arrest them, take them to court. That's why you have courts of law. But don't tell me as a leader, Obinna, that because we have parliament, there is an executive where the police are domiciled. We have said there are laws that we have enacted laws. If you shoot and kill somebody unfairly, you will be prosecuted, but you will not be prosecuted in parliament. Neither will you be prosecuted by the president. You will be prosecuted in the third arm of government, the judiciary. And you will follow the justice process. You will be heard, witnesses will be heard. That is not delaying. It is the process you have set out, constitutional process and in law.
Okay.
That is what happens in all civilized democracies and nations.
Okay.
Unless you are telling me we become what you have called a banana republic. Wewe, hii miwani inakaa ni kama ile yangu uliiba. Either letter ama policeman, shika huyu, peleka yeye kotini kesho. Judge, funga yeye. You have no opportunity to be heard to even say, yeah, it may look like it, but hii ni yangu, niko na receipt, nilinunua mahali fulani, na mimi nikuja nionyeshe vile uliiba. That is how the process goes.
Okay.
Let us not, you know, it's very easy to point fingers and say, ni wale. I tell people, as I point fingers at you, let me also look at myself. What is my role? And what is my responsibility?
Okay. Umetembea na president sana mpaka unamkopi kuongea.
Na nini
May I
sasa?
notice? Haujai notice? Your people have not told you? Notice?
Huyu mtu
Anaongeanga katikati anafika, it sneaks up on him and says, sasa mimi kijana ama namna gani my friend? Sasa nini? Then kidogo ana realize yeye ni wa Murima. Unaona hata yuko slap meza. Umekuwa mpaka za kitu zingine unataka kwanza kuongea.
sasa
Kidogo tu sema sana.
wewe nafikiri umekaa na mnyoro sana.
You know, I've been watching some of your submissions in the parliament.
Sasa nikuulize.
Si ndio hiyo? Si ndio hiyo? Kidogo tu aseme my friend. Kidogo unite my friend.
Nikuulize wewe.
Ndio hiyo.
Huyu mtu amezaliwa Sugoi. Uasin Gishu. Mimi nimezaliwa hapa. Tumejuana in 2013.
Now that's you.
Yeah?
Now that's your voice.
Tumejuana siku gani? 2013. Who introduced me to William Ruto? Uhuru Kenyatta.
Okay.
At the Great Rift.
Okay.
When we were newly elected members of parliament and they had not been sworn in, they were waiting for the Supreme Court case. And even as when we fell out with Uhuru Kenyatta is because I took him back to that day when he introduced me to William Ruto. I told him, my friend, you are the one who introduced me to William Ruto. You told me to work with him. Hii vita yote naona na hao watu wako. Na wewe mwenyewe hujaniambia niache. Na hata ukiniambia saa hii, unless you give me a very good reason, siwezi acha sababu umesema. Okay. Nikapiga, sasa unasema nimepiga meza. Ile meza nilipigwa hiyo usiku.
Na uunye.
Na vitisho.
Uunye anapiga meza kweli? Na
vitisho.
You're saying uunye threatened you?
Kwanza ilikuwa usiku kama saa hii, later than this ilikuwa kama saa 5 usiku. Na alikuwa amepitia pale akakunywa uji. Nilikipata my friend. Nilitishwa. Nikamwambia I will crush you. I will finish you. Ikafika mahali na mimi vile unasema hata mimi saa nyingine nikakasirika. Nikamwambia mkubwa, mimi nimetairi 4 times. More than 4 times all you are doing. Your line. Nilimwambia you are threatening me. Don't threaten me. Unajua mimi ni nani? Najua wewe ni rais, but please don't threaten me. I know you are the president and there is nothing you can do. Who are you? Nani unaongelesha hivyo? Ile hasira. Your Excellency, I just said politely, I am not able to speak back to you the way you are speaking to me. You are insulting me. I can't insult you back. You are my elder. You are my president.
Insult tena, si ilikuwa kugombana?
Nilitukanwa wewe. Unajua mtu hakuna kitu anga kuambia. Paka F words. Sasa unaniambia mimi niko kwangu na niambia F words. Sasa niambia out of respect, let me please disconnect this line. I disconnected, he called again.
Ilikuwa kwa simu? Kwani uligonga umeza aje? Si umesema meza?
Kwani ukiongea kwa simu ugonga meza hivi?
Umejuaje kama meza wote ni kitanda?
Kitanda itakuwa kama hii ukigonga.
Ukakatia president simu?
Nilikata. Wacha kukata. Akapiga tena with more threats. Nikamwambia now I have had it.
Come block.
I have had it. I am sorry. I will disconnect you. And the worst you can do is to kill me. If you will do it tonight, not tomorrow. And I am blocking your line and I will not talk to you again. I disconnected the line. I blocked.
Kwani niko nchi nyingine? Ukablock president?
Mpaka wa leo wapi hiyo simu yangu?
Leta simu tu confirm.
Mpaka wa leo.
Ukablock president?
Shahidi wangu ni Aden Duale, living witness. Aden Duale and William Ruto. President William Ruto, because Aden Duale ni yeye aliamkiwa na vita. Akakuja akaniambia wewe utauawa bana. Nini umefanya rais wewe? Hatakuwa bana. Nikamwambia by the way nilimwambia jana usiku kama ataniua aniue aache kunitisha. I blocked.
Mambo ni live huku. So alijaribu kucall mara 3 akapata umemblock.
Sasa ndio unasikia hata niliambia huyu mwingine mimi usijaribu kunitisha, mimi huwezi kunitisha.
Mwingine mgani?
Huyo deputy president, huyo alikuwa deputy president. So
kwani tena umeingia TikTok?
No. Nilikuwa natafuta namba.
Ujui huku kram namba yake?
Sijui mimi.
Haikuwa 07000000?
Maybe hata nilidelete sina namba yake.
It's that bad?
No, it's not bad. I just made the decision that I don't need to live with threats.
Okay.
Sasa ukinitisha, si badala ya kunitisha uniue kama unaniua. Sababu unataka niishi na uoga ya nini? Na ile mambo unanitishia ni mambo yenye hata ukiniua sitafanya.
Mambo gani?
Si ile mambo nilikuwa naambiwa nifanye nikakata.
Gani?
Are we here to discuss? You know, I have
wewe ndio umetuambia sasa sisi
for our fourth president.
Mushena itaki uzembe. Mushena itaki uzembe. Tukisonga chai inapakiliwa kama ni moto.
Nataka nikujibu kwanza, ilikuwa mambo ya budget. Ilianza mambo ya budget. Nakumbuka clinics zilikuwa najengwa level 3 clinics. Zilikuwa naitwa UHC sijui what. So kulikuwa na ka 2.1B. They wanted to do another 30 clinics in Nairobi, each at a cost of 70 million. So ikafika mimi nilikuwa chairman wa budget. Nikaleta ujuaji.
Utaki clinics zijengwe?
Sikutaka zijengwe. Kwanza committee ilisema hii mambo ya UHC, there was a report that was to be tabled in parliament on rollout of UHC in the 4 pilot counties. So parliament had made a resolution that you can't allocate any more money to that program until that summative report is tabled before the House. Then budget committee and the health committee then wakasema hizi clinics, hii kazi ni kazi ya county government, hii pesa iende kwa shareable revenue.
Si mkagawa 2.1B.
Si mimi, because logically it was making sense, nikakubaliana na wao.
Kasaini.
Nikasaini report. We. Sasa ukitaka kujua, chunguza nani alikuwa anajenga hizo clinics. Ujua shida yangu ilitoka wapi.
So ni search.
Chunguza ilikuwa biashara ya nani.
Who was constructing?
There was state capture anyway. Let me just summarize it that way. So ikasemekana wewe sababu ya huyo mtu mnatembea na yeye ndio mnakataa, you are sabotaging. Sasa nikajaribu kuexplain, mkubwa iko hivi, kuna resolution ya bunge. Ile resolution mimi hakuna venye naweza i-change. Si ufanye hivi, pigia Duale simu ama Muturi, uambie wanisaidie pale kwa house, we reverse that resolution, then we are able to allocate more money to that program. Because bunge imefunga.
So you are willing to...
By a resolution of the House.
Yeah, you are willing to...
Number two, the other issue
yeah,
ni report ya committee ya health yenye wamesema hii pesa inaweza enda through shareable revenue if pewe county government ya Nairobi. Hey, I don't give a F what you do. Do as I said. Siwezi. Sasa unajua saa hiyo hatusikizani lugha. So naambiwa nifanye, nasema siwezi, lakini nilikuwa na ujinga tu, sababu ningejua niseme, afadhali ningesema nitafanya alafu kesho yake niseme these are the reasons, ama niambie Duale aende aseme. So anyway, ikaisha, Duale akaambiwa akuje nitafute, nilizima simu nikablock. Duale akanitafuta, nikaambia hizo vitu mimi kwanza sifanyi, and I am going to resign this afternoon.
To resign from the committee?
Yes.
Did you?
No. Niliambiwa, marafiki wengine wangu wakaniambia, utafukuzwa. Usitoke, wacha ufukuzwe.
So ulikuwa unangoja kufukuzwa?
Na ilikuwa kibarua. You know, me, I'm serious when it comes to my work. I take my work very seriously. And I did my work as a chairman budget very seriously. So, the entire committee of 27 members, including our colleagues, and now I can even say because tuko pamoja sasa. Na hakuna mahali watapelekwa.
Ambia hiyo committee kwa hapo nyuma wapelekeo meeting yao kwa WhatsApp group.
So, mwenye alipewa kibarua ya kwanza ya kunifukuza kama chairman, Junet aliitwa na Kibisho.
It had to be Junet.
Akapewa kibarua.
Very handy. Very dependable.
Junet kupewa na yeye akadelegate, akaenda akaambia Wanga sukuma. Wakaita Abur and Jamita. Akaambiwa waanze. They were members in my committee. So Nyamita akaandika ka motion, akasaini wa kwanza, akaambia Obora sign, Obora akamwambia we collect zingine. Kwanza. Yes, tumeambiwa na wewe. Bora kanitafuta akiwa na wewe Nyamita akaniambia sasa tuko na kibarua tumepewa. Na sasa tusipofanya tutatolewa kwa hii committee na chama. So kwanza sisi wawili tutasaini. So ongea na timu yako ya Jubilee wasisaini, tusifikisha numbers because Jubilee were the majority in the committee. And you see you need 50% plus one. So even some of our friends today, Mbadi was a member of that committee, he was the leader of minority then. He said, and Millie Odhiambo was also a member of that committee, they all said, if they want to remove Ichung'wa, then Jubilee should sign first. That motion died like that.
Kabaki.
Because nobody in Jubilee would have signed.
Okay.
Kwa tumekaa vizuri na committee, tumesikizana, we do our work well. So ikashindikana, wakatafuta Gakuya. Bazenga ni mtu mzuri sana by the way, isipokuwa niyo mambo yake ya magoons. Aliitwa pale, unakumbuka ile park walikuwa wanatengeneza pale inaitwa Mishuki Park. Aliitwa hapo 7 in the morning, mtu aki-inspect park hapo. Akaitwa is that time after they had demolished Kariobangi somewhere. So alifikiria ameitwa asaidiwe watu wenye wamedemolishiwa that COVID time. Kaambiwa iko kibarua nataka ufanye. Huyu Ichung'wa mtoe kwa hii committee. Milioni 1. Enda upange hiyo kazi. Kachukua akasema sasa I thought uliniita unisaidie wale watu wamebomolewa hii, wacha niende ninunulie hao watu blanketi na chakula. Bazenga alitoka hapo akanitafuta. Kwanza akanichuna ngapi?
200.
So 2. Akaniambia hii singepata kama sio wewe.
Kakukatia maziwa yako safi.
So 2. So akaniambia na mimi hiyo kazi sifanyi na nimemwambia sifanyi. So hiyo ikakwama. Fast forward, when it became untenable to remove me through a vote of no confidence, Cecily Barire akaitwa. She was a whip to de-whip me. Akakataa. Washiali akaitwa, akakataa. Kufika hapo sasa, kikaumana. PG ikaitwa. Tukakuja tukasomewa 5 minutes. Tukaambiwa huyu ametolewa kama whip na huyu deputy whip, these are the new wangu sijui na nani mwingine waliwekwa. Siku hiyo Duale hakutolewa. Tukakaa like a few another 3 weeks after sasa tumedihupiwa tumetolewa. Nikapelekwa ile committee ya catering. Nikawaambia we'll serve with diligence and lot of commitment. Juneta kani enjoy ati ya mandazi hivi asikia ni ngumu. Nitasema kwa nini mandazi ni ngumu. Na mimi nikasimama bunge nikawaambia that will never happen. We will provide meaningful oversight kwa catering department and the Parliamentary Service Commission to ensure you get value. And we will make sure Bunge Tower is completed. When I served as a member of that committee, Bunge Tower ilisonga kama risasi, ndio wabunge wameingia Bunge Tower this term. Na tunaendelea.
Kwa kama gym na massage huko ndani.
Iko
Underground tunnel.
Iko vitu kama hizo.
Iko mwezi.
Hii Bunge Tower?
Bunge Tower.
Gym ilikuwa kwa ile Continental basement. Ndio hiyo ilikuwa na gym hapo chini.
So sasa hamuna gym Bunge Tower.
Bunge Tower iko naye juu but it has not been equipped. Sijui kama imeequipiwa. I think
spa. Muna spa huko. Muna steam na sauna. Mfanyiwe massage huko.
Kulikuwa na kinyozi.
So ni kinyozi na munaenda kama mjaoshwa nywele.
Unaenda
na waruayo mashingo.
No, iko kinyozi na si iko ile singi ya kunaoshewa kichwa.
So kuna spa.
Na kulikuanga na vijana walikuwa nafanya reflexology.
Ndio hiyo.
So
ndio hiyo.
I don't know if they are still there because we would pay.
Si ni sawa.
And they were not employees wa bunge or anything. Walikuwa nakuja wanafanya. Una sign then inakatwa kwa mshahara wanalipwa.
Okay. Haya. Now that you were the faction of President Uhuru Kenyatta, then later you moved to this other side for President William Ruto, and you saw the Jubilee government work. Then later, when the president and his deputy fell out. Then later now, we have the current president. The two governments, who is delivering to Kenyans? Be honest.
Both, and I was in both, have delivered.
Both have delivered.
Both have delivered. You can't say, because one is good to be fair and truthful.
Okay.
Uhuru Kenyatta, William Ruto were president and deputy president for 10 years.
Okay.
Yeah? And they took over a country that was at a good space. And therefore, they were able to deliver very well, especially that first term. Remember, that's the time we moved electricity connectivity from 2 million Kenyans to almost 7.5 million Kenyans. The 10,000 kilometer roads campaign began then in the first term. Okay. They only came to stall in the second term. So in that respect, they were able to do what they were able to do within their period of 10 years. William Ruto's administration has had its 3 years now and delivered. And delivered very well, if you ask me. And I remember when a year or 2 years ago, we said that we are delivering on our manifesto, page by page, chapter after chapter, line by line, comma to full stop. Many people thought it was politics and just speaking. And you also recall 3 years ago when we launched our manifesto, William Ruto said during that launch that hii haitakuwa karatasi kama gazeti ya kusoma na kutupa. It will be a call to action. The plan. We christened it the plan. A plan of work to be done. I tell Kenyans today, you can judge us based on what has happened today, the things we said, affordable housing, the things we are talking about now, privatization and the setup of the National Infrastructure Fund. You know, when I saw very many people speak about it, including some who we went to campaign with against the National Infrastructure Fund, I reminded them on page 10 of our manifesto. Nendeni msome. Tulisema, and I was saying that because I was in the team that was crafting that manifesto, and especially the economic bit. And I know from my head the things we promised. So I knew this NIF fund is there. And we said it will be capitalized from proceeds of privatization. So we are doing what we said. You will not do everything in 3 years, granted. But you set the foundation for doing everything that you set out to do. We have set that foundation and we are building on it.
Okay.
Page by page, sentence by sentence,
okay,
comma to full stop.
Sawa.
Look at affordable housing, look at the road infrastructure, look at the completion of the SGR railway that is about to begin, look at the airport amidst all the pitfalls and negativity that has been there. Unfortunately, William Ruto has not had it very lucky because the campaign that you see of disinformation, a lot of negativity that he suffers, his predecessor never suffered the same in his first years. The kind of resistance you saw almost to an extent of the deputy president that he had nominated then attempting a coup within. Uhuru Kenyatta never suffered that. He had a very supportive deputy president. How I wish we had a deputy president like Kithure Kindiki from the word go, we would be miles ahead. Not because of anything else, but the support that he gives to his boss in terms of being able to follow through on work. Therefore, in that respect, I can say we are doing well. President Kenyatta did well what he was able to do. He would have done much better, I strongly believe. He faltered somewhere in the second term, but past being past, what was wasted, just like we wasted a lot of time with a lot of negativity initially. Now the wheels are turning very well, and okay, I pray that they continue that way. This journey of transformation to a first world country, Obinna, is doable. It's realizable, as we have been told, within our lifetime. We owe it to Kenyans to see it through. Not in our lifetime, but in the time God has granted us the opportunity to serve Kenyans.
Question. You've said all of these fancy things that you've done. Hey, you know, we promise, you know, our manifesto was a plan. Affordable housing, SGR extension. You've named them.
Including SHA.
Yeah. We'll get there. That's another kind of worms.
No, it's not.
We'll tackle.
It's not.
What have you guys failed on? What have you guys not delivered, Kenyans, that you promised? Be truthful. Because you've said everything that you've done, which is beautiful. Okay, happy, congratulations. But what did you promise people in the manifesto that you've said you played a hand in writing, especially the economic side? Because like right now, you see, I'll
tell you, like now, we spoke about...
What have you guys failed?
And I say, not failed. That would be the wrong description.
Okay, you can sugarcoat it.
Not sugarcoating.
To a fail, what have you guys not delivered that you promised?
It is saying it as it is.
What have you guys not delivered that you promised? To a failed bus. What have you guys not delivered that
yet
you promised?
To deliver.
Uiweke venye utaiweka. Okay, what are you guys yet to deliver?
I will give you the classic example of dams. Yeah.
So dams ni 1, 2.
We said we were going to do major dams, especially in helping to deal with food security matters and provision of water. That has slackened, and for good reasons. And now with the National Infrastructure Fund, it will pick up. That's why I told you the wheels are turning.
It will pick up?
Yes.
Oh. When?
It will.
When?
Because we are just waiting to clear with these issues of Safaricom in court. You get money into the National Infrastructure Fund. Once that is actualized, we get a board for the National Infrastructure Fund. It becomes operational. You now go out to leverage on private capital to raise more money to be able to do some of those dams. And there are those, if you speak to the ministry, that they will tell you they have already earmarked that are commercially viable, like the high Grand Falls that can be done, will generate power, water for irrigation, and can over time pay for itself. That is one of the things that are yet to be delivered.
Wacha nikuombe favor. Let me ask you a favor. Usini manage. Usini package. Mimi niambie 2 points. Unaona venye unasema we've done affordable housing, we've done SGR, we've done niambie 2
the things
you have not yet delivered. So dam, next. Usiniambie you know we are doing.
Unajua sitaki utumie maneno yangu kusema Kimani Ichung'wah says this has not been done.
Okay, yet to be done.
So the things I could tell you that are yet to be done, but are in the pipeline of being done.
Okay.
For instance, I told you those dams. On provision
you promised
of water.
Kenyans aiko.
Yes. 2. Roads construction is still ongoing. We are yet to get to the level that we said we would do, but again, work in progress. Electricity connectivity and generation. You remember that is why, again, courtesy of the National Infrastructure Fund, the things that the President spoke on during the State of the Nation address, the areas of focus, one of them was electricity generation.
Okay.
That has a bearing on manufacturing. So there's still work to be done in manufacturing because you are short of power. Remember, like the data center in Naivasha, where Microsoft, Google, and I think another big companies wanted to invest in, could not be done because we don't have adequate power. So generation and distribution of power is one. The other thing I could think of offhead, the primary healthcare fund and the emergency fund under SHIF, or the Social Health Insurance Fund, are yet to be capitalized to the level that they ought to be capitalized. Or we are yet to get to a level where we allocate money. Again, granted, because many Kenyans have registered, not all of them are paying. Okay. And the way the system is designed is that you register, I register, we pay. It's an insurance scheme. Okay. It's a social health insurance fund, unlike what you had before.
Let's come back to Mama Mboga. Remember the promises?
Yes.
Mama Hustler, Mboga. Bottom up. What happened?
Right on course. Mama Mboga.
It's been 3 years.
Mama Mboga was
still
told,
Mama Mboga.
Let me tell you actually what William Ruto as a candidate would say.
Okay.
Wewe Mama Mboga.
Okay.
Unayechomeka na jua. Unapigwa na vumbi. Unanyeshewa wakati wa mvua. Ukifanya biashara yako kando ya barabara. Tukipata serikali, tutakujengea soko ya kisasa ya kifahari. Soko ya kisasa ya kifahari are the ESP markets and the modern markets that are being built across the country. They are there. What was the other thing we promised Mama Mboga? Part of the issues that, Obinna...
Watu ya boda boda.
Ngoja, nitakuja kwa watu ya boda boda, and in fact I can answer it together with Mama Mboga. The people who suffered most in the last regime because of being listed, especially after COVID, on Credit Reference Bureau listing, CRB ratings, were Mama Mbogas, those boda people, because Mama Mboga gets 1,000 shillings in the morning on Fuliza, goes to Marigiti to buy her tomatoes and cabbages, comes to sell, doesn't clear the stock today, tomorrow goes with the money they've sold to buy more stocks, clears the stocks tomorrow, pays the Fuliza, and those are the people who got affected and got listed. The first thing we did for those groups, those ordinary hustlers, Mama Mboga, boda riders, was to make sure that they were all delisted. We promised them access to capital. And I know, you remember Kenyans saying, oh, this hustler fund, 500 shillings, what will someone do with 500 shillings? That 500 shillings was based on analysis of what amounts were people borrowing from Fuliza and the other platforms. 300, 500, 1,000 shillings. Because somebody who owns 5,000 shillings most likely has access either to a kachama or a sako or something.
Okay.
So it was 1,000 shillings and below. That is why we came up with the Hustler Fund to address that, Mama Mboga.
You tell me it has success.
What? The Hustler Fund. Huge success. It may not be very successful in terms of repayments, but in terms of being able to capitalize people and get people back to business, huge success. For you and me, Obinna.
You don't know
and many other Kenyans in our middle class, we may not realize it, we may not feel it, we may not even think it is anything. But for the people it has impacted on, the people you see today who are borrowing 100, 200,000 shillings from Hustler Fund, because they built up from 500 shillings to 1,500 to 10,000, they are now borrowing 200,000 shillings. Fast forward, when after the young Kenyans protested and said, we need to be heard, we are missing opportunities, this economy cannot generate the kind of jobs we want. Yes, they are the jobs you are generating through the programs that you have done, whether it is Kazi Maju, whether it is the digital space, whether it is the affordable housing and markets that you are building that are generating direct jobs in the construction industry, indirect jobs in the allied industries, in manufacturing of steel, cement, and all other things. Traders who are importing tiles, sanitary ware that they are selling to all these people. Lift manufacturers, because all these things need lifts. Technicians who are getting jobs to fix those lifts. All that. But there is also, there was a missing link that came up, especially with what we listen to Kenyans, the young Kenyans who said, yes, some of us are educated, but we do not have jobs. The economy is not generating enough jobs, but some of us can do businesses. Then came the National Youth Opportunities program, the Nyota program. Again, you remember Kalonzo Musyoka asking us, what can 20,000 shillings do? And I thank many Kenyans who answered Kalonzo on what 20,000 shillings can do. Because for Kalonzo and myself, 20,000 shillings may mean nothing to them. But for someone like me who began business from where I told you I began from, I know what 20,000 shillings can do. I was running a butchery. At times I would need only 8,500 shillings ya kununua mkono moja ya ng'ombe ili butchery kae iko na stock ya nyama mpya fresh uweze kumaliza stock ya jana.
Okay.
Lakini sisi wadosi, sisi ndio wenye kujua sana. Na wenye wanajua sana, by the way, ukiwauliza alternative, they will never offer you one.
Question. Why are Kenyans not trusting their president? Why do Kenyans not believe
why did you meet those Kenyans who
the
told you
president?
they are not trusting him?
We've seen it many times are not.
What is your statement based on? Because there are millions of Kenyans who trust the president.
No, they are.
And
but
it is also natural, I told you, in politics. I'm going to talk about the president, let me talk about myself. As a political leader, I appreciate the fact, as I told you earlier, I am not an ice cream seller. And even the ice cream seller never pleases everybody. True. There's somebody who thinks the ice cream should have had a little bit more salt or more sugar.
Yeah.
Or maybe the scoop should be bigger. And they are not happy with the ice cream seller.
True.
Yeah? And there's even a boy passing on the street who thinks this man should be giving me ice cream every time I pass by his ice cream parlor. You cannot satisfy human beings naturally, 100%. What you focus on as a leader is to deliver on the mandate that you have been given by the people. And that is a bigger question any Kenyan should be able to ask President William Ruto. Are you or are you not delivering on the mandate that you have been given?
No, that part I know.
In 3 years, what have you done?
That part I know.
In
and
5
you
years
know.
before
And
the 2027 elections, come and tell us, what have you done with your time in office?
Washimiwa,
Period.
that part you and I know. We know that is the most appropriate way to go. Let's judge people on merit. You said you'll do this, you'll not do this. But what I'm saying is coming from the people that I interact with every day. We've seen the hostility that the government and the people in government are receiving currently in this country. And when the president speaks, no matter what is it, even if he's saying, this is a piece of paper, this side is white, this side is black. Wakenya rambia, uongo bwana.
Yeah.
Why? Now the
Now,
question is
Obinna,
this, why are
because-
Kenyans in that place with the president?
Because of people like you. That is a straight answer. People like you who are privileged to have platforms where you ought to be informing people, but instead of informing, and I say people like you, not necessarily you, we use that space that we have to disinform, misinform. That is why 3 years ago, Obinna, when we proposed the housing fund levy, the fund was said this would be a slush fund for William Ruto and his cronies. And they will steal all this money. Not a single house will be built. Do you remember that? Because it was said. And it was all over, even on social media, on mainstream media. The opposition politicians were all on it. Today, I probably would rank as a William Ruto crony. I have not seen a single shilling from the housing levy into my bank account as a William Ruto crony, but I have seen 1,100 housing units being built in Kikuyu, providing jobs to Kenyans who hail from Kikuyu and elsewhere. I have seen another 3,000 units that are going to be done at Muguga Agri-City. I have seen the same units across the
When that
entire
job is
nation.
done, where do the fundis go?
So, sorry?
You say, no, it's employing a lot of young people in it, but now after they've built, what happens to these fundis? We'll keep building forever. Ama, what's the plan after?
Let me ask you, why are we building in the first place?
Because you want Kenyans to buy the houses.
No.
Why are you building?
You are building for two principal reasons.
Okay.
Yeah? One, for those jobs that you think
Which
are not
are
jobs.
short term
They are short term, but they are feeding families.
in the short term, in the interim.
For the 1.5 years that this project in Kikuyu will be ongoing,
Okay.
the people working there, Obinna, you will not have fed them. I
Okay.
will not feed them.
Okay.
They are being fed by that project.
After 1.5 years,
By the time that project gets completed, yeah,
start building another one elsewhere.
there will be another one being built at Muguga Agri-City, or the Kabeta one will not be complete.
So that's the plan. That now we'll
watch that. Eh? Me and you'll be building your house or your block of apartments. You will have well-trained workforce that you will move there.
But how will I build my apartment with the current economic?
The architects today, the 34 young men and women, architects, engineers, project managers, graduates who are jobless, who are on a 1-year internship program to gain the experience you and I never had an opportunity to intern anywhere, to gain experience, to be able to get employment elsewhere, are getting their experience on the job and getting paid for it, by the way. It may not be a lot of money, but it is giving them the experience that our young people are telling us. When we look for jobs, we ask for experience. Where do you expect me to get experience when I have just graduated? Those are the opportunities they are getting For you and me and people for our ilk, we may never see it. But for that person working there, Obinna, I want you tomorrow to go to the Kikuyu Affordable Housing Project or any housing project. Go to Kibra, Soweto. Go there and congregate the close to 3,000 people who are working there. Tell them these are not jobs, they are short term.
No, truth of the matter is they are short term. I've
are
not
short-
said they are not. I'm not even
They are
disrespecting them, but I'm
short-term.
just asking,
They are
what is the plan
short-term.
after?
They are short term. That is why part of our sloganeering during the campaign, we didn't just talk about a hustler. We also said kazi ni kazi.
Which is okay.
Skiza.
What's the plan
Tulisema kazi ni kazi, bora pesa mfukoni.
After 1.5 years.
Without affordable housing, let me ask you, Obinna. Now, you said I'm trying to manage you, I'm not managing you.
Okay.
But let me ask you the question now.
Okay.
Without affordable housing,
Okay.
I am doing a small project here
Okay.
as an individual. I am providing employment for the fundis I've worked with there for the last 8 years, moving with me from one project to the other. Yeah? If I was not building here, where would those people be? They would have no job. Jobs, the description of a job is not just a permanent job. Because you must get your economy to a status where you're able to generate adequate permanent jobs.
Now we are talking.
That engineer
Yes.
who is interning at the affordable housing project, who is a mechanical engineer, and is now learning how to fix the lifts and operate them, tomorrow will be the entrepreneur who we will not need to import lifts from China or India or UK. They will be doing them here, assembling them here, employing other Kenyans into permanent jobs. That fundi, wacha tuanze na mtu wa mkono. Yule kijana, I educated some young people here 4 years ago. I didn't know that we would get where we are. But by God's grace, I sponsored about 800 students to do courses on painting, tiling at our local TVET. I repeated the same thing this year. 45 to 50% of them are working in affordable housing projects, especially the painters. Yeah? And they were taught by a private person who had paint making business and had done those courses for painting. Those people, one of them was telling me, who is a friend of mine, that for the last 2.5 years, he has not lived without a job. But I would have assumed this is a temporary job. Why would I bother even put my money on it to train him? But for 2 years, he has had that temporary job, as you describe it,
Okay.
but for 2 years,
So, Mheshimiwa,
educating his children, paying
congratulations.
rent.
These guys have been sorted in affordable housing for the last 1.5 years or 2 years. Okay? Not everybody in Kenya is in Mijengo. Now, what of the rest?
I told you the twin objective of housing, one was to create employment,
For the few, the rest?
is to grow your economy and especially the manufacturing sector. Today,
Okay.
the cement industry, the steel industry is thriving in this country. That is why you see the ships that were moving, exporting away scrap metal out of this country. Today, instead of exporting it, we are importing more scrap metal into the country. Why? Because we are smelting it pale kwa Devki Samburu, making steel that is going into affordable housing and our individual projects. That manufacturing sector that you are growing is what is providing those permanent jobs, as you may want to call them.
Okay.
Those
Just
permanent
right there,
jobs,
right there,
those
kidogo.
permanent jobs are not just for the people in construction.
It's also in people in manufacturing. And you do know that a lot of manufacturers, especially in steel and cement, are complaining that there are only 2-3 companies that have been allowed to provide steel and cement for their affordable housing projects. Truth or lies?
Lies. I'll tell you what they're complaining about. Let me correct you. Their complaint largely has been around raw materials for steel.
Not the tenders that the only 2-3 companies have been given to supply tenders in all the
Because,
affordable
you know,
housings. And it's going to the
let me
pockets
tell
of
you,
2-3 other
Obinna,
people.
selling lies and propaganda is the easiest thing to do. That is why you see Gachagua specializes on that, propaganda and lies, because it is the easiest and nobody holds you to account. You can say anything and get away with it. Affordable housing. Kikuyu, the person doing the affordable housing in Kikuyu is a contractor, I don't know what they are called, what the company is called, is of Asian descent, rather. Who is supplying him with steel? It is him who looks for the steel. It is him who employs his labor. It is not the government. But because many people may not know that contractors are given contracts, you are given, your cost per square meter is, for instance, 42,000 shillings per square meter, construction cost on the BQ. This is the quality of steel we want. This is a cement grade of concrete that you will do. And their consultant, every project has a consultant to make sure, private consultants. As you speak of temporary jobs, they are architects, they are engineers who are permanently on those contracts as consultants to make sure that you don't just depend on public works. You know the history of public works in this country and collapsing buildings. So that you also have professionals in the private sector who are counter-checking what is being done, that the steel is up to standard. No contractor is told, go and buy your steel from, I have many friends who run hardwares here, allow me to use my local hardware shops. Whether it is Silver Hardware here or Benan Hardware, where I buy my steel myself, or Ziki Hardware or Fair Deal Hardware in Kikuyu, the contractor in Kikuyu will not be told by anybody in government, go and buy cement from Benan, buy steel from Ziki or from any other hardware. It is up to you, Obinna, if you win the contract for building affordable housing in Kikuyu Township, you will be given the standards to adhere to. You go and buy where you want to buy from. What I told you, it is other steel manufacturers who are complaining that because of preferential treatment of people who are smelting steel, scrap metal, and those who are doing the turning, manufacturing steel from iron ore locally, then they are getting preferential treatment in terms of the excise duty. And we corrected that with last year's finance bill.
Okay. Question, you are in the Budget and Appropriations Committee?
No, I'm not.
You are there?
I was chairman for about 18 months or so.
Okay. And a lot of things are happening, but now you have experience and expertise in that field as well. So when something is going wrong, you can see
I'm an accountant and a student
also,
of
yes,
economics.
also you did that in school as well. So you have information around that. Take me through two things. One, our situation with loans. Why we're taking too many loans that are making the Kenyans on the edge. They're always on the edge. They're like, okay, we hear the president going to take another loan. We're like, guys, do we really need to? And then another thing, the Safaricom shares were sold, and it was a very big scandal. Why? Because from the people who are giving us the information, and I were consuming the information, we had, there were better deals on the table. But the better deals were left because people preferred another thing. So we kind of undersold the Safaricom shares, and it brought a lot of situations around it. Now, you being an expert on this sector, take us through it.
Let me start with Safaricom.
Okay.
Before I come to the loans. Safaricom was sold at 34 shillings. Yeah? The day on 1st of April when we approved, that share was trading, I think, at 31 shillings in the market, open market.
So you're saying
Tuko pamoja?
Ndindi Nyoro was lying to
No,
us?
tuko pamoja hapo.
Mimi nakusikiza. Mimi sikujua ilikuwa na trend.
So, ukiniambia, it was either sold below the market price. The market price when it was sold, I was just trying to Google, and you can Google, was probably about 31 or 32 shillings. Look at the Safaricom share prior to the announcement that government was going to sell It was at 20-something shillings. The markets, stock markets, listens to sentiments in the market. And I remember it's John Buddy, the CS, who on a TV show had a slip of the tongue and alluded to the fact that government would sell Safaricom. Speculation hit the market. That share started going up. But even at the time of closing the deal on the 1st of April, it had not gotten to the 34 shillings that government secured that price for. I would hate to spend my time to discuss that character you have mentioned because I would hate to spend my time discussing.
Character.
Yes, he's a character. Because look at what he has said in the past and what he says today.
You know, he was just like you. He was very close to the president.
I was very close to President Uhuru Kenyatta. Yeah?
Okay.
But what remained factual, even when President Uhuru Kenyatta removed me as a chair budget and appropriations, we had 27 members. Ask any of those 27 members, I remained as member number 28 in the committee, including advising Honorable Kanini Kega, who succeeded me as chair. Because I was not serving as chair budget to advance my own selfish interests or for self-gratification. I was doing it serving my country. And the fact that I'm not chairman doesn't mean the country should collapse. Or
so you're alluding that is what Dini Nyoro is doing?
I supported, and it is on record, said by members of parliament in parliament when they were saying this is the best chairman of budget we ever had in this house when I was being removed. Even after I left, I continued supporting the Budget and Appropriations Committee of the House. Go through records. Tell me anything that I said as chairman budget and turned around to say anything opposite of what I had said as an ordinary member of parliament. Because if you are a professional and you are an honest man, not character, honest man, and a professional, well-trained, well-schooled, you stick to your professional ethics, you stick to what you stand for. That is why you see me, even in politics, I have no two ways. You are my friend, you are my friend. We part ways, we part ways. There is no in between. And I will not tell you things to please anyone. I would do and say the right thing for posterity.
Okay.
So
according to you,
those who are saying
we got a good deal for Safaricom.
The best you could get. Okay. Because we challenge them, those who are saying that. It's an open market. If government has secured 34 shillings from Vodacom, why don't you then come and tell us Airtel is offering 40 shillings or Orascom is offering 50 shillings? Nobody was closed out.
Okay, well, I'm experts.
So when you say
research na receipts.
Yeah?
Experts wataleta research na receipts hapa.
Waambie walete na wakileta uniite hapa tena. Unionyeshe. Tuache porojo. Because those characters is just, when you are driven by vengeance, hatred, settling scores, you obscure your thinking. I keep asking my friends, please just don't obscure your logical thinking because of hatred or seeking settling of scores. We can settle scores, but let us put the country ahead of everything. That is what I did when I left as chairman of Budget and Appropriations Committee, not account. I never in any single instance sought to badmouth either the working of that committee or parliament or the government in terms of what they were doing. And what I did not disagree with, I would say and give reasons, not rumor mongering and hate mongering.
Aya, wataleta hapo receipts na
Walete,
tutakuleta hapa,
walete.
tutapatania hapo.
Kwanza ask those characters to tell. See, they are the ones who are saying, why don't you call them and ask them to give you the better deal they had? Because we asked for it in parliament. Did you see them?
Hawa Dini Nyoro, Kazi kwako. Fanya venye ufanya
Yeah, I'm
pale.
not talking to anyone in particular. I'm telling you all those characters, including Kalonzo.
Kwani umeogopa ni Nyoro?
No, I told you I have no time to discuss that character, but I told you all of them. Ask Kalonzo Musyoka because he's the other person I had to say that.
Kalonzo also a character?
No, Kalonzo is just confused.
Ati Kalonzo?
He's just confused and clueless. What is Kalonzo's plan for Kenya? Ask him. I had him being asked on NTV by Ibrahim Karanja last year. Okay, you are saying all these things about SHA. What is your plan for healthcare for 30 million Kenyans? Oh, our experts are still working on it. I said, my brother.
At least he's putting experts on it.
Which experts?
Mi sijui. Kwani mimi ni Kalonzo?
Kalonzo's expert in healthcare is Mule, who is a vendor in Kemsa. The member for Matungulu.
Si watu wanakula mastray kwa hii kipindi leo. Hey.
No, see, I know. Nakwambia wewe Obinna, tunajuana.
Una vilemba.
Ni kama vile utasema Sam Ogina mnajuana, mmefanya kazi na kwa media na yeye ama hao kina Ibrahim Karanja na wengine mlifanya nao NTV, kina Chemutai going. Si mnajuana? You can even tell.
Hey, unajua nilifanya NTV?
Kwani you have interviewed me in NTV kitambo.
Mimi?
Yes.
Nikakuinterview wewe NTV?
Kwanza huko unaona sasa.
Akiwa live?
Yes.
We've met before.
Si ulikuwa joker tu?
I still am. Well, it worked out. Now.
You have, by the way, you interviewed me at NTV.
For real?
Way back maybe in 2017 or 2018.
Tuliongelelea nini? Mimi sikumbuki wallahi. Did I even have the level ya kuinterview watu nikiwa NTV? Ama Nation FM?
No, NTV.
Mimi?
Yes. Si ilikuwa kwa TV kama Nation FM wako na TV.
Huyo si mimi.
Kuna Obinna mwingine? Ama kuna mwingine alikuwa NTV?
Wewe unatu confuse but it's fine. Huyo ni mimi.
Sasa sio wewe ni nani?
Okay, so unaona hivi ndio wenye mnadanganya Kenya. Well, quick one. The loan situation. Si mimi.
You are not doing a show with Kingori?
No.
Huh?
No.
Oh, but the one I did on NTV was Kingori.
Si unaona?
Kweli.
Naka Kingori mimi?
Hapana, sura yako ni mbaya zaidi.
Touche. Loans.
Oh yeah, loans.
Why do we keep taking the loans?
Again, I'll take you back to our manifesto.
Okay.
We told Kenyans, when we were doing the manifesto, we were overcommitting in loans. But we would find alternative financing methods to finance our budget in order to be able to roll out the development, the ambitious development agenda that we have set for in this manifesto. And as I told you, the wheels are turning. We are there now. We are at a place now, we are telling you, with the money that we have gotten from the Kenya Pipeline sale of shares, partial divestiture of Kenya Pipeline and Safaricom, we can leverage on that and raise more money in the financial markets and be able to lift off a few of the things that would have financed through the budget to be financed, those that are commercially viable, just as we put it in our manifesto, to finance them through the National Infrastructure Fund. And they will pay for themselves. Why is that so? So that we lift off some things from the budget, like those dams I was telling you, for instance, or that SGR or generation of power, because you may need your 10,000 megawatts, you need hundreds of billions to generate that power. If you do not have an alternative source of that financing, you have to finance it from your budget. To finance it from your budget means two things. You raise that money from your taxes. To raise that money from your taxes, you have gotten to a point where Kenyans have told you, we have enough taxes, we don't any more taxes. You have to increase those taxes to be able to raise that additional money, to be able to roll out the development programs that Kenyans want.
What if you reduce the corruption? Have you guys thought of that?
Yes.
Like it would
yes.
be another
Yes.
That is why the taxes.
That is why in the last 3 years, you have not seen a KEMSA scandal.
Yeah, maybe they're there, but we've just not seen them. Not seeing does not mean they're not there.
Because
we still know we're losing money.
Because you in the for the state, you are what? Mmefungwa mdomo? Mmefanywa nini? Auditor General amefungwa mdomo ama ofisi yake imefungwa. EACC wameshikwa ama wamefanya nini? And not to say there isn't corruption. That is why you see people who are corrupt being taken to court now. Unlike before when we were just talking about it, and I remember us saying we will talk less about corruption but act more. But let me take you back to what I was saying, that if you are to raise enough money to roll out the development that you desire, either increase taxes, or if you don't increase taxes, because you're able to raise probably about close to 3 trillion shillings, 2.8, 2.7 from your local revenue, and you have a 5 or 4 trillion budget, that 1.3, you go and borrow. So the way to reduce the borrowing is to seek for those alternative financing mechanisms, which is what we are doing. We were not able to do it in the first year. The second year, we have been able to do it now. It is yet to kick in because, as I told you, we have just advertised for the Governing Council of the National Infrastructure Fund has just advertised for the board members. As soon as they recruit, they get into office, they start running with work. And that is the transformative journey to Singapore I was telling you. Because it could be taken as just talk when it is being said until it becomes reality.
What fun is it getting to Singapore and you realize you have so much debt to pay while you're in Singapore? You don't even enjoy the Singapore dream.
There's nothing wrong, by the way, with borrowing. What is wrong is borrowing.
Exactly.
And being unable to pay.
Exactly.
Remember, 3 years ago, Kenya was billed among 6 African countries that were destined, certainly, for default. Mm-hmm. Have we defaulted?
No, we have not.
Have the other 5 African countries defaulted? Yes,
did.
Not some. All 5 defaulted except Kenya. Of the 6 that were billed to default, only Kenya did not default. Let us not name them here.
We borrowed elsewhere so we can pay this debt and then to levelize.
The fact is, if you go to the financial markets and people have no confidence in the economy, nobody will give you money. That is why when you are listed on CRB, no other bank will give you money because nobody has confidence in your ability to pay or your willingness to pay. When you have capacity, ability, and willingness to pay your debt, people lend you.
Okay.
And that is why even now what we are doing with the National Infrastructure Fund, we are saying for commercially viable projects, leverage on private capital. If private investors do not have confidence in your economy, they will not put their money. But they are putting their money because they have confidence in this economy. Let us not be negative as Kenyans. And I heard the president say that yesterday. Even with all the negativity on social media, let us not always look out for the negative. Let us be patriotic.
We try to be patriotic and look out for the positive, but the negative are overshadowing the positive. For example, let's throw Talanta Stadium, Talanta Stadium, Raila Odinga Stadium into the mixture now. How much have we borrowed to build it with?
We have not borrowed.
Okay. We built it with how much?
And someone has invested 30-something billion shillings.
Okay.
Yeah.
The money that needs to be paid back, right?
To build that stadium.
Okay.
They have deferred their payments. The payments are being done from the sports fund.
Okay.
The bigger question, Obinna, you should be asking me, the sports fund has been with us for more than 10 years.
Okay.
Yeah. Where was that money for the sports fund that today is billing as a 30 billion stadium? Where was that money going?
Pause. Very good. Where was that money going? But now it's billing us. But you've said it's come from someone. You just said right now.
An investor.
An investor has put money in sports fund. Building a stadium.
No, not sports fund. Don't misquote me.
But that's what you've said.
I have told you an investor has put their money to build that stadium.
Okay.
Yeah. Private entity.
Okay.
Is actually the CCCC company, Chinese, that put their money. They are building the stadium. By the way, the first amount I think they were paid was about 5 billion shillings when they started.
Okay.
Yeah?
Okay.
And they had done like 40% of the work by the time they were paid the first 5 billion shillings.
Okay.
But since you are raising money from the sports fund, yeah, this money was being raised before. Where was it going?
We know it was being stolen.
So
It's not
so
rocket
we are
science.
better off than allowing what was being done before to continue. Those who are stealing to continue stealing
Usitumie
than
mtu mwingine alikuwa
build.
anafanya makosa mbaya kuliko yako. Sasa unasema uangalie ni
No.
huyu usiangalie hii.
Si ndio
Hii
unaniambia
ndio iko hiyo ishaenda.
tusijenge tuache iendelee kuibiwa.
Hatujasema tusijenge. Nobody is even fighting that. If you look at the stadiums built around, like the Rwanda, do they have a stadium?
I don't know. Yeah, I've not been to Rwanda
Yeah.
since 2018.
It's way better than this one. And the budget is way lesser than this one.
I've seen what is.
Yes. It's
what-
way better than the one we have. The budget is way lesser than
It
the
is
one.
you. It is you. Let me say.
Higher. Higher.
It is you who is saying that
Okay.
because what I have seen online
Yeah.
were seats. That the flipping seats. Yeah.
Let's even assume, let's not even talk about Rwanda. Let's talk about ours. Imejengwa na 30 something billion.
Yeah.
Si ndio? How much are you
Hata
paying back?
haijaisha hatujui ni pesa ngapi.
Yes, hata tuseme 40. Let's even put ballpark figure 50 billion.
Say 40 or 35.
Let's say 40 billion kuijenga. How much are you paying back as Kenyans?
You tell me.
Over 100 plus billion.
Where did you get that information from?
Where?
No, answer me that question.
Mwesh, it is in the
No,
public
answer me
domain.
that question.
It's in the
Where
public domain.
where did you get that
I interview
information
people
from?
like you who are also
Who
experts.
come to perpetuate lies?
Oh, that's a lie.
Outright lie.
So we're going to pay how
Tell
much
them-
for the stadium?
Tell them if you want those facts, go to the ministry. I don't have those facts here, so I'll not even sit here and lie to you. But somebody to tell you that you spend 30 billion, then pay 100 billion. Ask them when you're interviewing them, tell them all these things are not done in the dark. You have under your constitution, you have the right of access to information. I think it's
Ndio hii
Article
information,
35
ndio hii.
of the constitution.
Ndio information.
So ask them, where is that information?
Okay. How much have Kenyans used to build Talanta Stadium, and
Sasa
how
ni-
much are they
umeenda
set
AI.
to pay back?
That is your source of information.
Access. No. Now what this does, technology inaenda kwa all the file
And collect what I have said, what you have said, and puts it together. Ama ni nini?
Talanta Sports City Stadium is expected to cost approximately 44.7 to 45 billion to construct, with total repayment costs projected to reach around 100 to 145 billion over 15 years due to high interest financing.
Thank you very much. Where is that information from? AI, isn't it? True or false?
Do you know where?
No.
AI
Let's be factual. You know, Obinna.
Do you know where
we
AI
are
gets
we are
its information
teaching
from?
we are teaching our young ones how to research. I believe you have children like I do.
Yes, I do.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. We are teaching them how to research
Yes.
and get credible information.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
A lot of information online. This AI
It was
information.
published on the
No,
Star.
listen.
This is the Star.
So the Star now is your authority.
Aya.
Next, you will tell me the standard.
Nyoro said
No,
it.
now see. I rest my case. Because AI gets information from the digital space, something that I have said. By the way, I may have said, you see, like now I've said you might not be better looking than Kingori, or Kingori might be, you know. Then next you ask, between Kingori and Obinna, who is better looking? You know, AI will take to what I said, if it's in the digital space.
Okay.
And now I will become the authority of judging men's looks.
Sawa.
And you're not women.
lot of
I can
Kenyans-
judge women's looks, not men's looks.
Hey, just breathe. A lot of Kenyans are watching this, and they will come down here and now bring facts that we may not have.
Very
and experts
good.
will now bring facts.
Very good.
And I will bring it to you and tell you, Mheshimiwa, ndio hii. Sasa pinga, si ndio?
In fact,
Because I pretend
fact-
kama haujui tutalipa pesa
in fact,
ngapi.
please, I invite you.
Okay.
I invite you to collect all those facts from AI, from all the
No, experts.
all the tabloids,
Sema AI.
all the tabloids like Standard and others, and other good newspapers like The Star and The Nation and others,
Okay.
including the tabloids like Standard.
Okay.
Collect all that.
Okay.
Collect even from all those other characters.
Okay.
Yeah. then invite me and tell me in advance to come with accurate information.
Sawa.
I will get you accurate information.
I think we have a deal.
We have a deal.
We have a deal.
Yes.
So I'll get all the faults of your government and I'll tell you uwe kuja na evidence.
Bora
facts.
Uniambie mbona hamjajenga SGR. You just need to tell me in advance kuja.
Ndio kuje upange uongo vizuri.
Si uongo.
Upange mapema.
I'll get you the facts. You know, again, remember I am a member of parliament. Okay. I don't work in the executive.
Okay.
Only that I also take time to read and ask questions.
Okay.
Yeah. And because of the nature of my work, because I lead government business on the floor, I will have a lot of information coming through me. So I'll definitely even be a bit more informed than an ordinary member of parliament in terms of what government is doing. But for instance, if you ask me the interest rate that is being charged on that money, I will not tell you here offhand. Okay. But I can get the factual information and factual including the contracts.
Okay.
Wacha hii ya characters just yapping from one small lecture hall to another hotel room to another Airbnb somewhere saying
fungua roho, ongea.
Nifungue roho.
Ongea.
Niwaambie tusikubali kupotoshwa na watu ambao hawana mpango wowote, hawana sera zozote, na kazi yao ni kupotosha Wakenya na maneno ya uongo, ya propaganda.
Mr. President, keep talking. Who si ni president?
I am a member of parliament.
The person that was talking now, hakuwa ni wewe. But
ilikuwa ni nani?
How nice of you to join us, Mr. President.
Wewe mtu ni wa Mnyoro wa Madrid.
Sasa huku naambiwa mimi ni wenyu, huku mnanitupa huku, mnataka nikue
wapi?
No,
ni vile nikiongea unasema ni president anaongea.
Si saa zote, saa hii tu.
No, sababu labda nasema ukweli yenye watu ama wewe hutaki kusikia. Lakini ukweli ni ukweli.
Haya.
Na nimekuambia kama nikisema uongo, pia kesho niite uniambie ulisema hivi ni uongo.
Hata watakwambia tu kesho utatrend sana pale Twitter, pale
waseme.
Ngoja tuone, hata TikTok.
Unajua huko tumezoea huko watakuja tu na matusi mingi, maneno machafu chafu. But anybody, the most difficult time was during that finance bill time. I have told you I would at times read some messages, then or pick calls and I engage people. You know, they would call you and insult you. So, hey, shenzi nini kubafu, hauna akili. Thank you. Now my brother, umemaliza umenitukana, hebu nikuuliza shida yako ilikuwa ni gani? And we get an engagement. Yeah? I made probably close to about 25 new friends who I didn't know. We started chatting. Others were sending me messages. We chat kidogo on WhatsApp until it became too much. Mpaka WhatsApp yangu ikafungwa. They reported my WhatsApp. Yani, you are bombarding my WhatsApp with messages. Then you go and report me to Meta that I am sending you spam.
Na iwe funzo kwako na wengine wenye tabia kama hizo za kupitisha finance bill.
We bet you at it because ukifunga hii account sinaenda nafungua na namba ingine na naendelea na hiyo namba hauna. Okay. So hata matuzi hakuna.
So that
alafu kumbe the same people wakatuambia kumbe hizi iPhones ziko na kamali unaweza finya any unknown number. But as I said, it's bad because it has hurt very many other innocent people.
Okay.
People who would be calling you to seek genuine help, they have no access because of that episode.
Okay. Yeah. So that we don't talk for the next 5 hours. Tushongea for how long, sir? It's already 5 hours.
Must be 6.
And when you remember when I was looking for you, you were like, kwani interview yako inachukua dakika ngapi? Kama inaweza chukua 40 but unaweza ongea for 3 to 4 hours depending on the vibe.
Niko na mkutano 7 am.
Hata mimi niko nayo. However, quick fire. Tukienda kumaliza. Sasa usijibu long. Sasa spot on mheshimiwa. Spot on. Punguza manifesto. Kwa kidogo kama straight off.
Sababu utaki ukweli.
Sitaki ukweli. Aya, government yenyewe hata ina budget because even IBC chairperson alisema that kidogo 2027 election mambo inaweza chemuka hakuna budget.
Yeah, IBC. Yes, they have not gotten the entire budget they want, but of course, being the second last budget before the election, we will make sure that, of course, they have to rationalize also. Not everybody is able to get everything you want, but we will rationalize and agree with them, and we will make sure they have adequate money.
When is that happening? Na hakuna kamchezo kanachezwa because Wakenya wameanza kushuku, wameanza kusema we kama IBC imefanywa hivi we might not have an election.
IBC walikuwa wanauliza budget kwanza kwa hii supplementary. The budget process when we take the recess after next week, the next 1 month they will be engaging with the committees, and therefore they will have an opportunity to be heard.
Okay. Haya, tutangoja tuone kuna.
Na hiyo sio budget ya mwisho. Kuna budget ingine next year, by the way, before elections.
Okay.
Pale March, April.
Okay. Mbona mnaiba mafuta?
Wenye waliiba, si uliona walishikwa?
So ni kama mko
na si mafuta waliiba, ni ukora walifanya.
Ukora hiyo ya kufanya G2G. Sasa mnataka
ukora ya kukosa kutumia G2G na kuleta mafuta ingine more expensive. Hiyo ndio ilikuwa ukora.
Mnataka kujifanya hamuku kwa mmejua hizi vitu zinafanyika huku chini?
Wapi? Sasa kama mimi ningejuaje?
Niliona kwa news vile uliona. Sisemi wewe.
Sasa nani? Si wenye walijua walishika wenye walifanya.
Mukakaa chini.
Kwani nikuulize wewe ukienda kuiba kama wewe ni mwizi, unaendanga ukishout naenda kuiba. Wanafanya chini mpaka washikwe.
Haya. Ni nani alisema 16% VAT weke kwa mafuta?
Ati nani alisema? As in? Before? Huh?
Why were people, why did we have unrest? Because of the 16%?
Let me tell you, ulisikia this week, IMF, because we were on an IMF program, ulisikia IMF hawataki hata saa hii ipunguzwe. Hawataki. Hii imepunguzwa, wanapinga. The government has done it against the wishes of IMF. The fuel peke yake, hata mkate. From way back in 2018, remember that was the first attempt to put VAT on fuel. Unakumbuka? Ama umesahau?
Umesahau.
Wacha nikukumbushe.
Please do.
2018 was the first attempt to put VAT on fuel, on bread and on unga. Tukabishana, ikashindikana, mwisho ikakubalika ifanywe at 8%. IMF wakaendelea kusukuma for you to remain on their program, yeah? In order to avoid the expensive debt you are talking about. That is why you go for this concessional lending from IMF and World Bank. But they come with such conditionalities. Yeah? Because when you go to the countries that are putting more money in IMF and World Bank, there are people who are paying taxes on fuel, they are paying tax on bread, they are paying tax on unga.
So you're telling me directly we are living at the mercies of IMF.
We argue with them and we tell them, your circumstances are different from ours. Just like I was saying in church on Sunday, I had a short trip to the UK on Wednesday to Friday last week. When I got to Heathrow, the first thing I did was we passed through a gas station and I checked how much fuel was, and I saw diesel was going at £2, unleaded super at 1.75 pounds. That's about 306 shillings and 350 shillings. But our circumstances in the UK are different. Therefore, it's not like for like. Just like our circumstances here in Uganda, here Ethiopia, here Tanzania are different. It's not like for like. Therefore, when IMF tells you have tax on bread, have tax on unga, have tax on fuel, you get into a discussion and an engagement that is usually very protracted. And that is where we got to, and we considered on the one on fuel. And you also look at the balance of things. How much revenue are you expected to raise from this? How much revenue will it give you? How much savings are you making by not charging it at 16% to 8%? What are you losing? Okay. That balance, you balance out, and what are the things that you want to finance with the money you are raising?
So you've just told us indirectly that the people who determine where our taxes are IMF.
No.
Not our leaders.
I have told you it is an engagement.
But umesema IMF ndo wamesema.
I have told you you asked me where did the proposal come from. Proposals for tax proposals
come. Ukasema wamekasirika juu mumepunguza.
Yes.
Ama ni mimi ndio sielewi.
Nimekuambia.
Ukasema IMF wakasema wanaambianga pandisheni mpaka
Obinna usikue mjanja.
Can we rewind the tape?
Usikue mjanja na mimi uliniuliza who brought that proposal.
So ni IMF.
I answered you direct. That was an IMF proposal because where do tax proposals come from?
And you implemented an IMF proposal.
Tax proposals.
Kama Wakenya hawajui.
Roger, tax proposals can come from you as a Kenyan.
Or IMF.
Can come from government itself, either in National Treasury or line ministries, or can come from your development partners.
Okay.
Yeah? Or from the business community.
So
for instance, hiyo nilikuwa nakwambia ya steel, it came from the business community that we need to levy this tax on steel so that we protect our local industry. When after it is implemented for a year or so, you see it is hurting some people, then you go and revise. That is why Parliament exists. Parliament will get proposals from the National Treasury. They will tell you this is part of the package you have negotiated with the World Bank and IMF. This is part of what we got from public participation. And they put them together in form of a bill. We take it for public participation.
Okay.
Kenyans tell you we don't tax on bread, we don't tax on this and this and this. You go back and have an engagement. You go back to IMF because they cannot lord it over you. You tell them on this, allow us this concession for now. That is how during the Kenyatta administration, we are able to have a concession that we can begin with 8% and grow it with time. And that is what has happened.
Let me ask
now,
you
because we have gone back to the Kenyatta 8%, they are not happy.
Let me ask you as a mama mboga, as mutu ya boda boda.
Ama baba mboga.
Ama baba mboga. Whatever it is. Venye IMF walisema mutupandishie VAT, muchape hiyo ka 16%. Was it supposed to go through parliament? Was it supposed to go through public participation? Ama ilifatu ikuwe implemented? And then, venye mukona wa Kenya wamecomplain, mukaijitana rakaraka immediately, mukaipiga half, ikakuwa 8%, mukasema wa Kenya tumewasaidia sana. Hapa kuna mchezo ilikuwa inachezwa ama ni sisi? Kumbuka mama mboga, mutu ya boda boda.
You know, first to answer you direct, there is no law you can do without, no law gets the force, no proposal gets the force of law without the legislative input of parliament.
So ilipitia parliament.
Whether it comes from public participation, whether it comes from the business community or the private sector or government or IMF or World Bank, for it to become law, it must come to parliament. For it to be enacted into law, it goes through public participation, constitutional obligation.
Okay.
Yeah? And you will come and say, we do not want this, we do not want this, we want this, we are okay with this, we are okay with this. That is why what I was explaining to you, when you go through public participation, you then go through a process of engaging the National Treasury and all the other stakeholders, including private sector players. At times, the private sector can come up with proposals that are very good, but which the National Treasury says they will hurt the economy in another sector. So you get back to the private sector and tell them, can we have a middle ground? That is how we work with even our development partners, not just IMF and World Bank, even all the others. If you have proposals that you have brought to us that you think would help our economy to grow and help us to generate more revenue, we tell you this is okay, but our circumstances may not allow us to do this now. Can we have this middle ground? You agree.
Okay. Mwesh, nijibu tu direct. IMF wenye walisema hii kitu ilipitia kwenyu, ukaipitisha?
Sasa,
yes ama no?
Unataka nikuambie nini? Nimekuambia huwezi pitisha sheria bila kupitia bunge.
Sasa ni nyinyi ndio mlisema 16% VAT itandike kwa mafuta.
Ikaingia kwa mafuta.
Okay.
Yeah? Leave alone that. Because, you know, bei ya mafuta sio VAT peke yake. Yeah? The other levies, including the levy that helps you to subsidize fuel at times like now. And I think it's about 5 shillings or 4 shillings and 95 cents. Yeah? It is there in the cost of fuel. But that is what you're falling back to now to help you subsidize. There are levies like RMLF, the one unaona ikipiganiwa bunge na governors, that money, about 25 shillings, is part of the money that is helping you to build roads. That is why you've seen even governors demanding a share of it, because they need to also build roads in your counties and in your villages. That, you may go to another country, they don't have that. But what could they be doing? They are probably borrowing more money to build their roads. They are probably taxing people in other areas to build their roads, or they are probably not building as many roads as you are building.
Okay. So kuweka 16%, was it a good thing or a bad thing?
At the time it was a good thing.
Then mukapunguza mpaka 8%. Sasa munaona hapo mmetusaidia sana.
Imesaidia sana because it removed 10 shillings.
You cause a problem.
You don't cause a problem.
Then act like you have a solution to the problem.
Obinna, order. Let me call you to order. Because this is what I'm telling you, that's dangerous misinformation.
This is how Kenyans think.
That's
why nimekwambia mama mboga.
That is a hate mongering.
Boda.
Yes, because they expect Obinna, because he's on TV.
Nimekuuliza venye wanafikiria. Sasa
ndio, sasa
huyu ni mama mboga.
Sasa mimi sitakujibu kama mama mboga.
Usiniongeleshe kama Obinna. Huyu ni mama mboga.
Sasa mama mboga, wacha nikuelezee wewe. Mama mboga. Kama Obinna angejua zaidi na anafaa kujua zaidi,
okay,
angekuarifu, akujulishe ya kuwa bei ya mafuta haijapanda sababu ya VAT ilifika 16%. Bei ya mafuta ambayo imepanda juzi, hiyo nimekuambia, mpaka Uingereza imepanda mpaka shilingi 350, imepanda sababu ya vita inayoendelea pale Gulf. Yeah? Na sababu ya hiyo vita
affect Uganda.
We cannot listen, and I wish you listen to a conversation I saw, and I'll just borrow his words. Engineer Ichung'wah from IPRA,
okay,
yeah, who said, don't compare, you compare like for like, not things that are not alike. And he told you, for instance, the pricing model that we use in IPRA in Kenya is different from the pricing model in Uganda. And what I heard him say in that clip is that whereas we are using the current price for this month, Uganda could be using a price of 2 months ago in the global market, which might have been lower than it is today. And he explained it. Please just take interest in the sake of being informed, so that you inform Kenyans better. Listen to the conversation, because it's factual, it's logical, it makes sense. So when the easier option is to say, oh, VAT ndio imefanya mafuta ipande, wakati mafuta ilikuwa chini 6 months ago or 4 months ago before the war, VAT was still there.
Haikuwa 16%.
RMLF, it was 16%. What's wrong with you? See, imepunguzwa from 16 to 8% last week on Wednesday. Was it Wednesday or Thursday? Wednesday or Thursday ndio imepunguzwa. Yeah. Ilipunguzwa, wacha nikwambie, ilipunguzwa from 16% to 13%. Why? Because you cannot reduce it by more than 30% without parliament. So they could only do up to that 3 shillings. From 16 to 13. Then they sent a bill to parliament, for parliament now to bring it down to 8%.
Okay.
And mind you, the other truth is, it's been done for a period, for us to transition through this difficult period of the war. Because me and you, Trump has told us we can go get our oil from the Strait of Hormuz if we want.
This interview
but
for this IPRA guy is where?
Can't. Huh?
This interview for this IPRA guy is
I've seen it online.
It was on Citizen?
Yeah, on Citizen.
Oh, so it might be on the digital platform.
Yeah.
I need to watch it as well.
Take time and watch it.
Because if you say, you know, now the story that we have, that even myself I have, nyinyi mmetutandika na 16% juzi, mambo ikachemuka, tukaambia rada, mukapunguza mpaka 8%.
Sasa,
so if it's something that has been there,
hebu nikuulize, kuweka to 16%, you need either a finance bill or some tax law. Ilipitishwa na bunge gani? Siku gani? Juzi siku gani?
Okay, sawa. Let's put a pin on that one. We'll come back. Wacha tutafute facts. Tumesema tutakutafuta na marisiti. Haya. Sasa tuache mambo ya mafuta. Tuseme Wakenya watatufanyia kazi na watupatie receipts about mambo ya mafuta. Haya, tukienda kumalizia, nataka sasa tuguzie vitu 2-3 zinafanyika hapa na kule. We see what you think about it. Linda ground ama linda mwananchi?
Hiyo ni gani?
Uko kwa chama ya Junet ama uko wewe ni Sifuna?
Mimi niko UDA.
Imekuwa inasemekana that there's an alignment that the ODM party is doing with UDA, an alliance of sorts, and wanataka power. And 2027, they are trying to front. So the stories before was like you're going to get Gladys Wanga as the running mate for the president. Na tena mambo ikachemuka kidogo juu tumeona Uhuru amesema ODM wako na party leader na party leader ndiye anataka kurun for presidency. And also we have Kindiki here, who is currently, according to you, doing a very good job by listening to what the president is telling him to do and doing. So do you think ODM stands a chance of fronting a running mate? And if that happens, what happens to Kindiki? And do you see Kindiki becoming the president's running mate again in 2027? Kumbuka ni quick fire.
Sasa, kwanza don't misquote me, nilisema Kindiki is doing a very good job in assisting the president.
Yes.
And focusing on what he ought to be focusing on in terms of delivery kwa Kenya.
Okay.
The other thing is, it's true, we are engaging with ODM, and that engagement is ongoing. In fact, this morning at 7 a.m., we have a meeting with them. Their National Steering Committee and UDA's National Management Steering Committee. We have a meeting this morning at 7 a.m., tomorrow morning rather.
Okay.
So we continue engaging, and we will continue to engage. We have a lot of things to engage on prior to next year's elections, with the hope that we will form a coalition, that we will form government. As you have rightly said, they want power. And they definitely know where to find power. So we are engaging with them, and we will continue engaging. And they are good partners, I may say so. Very good partners.
Okay.
We are doing very well in our engagements with them.
Okay.
Yeah.
And are you going to give Wanga that one ama change?
It is not for me to say who will be the running mate. That is the prerogative of the candidate. President William Ruto being our candidate, we'll decide after we engage with ODM who will be the running mate in 2027.
Okay.
Definitely, my hope is that Deputy President Kithure Kindiki continues with his work as Deputy President, and we will agree how to work together with all other partners, ODM included, and the other parties that we work with. Remember, we are running a coalition in Kenya Kwanza.
Okay.
Very many parties.
Okay. In the parliament right now, there's been rankings of delivery of service to the people. Babu is leading. You are position number?
What rankings?
See what wana deliver. Wale members of parliament wenye wana deliver to their constituents.
Zile watu huitwa sijui Serena wakapea award.
Hapana, sio hiyo.
Mimi sijaifanya hizo vitu.
No, kulikuwa na hizo results wakatoka wakasema wale members of parliament
done by deliver. Who? Because I have seen some, and I don't want to name them, because they solicit for you to engage them when they are doing the rankings. And I have always ignored them. Because the ranking that matters for you as a member of parliament, and I keep telling my colleagues, especially those who are new in parliament, don't wait for those rankings online. Hizo za kufanyiwa na watu wanasema we are doing this ranking, come, the award ceremony will be here and here, but we need facilitation. Those things happen. Yeah? I have never engaged any of them, and I don't care, and I don't want to know where they rank me.
Okay.
The ranking that matters for a member of parliament is with the people, your bosses, the people who elect you.
Okay.
So the ranking for me that matters is how the people of Kikuyu rank me in terms of what I promised them and how I'm delivering. And they know for the time I have worked for them, if I tell you this will be done, they know it must be done. If I tell you it will not be done, they know it cannot be done. If I tell them it's difficult, but I will try, they know I will try and I will give it my best shot.
Okay. What's your take on Sisi Ndio Sifuna movement?
I don't know what movement that is.
Serious?
I don't.
Kenyans are rallying behind Babu Owino, Sifuna,
Which Kenyans?
Osotsi,
I am a Kenyan, I am not.
Nyonka.
I am a Kenyan, I am not.
Majority of Kenyans.
According to?
According to ground, venye watu wanaona ground.
According...
Auskizi ground?
Nasikiza. And many people I know are rallying behind leaders who have an agenda for them. Leaders who are addressing issues that pertain to the lives of the people. And I know millions who are rallying behind William Ruto and his administration for the work he's doing in delivering on what he promised them and actualizing what we put in our manifesto to improve the lives of the people of Kenya. That is not to say they are not naysayers. They are there. And they could rally behind any other person they can rally behind. It's okay. Yeah. That is the nature of democracy. But again, don't forget there is, you said it was a quick fire. There's also very quick fires. In
I see what you did there.
In politics.
Oh, wow.
There are fires that come.
Umesema nini ya Sifuna ni moto ya gazeti?
Si ya gazeti, unajua ile ya Maystox. Pa. Alafu inazimika. There are a lot of those fires in politics. Let me remind you, some time back, there was this fire, that old man, that retired Chief Justice, Maraga. You remember? There was like a fire. Maraga. That one. Then another. He was here in Kikuyu the other day, and he addressed a mammoth crowd of about 17 supporters. Yeah? Yeah?
Be kind.
Supporters. He supporters. And it's okay. Then there was another one who came, I don't know, from America or from where. Took a lot of time to turn. By the time he finished turning, the fire had burnt out.
Wacha kuongea juu ya Matiang'i hivyo.
Juu ya nani? Mimi mention mtu, nimesema kuna mwingine alikuja akachukua muda kupinduka. Moto ikazimika.
Unajua hawa ni wakisi.
Moto ikazimika. So hata naweza akisha kamoto sasa, then I talk too much izimike kabla zijamaliza kuongea. Unaona? Hiyo ndio hali ya siasa. Okay. So wacha what matters is a corrigible and credible development agenda for the people that they can identify with.
Okay.
I have listened to President William Ruto, and I don't know, at times I ask my president, what's wrong with you? Why do you keep advising your competitors? And he tells me, you know, I need competitors that will challenge me to do better. Because I was asking him, you keep telling these people, hawana sera, hawana mpango, tafuteni agenda, si waachane nao waendelee na hii matusi, hii ndio, si ndio wanataka. And he told me, you know, it is always good when you have people who are challenging you with alternative ideas. Sasa shida ya hawa, wamekwama kwa matusi ya Kasongo, Zakayo, mimi majina nimeitwa. Niambia, by the way, hapo kwa majina mimi nakusaidianga. Hata mimi I think I can only compete with you kwa majina ya matusi. Lakini, I wish kuna mmoja wao angekuwa tu na kampango alternative so that we have something to compare with. When any person, and I don't want to say any Kenyan, I want to say any person anywhere in the world goes to the ballot to vote, you go to vote because it's something you want from the leader you are voting for. And there's something you have heard them say that they will do. When you go to vote next, you ask yourself, this Obinna told me he's going to build roads, he's going to build railways, he's going to build markets, affordable housing. Has he done it? Despite everything that is being said about Obinna, how he can't even see nowadays, miwani anavaa ya black na ni usiku. Sijui Obinna ananyua nywele pande moja, anabakisha masharubu hapa, badala abakishe mustache kama mwingine. Despite all those things, this Obinna, even with hiyo nywele yake na hiyo macho yake, is there something anafanya? Is he delivering on what I charge him to deliver on? Then the person will vote based on that. That's why we advise our friends, tafuteni agenda, tafuteni sera. That's why me I tell them, mimi hata mshida mkitukanana from morning to evening, endeleeni shauri yenu.
Okay. Final question of the day. First of all, let me thank you first for honoring the invite and sitting down with us for like 4 to 5 hours.
Hey.
Asante sana.
That is 4.5 hours.
Kwako hata kuna chakula, but it's fine.
Chakula iko, na mkiacha mjue hakuna watu wa kukula.
Iko wapi?
Watoto wamelala.
Chakula iko wapi?
Si iko nje.
Miles, kuna chakula hapo? Miles, sema ukweli. Sisi tulienda kwa nani tulilishwa vizuri sana by the way. Tulienda kwa Rigiji tulilishwa vizuri sana. They did a buffet setup. Kuna nini unakula mpaka tulikuwa na
sasa next time mkuje pale Nairobi.
Huko kuna food.
Unajua hapa sasa tunakujanga kama saa hii wakati wa holiday. So mnabeba tu vitu kidogo ya kuja. Watoto wajue Geshagi. No, watoto wajue Geshagi wasiulizwe kwa wanasema ni Lavington.
Okay.
Lazima wanasema kwa ni mayai he.
That name. Atunatoka wapi? Mayai he. Okay, anyway. So, thank you so much for having us at your place. We appreciate. We'll come back again and again because kuna job umpewa Kenya na nataka tupangane nao. Nikuje na receipt zingine, nikuje mheshimiwa sasa zingine. Then we'll tackle.
Yes.
However, now the final question. After ulishajibu governor wa Trans Nzoia kwa hiyo matanga, how did that make you feel?
Very uncomfortable, because when the speaker told me, please do it for me, because
Kanyagie shingo.
being my parents' funeral, I will not want to speak to this man. Please do it for me. I told him I will do it with surgical precision. And I did it with that surgical precision. I think the following day he threatened to sue me. I'm still waiting.
Who, the governor?
Yes.
Yeah, no, but after
You wrote
did
very
it,
many letters on social media. I'm still waiting.
after you did it with surgical precision, how did that make you feel? Did you feel accomplished? Did you feel
No, I felt, first, as I told you, because I don't do politics funerals, I was feeling rather uncomfortable, and that's why I asked the speaker. And he told me, no, in this region, matanga, siasa hufanywa kwa matanga. And you've seen in many Western funerals, a lot of politics. But even other funerals I've gone to in Western Kenya, I avoid speaking politics in funerals. And in fact, I just want to give condolences. If there's something I will say passing, namaliza. Or altogether not speak.
Okay.
Yeah? So it was my first time, and it wasn't a very comfortable experience, and I wished that governor had not brought that kind of talk to a funeral. You don't do that when you're a decent human being. You don't come from my father's funeral or my mother's funeral, because it was Wetangula's mother's funeral, and start claiming that you've been sending money. Wetangula told me that that governor had sent the father when the mother died, 3,000 shillings. Wetangula sent him back 10,000 shillings. He sent to the dad the 10,000 shillings. The dad sent it back. Because you don't do that. That gentleman, Mzee Wetangula himself, is, I think, 98 years old now. You are coming to his wife's funeral to stand there and tell him, you have not been taking care of your wife. I am the one who has been taking care of your wife. You are telling his children there, Speaker Wetangula, Fred, Tim Wanyonyi, I am the one who has been taking care of your mother. You know, there's nothing more insulting than that. And how I wish we can, all of us, and I have asked the church and I asked them during Kiara House funeral, how I wish the church can help to stop us politicians from speaking politics in funerals. When you think,
with you.
if me, I don't, and I've told you.
So umewacha sasa, you'll never ever.
Mimi, that was, and I've quoted it, and that's why I brought it up. Okay. I am the one who brought it up, you didn't bring it up. Because it's something I know. I'm very conscious about it. Every time I go to a funeral, I'm conscious. There's a family here that has lost a loved one. I can identify with what they feel because I have lost loved ones and I know what it feels. I know, and I don't want. What I would not want you to come and do in my relative's funeral, why should I come and do it in yours? Or your wedding?
Okay.
I was in a wedding here the other Saturday, just outside my house here. This field here. And when I spoke for about 2 minutes about the bride, the groom, because they are young people I know from this neighborhood, people are saying, hey, ongea. Yeah. It is about these children who are getting married. It's not about me and my politics.
Okay.
And I know because that's the day those people had brought goons here. They wanted me to address it here. I told them, no, not in a wedding. It's a private function.
Okay.
Hata ukienda kuedit video kama ni interview kama hii sasa ya wedding, unaenda kuedit mambo ya mtu alikuja kuongea, yule mkabila alileta goons, alikuwa anataka kuchoma town yetu, tumezuia yeye, na ilikuwa siku yake ya harusi. Unamaribia harusi ya nini? Ati sababu wewe ni mheshimiwa. Si ujiheshimu kwanza.
Say one good thing about President Ruto.
One good thing. I can tell you 1 million good things.
One good thing.
One good
What
thing.
comes to your mind first?
What comes to my mind first is his commitment and dedication to transform this country.
One good
and
thing
his
about
work ethic.
One good thing about Rigiji.
One good thing about Rigiji. Guy, can I think of any? I know.
One good thing about Dininyoro.
Let me try and think of one good thing about Rigiji.
Okay.
Because it is difficult. But I think the one good thing about Rigiji, he has allowed his wife to control him to a great extent, which is very rare for men. Men, we hardly let our wives to control us.
Why do you guys keep saying that, though, by the way? Do you guys know
guys,
it happens? Ama
me
you
and who?
assume? A lot of people who don't support
No, it's a good
Rigiji,
thing. I'm telling you, it's a good thing.
No, which is okay,
Yeah.
according to you, but that is the analogy that I've heard even politicians say, oh, huyo anakontroliwa na nini? Because it's something you don't know, but you assume.
No, I'm telling you, I engaged with him when he was deputy president. And from my engagements, he has given his wife quite some leeway in controlling his public engagements.
And what is wrong with
that? Which is a good thing. That's why I'm saying it's a good thing.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the good thing I can see.
Okay.
My wife does the wife business. Then the public thing is mine. Yeah.
You don't believe that your wife can have any input on your political space?
She does, but I don't believe I would let her take my space in public life because the people of Kikuyu have elected me.
Okay.
I will listen to her counsel, I will listen to her advice on many things, but ultimately the call is mine.
Okay.
Because responsibility will come to me.
Okay. One good thing about Nininyoro?
He is young, ambitious, and when he means well, he does well.
Okay. One good thing about Natembea?
I know nothing good about him.
One good thing about yourself?
Well, I am truthful. And I'll tell you as it is, like me or hate it for it.
All right.
Like me or hate me for telling you as it is.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's the best thing about me. You get what you see. And what you hear from me is, hakuna ingine hapa chini, hakuna ile ya kujifanya ati unipende, unanipenda alafu. Kwanza wewe mwanaume.
Thank you so much for watching. Comment, like and subscribe. Let us know in the comment section below. Zile vitu zenye mheshimiwa amesema zenye si factual hapo chini. Alafu simuka na social media yake. Mheshimiwa pale kwa Obinna ulisema hivi lakini ndio hii fact. Ndio hii fact. And those fact checkers.
Waambie kwanza wasikuje kwa social media yangu. Wanazumbua hawa watu wangu wa media.
Hiyo ndo kazi yao
you know people assume, I don't know why people assume ati nitashinda mimi kwa social media. By the way, I told you I don't read newspapers.
Okay.
Hata nikipita kwa street hapo naona headline. Okay. I never want to know anything beyond that. I never read social media. Never.
So hizo nini tunakwambianga hapo asikufikiangi?
You're wasting your time.
So tukitukana admin. We admin.
No, we admin. A good thing ako kazi. Analipwa anakufanya hiyo kazi. Yeah. I'll watch news probably first 5-10 minutes.
Kwisha.
That's it.
What do you do for fun?
Huh? I play with my children. And I exercise, yes. Sana.
All right.
That is why I don't even, ukiona watu wakiendaenda mimi unaona asiendangi sana. Na when I travel, I want to travel with the children. I spend time with them.
Okay.
Mimi ni msee wa familia. Utanipata kwa bar. Utanipata kwa hoteli. I leave my office home office.
Wendangi Airbnb?
I have a few.
Wendangi kuzimanage?
No, I have. Niko na mtu anazimanage.
Oh, you buy mattress.
In fact, I'm even doing some here in Kikuyu. I've discovered there's good business.
Yeah, Airbnb in Kikuyu.
Yes. And I've encouraged people here to buy the affordable housing project. Houses, waweke Airbnb.
Yani mtu atoke akuja lale.
Cheza. Utembea siku ingine mchana ni kuzungusha Kikuyu ujue Kikuyu.
Hello?
Niko Airbnb Kikuyu. Kid Famako.
Good night.
Ngoja, sikia. Usiharibu jina yetu.
Mimi nasema
no, sikia, acha kucheka. You know Airbnb, yeah? Sio ile kazi tu wewe unafikiria. You are very dirty minded wewe. Airbnb like now hapa Ondire. Hapa Mayaihe. Hapa Kid Famako. Tuko na Airbnbs. By the way, as you exit pale bypass kuja hivi hapa Mayaihe. Umeona hiyo nyumba hapo inaitwa Southern something. It's Southern BNB. Kuna Airbnb hapo. Rooms. Sasa hizo unataka. Lakini kuna Airbnb pia homesteads like this.
Oh,
yeah?
Okay.
Yeah? And I'm actually doing that now in Kikuyu myself.
Oh, okay.
Because we have a lot of diaspora people
Okay, now that makes sense.
Yeah, who visit. Lakini hata ile ya studio na 1 bedrooms. There are very many.
Huku Kikuyu.
Haya. Yaani unatuangalia Kikuyu unaona kama sisi tuko ushago. Ni sababu umefika hapa umeona nguruwe. Ni mimi mkulima wa nguruwe sababu mimi ni hustler.
I would like to apologize. Kikuyu unajua. Si upita tu kwa highway tunaambia Kikuyu nini but kumbe huku ndani mnapanga.
Nikikwambia tunaenda Singapore unaona kama ni mchezo.
Clearly.
Which other place in this country will you find the kind of roads you are seeing here?
Oh,
ulisikia hata leo bunge
iko Embakasi East. Kiharu.
Embakasi East ile president wakati tulienda ile kanisa walikuwa wanasema wanataka kurudisha pesa na huyo archbishop akakataa na hiyo pesa. Hiyo barabara ya Soweto si tulienda gari inaingia kwa portal inapotelea.
When was the last time you went to Embakasi East?
Mimi nakwambia 2 years ago.
2 years ago.
2 years ago. Was it 2 years or a year? No, it's a year ago. It's a year ago. It's a year ago.
Babu kwa sababu.
When no, I'm talking about a year ago. But trust me. And that is in Nairobi. Yeah.
Si uende kitu babu amefanya saa hizi.
No, ndio nakwambia. I am not saying he has not done.
Aya, tutoke Nairobi, Kiharu. Kiharu.
Road network.
Yeah.
Acha tusionge.
When was the last time you in Kiharu?
2 Saturdays ago.
Ukapata barabara mbaya?
Nenda Udhoni. Si barabara mbaya, hatungeingia mahali tulikuwa naenda tuliambiwa panda mlima inakai.
Sasa unataka nani atengeneze mlima? Achimbe tunnel?
Mimi sisemi mtu atengeneze amba asitengeneze, umeniuliza swali na kujibu.
Wewe umeniuliza barabara kama hizi ziko wapi? Nikakwambia, haya Gatanga si iko.
Hebu fanya hivi, wacha kuniuliza, si uko na kamera? Uko na gari? Na kama una gari ukuje nikusaidie.
Ndio aseme mimi ni project yako sitaki.
Chukua gari na kamera. Tembea uangalie. Na mimi nimekwambia sijasema zimeisha. We still have a lot of work to do. That is why we are focused. Yeah? But in a very short while you're Singapore.
Mwesh.
Tutaifa.
Wacha tukule jamani.
Kama iko chakula.
Singapore yawa.
Singapore tunaenda.
Singapore maro kombe yawa. Singapore. Aya, comment, like, and subscribe. We'll see you guys on the next one. Jui, tukiendelea kuongea tu amaliza. We are out.
Wow, are your walls looking plain and uninspired? Transform your space with premium wall panels, elegant marble PVC with stunning backlighting, and modern floating TV stands. All designed to give your home a luxurious, timeless finish. At Mr. Frames Kenya, we offer top quality designs at unbeatable prices. Whether you're going to a classic or modern look, we've got the perfect solution for your home or office. Call or WhatsApp us today on 0705 759 102 or connect with us on social media. Mr. Frames Kenya. Mr. Frames Kenya, where style meets affordability.
Obinna, you need to be here.
I am.
Check it, guys. Need water.